It's not working. Let's go, baby! Bomb arrows to the rescue. Ha! No way! Ah! No! Oh, that assist, baby! No! Don't touch him. No! You... What did I do? That's an accident. Freaking Beetle. I got the triple collapse! Oh! Ah! Oh, Dinal, go to the fire thing. It teleports us.
I want my money back.
I trusted you! Trombone. This one is trombone. Yo, I got it! Yes! Let's go! Yeah! 24 hours done. 24 hours finished. Oh, time to beat. 23 hours, 28 minutes. Oh my god! We did it! We did it! Oh my god! I couldn't have done it without you guys.
What the fuck up? Holy shit!
Wait, it went through? I gave him 50 bucks.
Hello there.
Yo, hey, it's working now. Let's go. I will read chat in a second. I literally just came home. Perfect timing for stream. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, why am I so white, bro? Oh my god. What's now I'm too dark. What's up? What's up, Jimmy? What's up, Ethan? How are y'all doing? I ate too much Hawaiian barbecue, and Nathan, what's up? What's up? I ate too much Hawaiian barbecue and now my tum-tum hurts. Bro, I ate a lot of chicken parmesan and now my tum-tum hurts. Hunter, what's up? Asta, what's up? You're beautiful, papito.
Hello there.
Thanks, bro. I actually played Apex recently, but you know, how you doing, bro? I feel like it's been so long, Hunter. My 6 to 8 band practice was canceled since it's thundering and raining, so I'm able to watch your stream. Nice. You redeemed it first. You did.
Hello there.
You did redeem first. Very nice. I think this is your first time, right? Hello, I'm a lurk. All right, thanks for the lurk, Tino. I want to kill people. Oh no, in a video game, right? Anyway, I feel your pain, Chimmy. My stomach hurts too, bro. I literally just got home. Oh, I have to put on a hat. I just got home like 20 minutes, not 20 seconds before. I literally got home, rushed downstairs, and pressed the start streaming button. Because I was out with family eating food. Bruh. Not white enough. There we go. Oh yeah, Hunter, you like my shaved head? It already grew back a lot, but I watched something and now I'm upset. Oh. What'd you watch, bruh? What'd you watch, bruh? Anyway, today we're gonna continue the Pokemon Nuzlocking, okay? Yo, what's up, Diego? Diego, what's up? Fresh cut. Well, I shaved my head, right? So this is like, it's growing back. don't know about fresh cut, but but anyway, if you want to watch it, I'll send it to you. Alright, maybe no, don't send it to me. I don't want to watch it. We're gonna be doing some Pokemon today. Okay, we got the 3rd gym today. Today we're getting the 4th gym. We have 3 goals: get the 4th gym, beat our rival, and get Umbreon. Those are the 3 goals for today. If we do that fast enough, then we might do some community games and stuff. But we'll see. Oh, if you want to watch that, good. I'm actually getting a haircut tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. Nice. I'm not getting a haircut for another couple of months probably. I'm grinding rank this season. If that's something you'd want to do on stream, I don't. But that's cool. I might play Apex when the new season comes out soon. So maybe we could play together then a little bit, but yeah. I hit Diamond in less than a week. Jesus. Now I'm all Pokemon now, bro. Not all Pokemon. We still do variety here, but the main focus is Pokemon for now, so I'm not getting a haircut for a long time. Why not? Why not, Isan? Alright, what is today? Today is... There's a lot to do. I wrote down everything I need to do, so I'm more prepped today than yesterday's stream. Let's go. This is recording 6. Okay. The first thing I want to do every day for this game is do the raffles. There's raffles in this game where you could win, like, stuff. So, we're gonna do that. But, before we do that, let me pause this music and put on the background music. This is background music here. Someone requested this last time. Oak requested this last time. Oh, you guys could put music if you'd like. Wait, the new season dropped yesterday? Oh, I didn't realize that. Maybe I'll play it like this weekend then. I miss my long hair dearly. I could almost tie my hair back completely. Jesus. How long does it take for your hair to grow that long? Long hair is hard to deal with, especially when you have extremely thick hair. That makes sense. I have thick hair. Wait, you guys don't hear the music. What's going on with OBS today, bro? Why doesn't it see the music? I'm playing the background music. I swear, bro. Never enough. I have to add it back. Oh, it's so annoying. Okay. There we go. Okay, now we should be good. You guys could hear that, right? Okay. Anyway. My hair didn't look bad. It actually looked good. Oh, shit. Bro, my thick hair, it never grows long like that. Jesus also had long hair. True, and Jesus was a Jew, so maybe I could have long hair if I really want to. Maybe I could do good. I have very thin hair. Oh. I go back to college on Monday after 4-year hiatus. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. And Timmy says hell yeah too. Hell yeah. That's fucking awesome, bro. Good for you, man. That's one of the hardest things to do. I've never done it, but I can see how it's hard. Like I've known people who have done that. I know people who do that, and it's going back to school after you take a long break, bro. That's intense. That's awesome though. Good shit. Oh, we can't use headbutt here. Well, I have a lot of hair and it's very thick and it could get really long over time. You have thick hair that can get long. That's pretty cool, man. I have thick hair, but it just turns into like an afro. Well, I never tried for like a very long time, but it usually doesn't get that big. Yo, Streamlabs is here. Oh my god, that's so cool. Anyway. Oh, someone on my Discord had the nerve to ask who's excited for school. Bro, what do you mean? You gotta be when you get older, you'll be missing school. All right, maybe not, but maybe yes. All right, the first thing I want to do is do the goldenrod things, which is in the next town. Streamlabs, shut up. Check out the VODs channel. But actually, check it out if you want to watch a VOD that you missed, a stream that you missed. All the streams, most streams are there. All right, what route is this? I think we could get a new Pokemon here. Let me see. Yeah, this is Route 36. I think there's a Pokemon here. I don't hate school because of all the classes and work. I hate school because of other kids. Oh. Well, that sounds like a you problem. I'm just joking. That's that sucks. That honestly sucks. I'm trying to get a good view of I have all these notes down for today for the Pokemon adventures today. I'm trying to get a good view of the notes, but seeing chat also and seeing the game all at the same time. Pretty intense shite, you know what I mean? Wait, can you guys... Okay, that's... Ooh. That's not good. Alright, boom. I can see almost everything now. Same. Yeah, school do be like that sometimes. You know? And for me, middle school was like that. I hated it because of the kids. Not that everyone was terrible, but like, I just hated those vibes with the people. But high school was great for me. So, you know. You know, it's a back and forth type thing. Wait, this is Route 35. And this is Route 36. Do we have Route 36, chat? Nuzlocke tracker. Route 36. Oh no, we didn't do Route 35 encounter either? What the fuck? What the fuck? We didn't do Route 35 I need to do too. Shush. The time is now. I think you put that last time too. Oh, okay. So there's a 1% encounter here. There's a 1% encounter. And there's also a TM that I really, really need for the gym battle today. You guys will see why I need it. So we're going to go for the 1% encounter. Yanma in this area. And hopefully not verse too many people. 1% that we get the Pokemon we... Let's see. Will we get Yanma? 1% encounter rate? Nope. I mean, what did I expect? That's Yanma, Route 35. I have to like write all this stuff down. When you play Nuzlocke, there's so much information. Somebody that I used to know. Oh, is that a remix? But we need to get Payback. Payback does 50 damage, but it doubles in damage if the opponent hits you first. So it's also a dark type move, which is perfect for the next gym. Thank you for the follow, Slayer.
Hello there.
I appreciate it. Beat my Gen 4 only single stage Nuzlocke for Platinum, so that was just using Pachirisu, Carnivine, Spiritomb, Rotom, and Chatad. I sacrificed Carnivine to Flint, and then I barely won against Cynthia. Hell yeah, man. Damn, 3 HP. That's pretty intense. Bro, good shit. Cynthia's like the hardest champion ever, so that's really good. Was it original Gen 4 or the remakes? Shish, because that's very shishy, you know? Oh, I don't know if this is Payback. It's not. We have to go further south. I don't want to verse trainers that I don't have to verse. Oh, you said Platinum? Oh, my bad. You did say Platinum. Oh! Wait, that's really intense. I've never actually played Platinum. I played Diamond and Pearl, but I've never played Platinum. I've heard that in one of the hardest battles is when you go into the it's not an ultra hole, whatever, into the other dimension against that boss guy with blue hair. Bro, I forget all the names. That's crazy though. Carnivine, Spiritomb, Rotom, and why'd you? Oh, because it was only single stage. What was the hardest part about that challenge, Cynthia? Distortion World. Hey, Distortion World. Oh, Abra. Yeah, we're not doing single stage right now. That's intense. You put this song on, Jimmy? Wait, I knew you put it on. I forgot. I'm trying to get progressively better at Nuzlocks. I've done like 6 Nuzlocke. I started with the regular one, too easy. I went to hardcore Nuzlocke. They're pretty challenging. And then this is a Gen 2 only hardcore Nuzlocke. Most major battles were pretty hard. That makes sense. I mean, Spiritomb is mad good though, right? I'm just trying to think, like, how does Chatot, or however you say its name, I forget. How is that useful? Doesn't it kind of suck? Cynthia was the hardest? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I just did a Pearl hardcore Nuzlocke. And it wasn't like single stage or anything. It was just a regular hardcore Nuzlocke. It was hardcore, but... And that was... It wasn't insanely hard, but it was pretty intense. I tried to play it when you went live. Didn't work, though. Oh, I thought you added it beforehand. I deleted it because I thought it was from yesterday. My bad. That's my bad. Why are there so many wild Pokemon? I'm literally just trying to get... There it is. This should be payback. Let's go. We're going to need that for the next gym leader. Dandan Takunaru. Ooh, new Japanese song. Better sound amazing. Alright, we got payback. We got everything we need from this route. We're not going to verse any trainers, obviously. We're going to push the national park. Wait, can we get to the national park south of here? This is the game that I have the least experience in, like, over the years. SoulSilver. And Heart Gold. Well, technically, I never even played, I never played SoulSilver. I played Heart Gold when I was a kid. I got the choice specs in Celestic Town, so definitely gives a boost. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So that is one of my speedy Pokemon, and Hyper Voice, and Hyper Voice and Chatter. That makes sense. Wait, how much base speed does... How do you even say its name, bro? I feel like I'm saying it wrong. Chatat. I'm gonna look at this. Let's look together. Oh shit. He's actually not that bad. But he's like a glass cannon, bro. He's not tanky at all. Damn. Bro, that must have been really hard. Did you have to reset at all? You probably had to reset a lot. I don't know what specific rules you played with also, but... The typing is really good, though. Because you could bait different moves, right? You could bait, like, ground-type moves and change by changing into him, and ghost-type moves. And bug and grass to an extent. But he's not tanky at all. Jeez. Speed is good. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I had to reset. Damn. Pachirisu baited Earthquake and also had U-turn. Hell yeah. Yeah, being able to bait moves in Nuzlocke is super important, I think. I'm not like a Nuzlocke pro. I'm trying to become a better Nuzlocke player. But it's definitely helped me in past Nuzlocke. Come on. Alright, we got payback, but I don't know. To get to the national park, I don't want to go all the way back to Golden. Yeah, we're just gonna do it. We could speed up. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Let's see. Congrats, though. How many Nuzlocke have you done in the past? Carnivine was important because of Bertha, so super effective damage is important against them ground type rock types. For sure. I mean, being able to do 4 times damage is insane. I honestly think like ground rock types are some of the easiest types to go up against in Nuzlocke, because it's just like you just take out your water type and just smash them. And water types are so common in Pokemon games that like it's just so easy. All right, let's go to like Onyx and stuff, right? You've done like 5 Nuzlocks. Oh, so we have similar amounts of experience. Wait, how many did I do? 1, 2. I've done like 7. Maybe I've done a little bit more. I didn't have a water type in my team. Oh yeah, that's right. You didn't. Well, water or grass type. That's the same thing, right? Problem with grass types are they have so many weaknesses. Should be good against ground rock, unless it's a dual type that gets killed by ground rock. I was just saying water type because water types are super common, and there's a lot of good water type Pokemon. What are the rules you gave yourself for the Nuzlocke? Did you make it like hardcore, like no over leveling, set mode, and all that stuff, or? Let me see what you said. Yeah, because you said single stage, but you love the song? Hell yeah, there you go then. You can thank Chimmy. Chimmy puts some of the best music on stream. And I used to know. What did I want to do? I wanted to look at the map. What am I doing? Pokédex? Where's the... You know what's annoying about Pokemon games? One of the most annoying things? It's like everything is somewhere else in Pokemon. Like the maps, like the items and everything are in different areas in different games. It's like kind of annoying sometimes. Yeah, I'm gonna take the long way to get around, so I don't need to verse trainers. The plan now is to essentially try to get gifted an Eevee. We can't use Eevee because it's a Gen 1 Pokemon, but get gifted it so that we can... am I going the right way? I am, okay. It did the thing. It did the lagging thing. God damn it. No! Bruh, okay. Level caps only held items, obviously, for Elite Four and Champion. I had to make it level 62. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, usually for Elite Four, it's the 4th member's highest level Pokemon, but I mean, I don't think anyone would blame me for going 62 again with single evolution Pokemon, without like evolving any Pokemon. What would be the worst Pokemon to exist in real life? I don't know, bro. They got some pretty crazy Pokemon already. Like Muck is just like they have a Garbodor. It's literally trash. They have ice. They have ice cream for a Pokemon, Vanillux and all that. Like, I guess a microphone. I'm like looking around my room. Like, what would be weird? The worst Pokemon. But worst doesn't mean weird, right? I don't know, man. What if you had a human as a Pokemon? That would be pretty bad. The song's okay so far. Too high pitched for me. It sounds like Hatsune Miku, like the robot voice. I don't like that, but Blunt W is hella good though. Spiritomb had interesting coverage. Had like Water Pulse, Sucker Punch, and then Icy Wind. Oh shit, that is interesting. Spiritomb is like one of... I think Spiritomb is probably one of the best Pokemon for a Nuzlocke because it literally has no weaknesses. Pre-Gen... What was it? Gen 6? That fairy got introduced? X and Y is Gen 6, right? Yeah. I think it was an X and Y, right? So, pre-Gen 6, Spiritomb is a god in Nuzlocke, I think. So is... Well, any Pokemon that doesn't have many weaknesses, right? I wanted a Spiritomb in one of my Nuzlocke runs of Pearl. I think I played... Yeah, the game I played before this was... No! I ran into this guy. Whatever. My level cap's 25. We should be... Oh! That was so much experience. God damn, bro. We're not exchanging phone numbers. Fuck you. Oh, I have to be careful. I skipped too many trainers. Yes, the amazing song. Spiritomb is definitely too slow and no recovery, so I think it was balanced. Okay. What are its like... What are... let me see. I remember looking at it before and I was like, I would love to have this on my team. Yeah, its stats are insane. Like, it has slow speed, but you could take advantage of that with certain moves, right? Like payback. Um, like slow speed is definitely bad, but this is pretty crazy. I mean, HP is pretty trash. Also you could bait so many things with this Pokemon because it's immune to 3 types, which is just crazy, bro. Spiritomb was definitely a good decision, I think. What was your most useful Pokemon, though? Or you mentioned it already, and I'm dumb. That might have... Carnivine, you said, was important. And Pachirisu evaded Earthquake. But what did you feel was, like, overall most useful? Like, most detrimental or dangerous to exist in real life? Honestly, Jimmy, like, there's Pokemon that already exist that if you read their Pokédex, it's like they're already too dangerous to like. You got Pokemon that literally control space and time, and the new games are gonna control the past and the future. Like, I don't know what's crazier than that shit. Like, what's more dangerous than a Pokemon that can control time? Like, Jesus, that's pretty detrimental to the existence of everything. I feel like they already have all of it. Choice Specs Rodham did a lot of work for the E4 and champion. Okay. I could see that. That's cool. What's your next Nuzlocke that you're gonna do? If you're gonna do another one. You know what my favorite thing about doing Nuzlocks is? Not my favorite, but one of my favorite is like passing spinners. I feel like such a god. I feel like a speedrunner. For those that don't know, there are some trainers that spin, that check in random directions, and there's a glitch you could do to pass them. So like this guy right here, when the second he looks away, if he ever looks away, I could go to the menu and then go out of the menu and just walk past him. Like he gets stuck there for a bit. And that's so fun to do. Gorillas. Bro, it takes so long to get to Goldenrod. Maybe I should have just gone through that. Look at these muscles, bro. Sexy muscles, bro. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Wait, can I just use cut here? Yep. I almost made a big mistake. We're gonna get surfed soon as well, which will be nice. Oh, look, I'm practicing for speedruns. You saw that? Amazing biking right there. This is annoying. I think we skipped most of these trainers yesterday, right? That it almost every night. By the way, if anyone wants to add music, you're more than welcome to. This is how you do it. Yeah, we got Hoot Hoot here. It was a repeat. Dancing. Yo, is that X-Slayer 46? Yo, Jack, what's up? Oh, yeah. Oh, he said never mind. How you doing, Jack? That's a great emote. Honest to God, great emote. I think I ended up versing him by accident, so we're good. Didn't verse this guy, though. Yeah. Funny thing is that I use Carnivine for 2 purposes. It uses Choppleberry. What's a Choppleberry? Bro, I'm not good with the berries. I don't remember what they do. Natural Gift to beat the Sneasel, and then after Spirit... Yo, the Sneasel is annoying. After Spiritomb beat Frostlass, it baited Woodhammer, Obama Snow, that's what I say. Doing better watching you. Aw, that's so sweet, bro. Aww. Bro, you could request music, Jack. Put some, that's how you do it. Put some Jackie Chan music. It can tank that as well, and then having enough chip to bait another Woodhammer, which is, I think, because of Resist. Then it can finish it off with Choice Specs Chatter. Hell yeah. Isn't it super satisfying when you come up with a plan that, like, works? No! Shit, that distance was enough to get into a battle? Are you kidding me? I don't want to get too much XP. I don't like these. I don't like this. No, I don't want your number, girl. It's not what natural gift. Yeah, I know natural gift consumes a berry, but that's all I remember from it. I remember it consumes a berry and does some attack. To do a type-based physical attack, which in this case is a fighting type. Oh shit! So you use the berry to change the typing of the attack to get a super effective, to get stabbed, to get super effective damage. Damn! It's a fighting type reduce berry. Oh, that's mad smart. Bruh is mad smart, bruh. What is this song? What was I gonna do? Oh, we don't have access to this yet. Alright, let's just do the daily raffle. Isn't there like a daily raffle here? Yeah. Oh no, if it matches any of your Pokemon. We got... Oh, no. You could get a Master Ball here, I think. Technically, you could like manipulate it, but that's mad work. And then there's one, I think, Celadon department store. You pay 300. Let's not pay 300 actually. I need to keep money. We need to keep money to get Dark Pulse. Dark Pulse costs 3,000 over there. Wait, so I came back here for... Oh, no, I didn't come back here for no reason. We have the national park. How much money do we have? Oh, we have 3,486. Let's go. We might not even need payback. Payback does double damage though. I don't remember what is this song? This song sounds so weird. I never remember the floors for this stuff. X defend. 4th floor. I should just take the store. The medicines. Where are the TMs? Oh, here. 5th floor. Outcast bombs over Baghdad. Is that an Outcast song? I only know like one Outcast song. Alright. Which TM is it? It's a 3. It costs 3,000, I'm pretty sure. Wait, this is Solar Beam. I don't want Solar Beam. Huh? Did the internet lie to me? I'm so confused. There's supposed to be Dark Pulse somewhere here. This is just a trade. I'll look this up. Dark Pulse SoulSilver TM. TM 79. Yeah, it says... Oh, it's Celadon City. I'm an idiot. I'm in Goldenrod City. Wait, this is like the wrong game. Did I look at the wrong game? Or the wrong city, I mean. Yeah. I did. Oh, when do we get to Celadon? Oh shit, that's literally the next region. I'm a dumbass. We don't have access to we don't have access to that right now. Bro, what is this sound? Nah, but seriously, Jack, how's life, bro? That was another way I would beat the blue hair guy, which is Cyrus's Weevil. Yeah, Cyrus's Weevil is mad annoying. With the natural gift thing with Spiritomb. Ah, because it's a fighting type. It becomes fighting type move. And then Spiritomb could tank any moves Weevil has. That's mad good. What did Weevil have again? Furry Swipes? Ice Punch? I don't remember. I finished a Pearl Nuzlocke kind of recently. It's going up on my YouTube eventually in the next couple of weeks. I'm doing all Pokemon on YouTube and a lot of Pokemon on stream. Mostly Nuzlocks. Excuse me. Alright. I think... Yo, this is catchy. What the hell? Okay. I think this is the national park. Or maybe it's not. This is just Route 35. Where's the national park? Ooh, this song mad catchy, bro. Ice Punch? It was Ice Punch, okay. Night Slash, X Scissor, Fake Out. Yeah, that's a scary set of moves, man. That's a scary set of moves. And then when you have level caps, like, it's also annoying, because the level caps are close by to the, to Weevil's level, right? Weevil's level was what? 40? I don't remember, but I remember it being fairly close. Where's this national park, bro? Bombs over Baghdad. This actually sounds pretty catchy. Bro, are you kidding me? I'm such an idiot. This whole time the national park was in between both routes. You know what? Fuck it. We're just gonna verse them, and we're gonna hope we don't overlevel. I don't think we're gonna overlevel. Especially after catching Umbreon, I think we should be okay. Alright. Can I pass her? I don't think I can pass her. Oh, I can. Okay. Can we pass them? Holy shit. Alright, I'll take the single battle if I pass a double battle. Uh-oh. No, my whole team dies to Diglett. My whole team. Wait, what do I do? I mean, it's only level 10, so Rock Smash should be okay. Okay, good. No, level 14? Oh, use Sand Attack. It's using Growl. Does it not have, like, Magnitude? What the heck? Okay, Zubat. That could have been bad, guys. That could have been bad. Whew. Honestly, I didn't have that much trouble not to overlevel because of XP share. 48 and the 8th gym is 50. Yeah, you see? The thing with XP share, though, is if you're like me, I play really dumb. You know how the Dupes Clause works, right? For those that don't know, Dupes Clause means if you go into a new route, usually you can only catch the first Pokemon you see. But if it's a duplicate Pokemon, you could keep trying until you get a Pokemon that's not one you already have or caught, right? The way I play, it doesn't matter if you caught it or not. If it's a duplicate Pokemon, that's your only encounter on the route. Basically, it means we have less encounters per route, and then also we're doing Gen 2 only Pokemon. Essentially meaning that we limited the amount of Pokemon we can catch. So overleveling is really, really important for me. Like, at this point, we only have 3 Pokemon. Since we lost Hoot Hoot. Alright. This is an example of spinners. See? He looked the other way. And now I could pass him. I gotta do that shit with this guy, too. I'm just gonna do it from here so I feel... Oh! No! I didn't mean to do that! I'm playing so bad! I'm making so many mistakes. The good thing is we're getting EVs, and we're also getting more money. So that's good, but... Oh... God, I'm playing like an idiot. Alright. This is the national park, I'm guessing. The dome... From what I wrote, there's 4 trainers you could verse. There's also a 25% chance of getting a Sunkern, which kind of sucks. Sunkern kind of sucks. Obviously, I think that's pretty obvious. We needed we could get Sunflora. We're probably gonna end up getting Sunflora just to get more Pokemon on our team. Sunflora's special attack is actually pretty insane. What the hell? Sunflora is not as bad as I thought it would be. It's pretty decent. So yeah, our hope is that we run into a Sunkern and we catch it right now. And what else do I need to do in the national park? We gotta get Quick Claw. Apparently there's a Whammon with a Persian that gives you a Quick Claw. We gotta get Dig. We don't have to get Dig, but Dig might come in useful and use. And we gotta get Soothbell. which increases your friendship. Wait, do I have to verse this guy? Oh, no. Okay. This is the dome. Okay. I honestly, I don't think I need to use the dome at all. I don't want to verse trainers right now. Oh, here it is, National Park. Let's go. Sad you didn't get Dunsparce. I know, right? What? How many chances do you have to get Dunsparce in this game? Maybe we'll end up getting it later. Okay. We gotta find a woman. There she is. So she should give us Quick Claw, which is pretty crazy. Let's go, Quick Claw. Alright, I'm just gonna give it to a Pokemon because we don't have... Oh, we have Miracle Seed? Oh, we can't use Miracle Seed really on anyone. We'll just give Quick Claw to Killer for now. Alright. We're good there. Does she verse people? Oh, I don't know. Alright, so we have a 25% chance of running into a... 25% chance into running into a Sunkern. Only Dark Cave. Oh, I skipped the Dark Cave purposefully because I think I was looking at encounter rates and it looks like it's better from the other side of the Dark Cave. So I'm just like, oh, I think I'll just go on the other side. All right, I think. Something like that. Dig behind the fence. Oh, I think there's dig behind this fence maybe. Let's do it. Ooh, rock climb. Let's go, Soothbell. That's better than dig. Now we just have to get dig, and then we're gonna try to go for Sunkern. It must be somewhere here, right? Yo, thanks for the 100 bits, bro. Gozaimasu.
Chimmy_Jungus cheered Dex 100.
Thank you, Chimmy. Low-key Morty is scary Gengar with Shadow Ball. Yes. So we got really lucky against Miltank somehow. But I planned before stream today for Morty. We're going to get the gift Eevee from Bill. Then we're going to evolve him with high friendship at nighttime for Umbreon. And then we're going to teach Umbreon payback, which we got, which does 50 damage. Hey, thanks for the gifted sub, bro.
Gifted 1 subs.
Damn. I gotta play on guitar now. And it's the player! I love player. Yeah. Payback should hopefully hard carry. And Umbreon is pretty bulky. But we'll see. He also doesn't get hit by most... Oh, and I'm gonna use Taunt also. So that they can't use Hypnosis and like Dream Eater and stuff. Wait. We gotta sing the song for the sub. Bro, my shirt matches. Thank you for the gifted sub, Dina Pickles, and thank you, Jimmy, for 100 bits and 300 yesterday. Okay, now we're back. Bruh. Slayer is probably like, what the hell? We do some weird streams here sometimes. Weird streams, weird things. Fuad. My cousin had a friend named Fuad. Alright. Behind the fence. You look at this. Thanks for the muscles, Chimmy. We got Dig. Hell yeah. All that's left is Sunkern. The other thing we could do is headbutt trees, but I count that as like the same. Is there anything here? Not you, Mareep. I've never seen you do that, Ping, but it was great. Yeah, every time we get a sub, I play music for them. That was a banger. Thank you, bro. I trained for that one. Alright. Do I go into tall grass or short grass? I actually don't know if the encounter's rate changes. And I don't care. We're going to take the risk. We're going to take the risk, baby. Who do we take the risk with, though? Oh, we already had dig? Oh no, I thought I saw dig. I think Zip Zop is the best here because we could Thunder Wave and Growl. Are we gonna get it? Are we gonna get Sunkern? No. God damn it. Oh, that's kind of annoying. I mean, it was only a 25% chance, but it would have been nice. Oh. Route 35. What did we end up getting? I don't remember. We're going for a Yanma, and we got... And it froze. Oh, no, it didn't freeze. Way, yeah. Oh my god. This website is freezing on me, bro. Look. Oh, there it goes. Sheesh. This is a Nuzlocke tracker, so I just know. So I track everything, you know? I make sure everything is looking chill. Looking chill chop. And National Park was kind of sucky. Next, bug catching contest. So in the bug catching contest, all the Pokemon are Gen 1 Pokemon, but if we get first place, we could get the Sunstone, which would be nice if we had Sunkern, but we don't have Sunkern. Second place is Everstone, which we don't really need. It would be helpful, but we don't need it. So we're just going to skip that. Fuck it. We're going to go to Route 36 now, I think. Yep. Let's go Route 36. There's 2 trainers we have to verse here, I think. This guy has an Abra. And we have a 5% chance to catch a Stantler. Yep, this is the guy. Oh, he went straight to Kadabra. This should be a one-hit KO, yep. There we go. Alright. Yeah, here's just Stantler. So will we get a Stantler? The moment of truth. 5% encounter. It's basically a deer Pokemon. If we get this Pokemon, our chances of not resetting go up by a lot. That's essentially all y'all need to know, okay? Stantler, 5% encounter rate. Will we get you? Holy shit! What? We actually... I did not expect actually running into a Stantler. What? Oh my god. Okay. This is good. This is really good. Now I just have to not screw up. Oh, I almost used Thunderbolt. We're gonna Thunder Wave and then go into Growls. Imagine being so pog. I know, right? That was like literal, like so lucky. Don't choke. True. I think any move I do on her will kill her. So I gotta be really careful here. I'm gonna throw a ball. Let's just see if we get lucky with a ball. Oh, I had a fastball. Fastball? Is that like a quick ball? That makes it easier to catch fast Pokemon. Oh, it's not. Yo, Phoenix, hello there. How you doing, bro? We just ran into a 5% encounter Pokemon. We got 9 Pokeballs and 11 Great Balls. It's kind of sussy baka. Come on, will we get lucky and catch this? First Pokeball, full health. Yeah, okay. That was expected. Alright, it has Astonish. Alright, I'm gonna push Growl, because it probably has like Stomp or some physical move. So we gotta lower its physical attacks to do as much damage as we can. Without dying. Oh shit, he has a Leer. She has a Leer. Alright. Do I want to go into Killer? What moves could I hit with? Oh, I could use Mimic. Mimic copies the move that Stantler does. All right, let me look. Let me be very smart about this. Let me be very smart. Yeah, let me be very smart. What I'm gonna do now Shit, I spelled killer with a capital I. I'm such a dumbass. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna look online on the calculation right here. And I'm gonna see if we could catch Stantler or not, essentially. Or if we're gonna kill it. So it's level 13. And we have a level 20 Sudowoodo. So, basically, the question here is that if we use Flail, if we use some of these moves, can we use it without killing it? Right? I don't want to screw this up. What moves does he have? Low kick and mimic. Okay. So as you guys could see here, low kick will kill it. Rock throw could possibly kill it. And flail might be the best thing to do now. I actually don't remember what flail does exactly. It does more damage to lower the user's HP. Okay. So that's why it doesn't do much damage right now. Which means we have full HP, so flail is the right move here. Hey, quick claw! Already came in use. It should do like 20 damage. Okay, good. So we have 60 out of 62 damage. I think flail still shouldn't do that much damage. It should do like around the same amount of damage. Damn, quick claw again? I mean, we should be probably faster anyway. Okay, this is where things get a little tricky. We could do like 42% damage if we crit accidentally, which won't kill Stantler, right? So, actually, a crit is what we want here. If we crit, he'll be in red HP and we could catch it. If we don't crit, yeah, we didn't crit. Now it's a little harder. I mean, not impossible, but harder. Alright, let's use a great ball. We have 11 of them. Come on. Come on, let's get Stantler, baby. We need more Pokemon. God damn it, bro. Just stay in the ball. I gotta buy more balls soon, too. Come on. Oh, yes! Oh! Let's go, baby! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Oh, we caught Stantler. That's fucking awesome. All right, what do we nickname it? Let's go, right? What do you guys want to nickname her? Any suggestions from chat? Heartbreaker. This is Route 36. 5% chance. Route 36. Still a dick. Addicted to you. That's funny. Name it Chimmy. Aww. Any other suggestions? I was just joking. Chimmy could be good. Let me just write it down so I don't forget that I caught a Pokemon on this route. Route 36. Stantler. We've been getting really lucky on this Nuzlocke, which is good. All right. Wieners? Bro. How about Chimmy Wieners? How about that? Actually, Chiminers. Chiminers? Chimeiners. Name it Buck You. Buck You. Chimmy Buck. Why don't you want it to be named after you? Phoenix was like, name it Chimmy, and you're saying name it Buck You. Fine, that's actually a good name. What do you guys think? Buck You? I like that. Yes? Okay, let's go Buck You. Buck You. Buck You, bro. That's a long name. Buck You. Alright, Buck You, you're on the team, baby. Now don't die. Pokemon. Watch a Dynex battle. I don't. It shouldn't. I hope not. I mean, I don't think it's that bad of a Pokemon. Every Pokemon PNG. It's gonna get bucked up. I see why you named it this now. Alright, Stantler. You guys are seeing behind the scenes. This is how I add the Pokemon to the bottom of the screen. But I only had 3 Pokemon there, so now I have to add Stantler. Look at his ass, bro. You got a nice ass. Anyway. Oh, I love this song, bro. Good song. Good song. And then watch, I put a filter. Just like she's an Instagrammer. Make her more saturated and cute, I guess. I don't know. Turn it inside out, yeah. Gonna make her a little bigger there. There we go. Don't stop me now. I'm really surprised we got that. I'm like kind of thinking what to do now. Now we have to go to Route 37 and Stantler's a 30% encounter in Route 37. So I guess I guess it didn't matter too much, but I can't believe we got a 5% encounter. That's just insane. Let's go heal up our team first, actually. I also love this song. Hell yeah, it's a good song. Bro, I'm telling you, Chimmy knows the music, bruh. Don't stop me now. Having a ball. Come on. Come on. Alright. We've been in this city for super long. What is this place called again? Violet City. Okay. So in the next route, I think we're just gonna headbutt trees. We're gonna look like weirdos and headbutt trees. We already versed the guy here, right? Oh no. Yeah, so this is Route 37. There's a 30% chance to catch rat. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, this is a spinner. We might not have to verse them. There's like a 37% chance, a 30% chance to get Stantler, so pretty useless for us. When do you get experience share in this game? What the heck, bro? There's no experience share, Sag. Oh. SoulSilver XP share. Where and how do I get it? Mahogany Town. Oh my god, that's like... It's so annoying, this game. Like, most games you get experience share pretty early on. This game is like much later. Alright, we're gonna need to train Buckyu though. Alright, let's do the trick. I messed it up. There we go. Let's go. Oh, this is a dead end. Shit. I'm an idiot. This is a dead end. I thought I could go from here. Wait, did we run into a Pokemon? And I just completely, like, forgot? We did, didn't we? La 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 la. Look away! There we go. Thank you. Yeah, we did run into Pidgeotto. I would love to catch a Pidgeotto. I forgot to headbutt trees. Whatever. Okay, we got Stantler. It wasn't a Stantler anyway. Route 37. Inside out, yeah. Okay. There we go. Shit, so we have to get into a double battle here, bro? Ew. Don't you want me? I don't know what these trainers have. Fuck it. Fuck it. Oh, we have low kick actually. Will flamethrower kill? Oh, it had 1 HP, bro. What? Hey, what? Oh my god! They're doing so much damage. Okay, okay. If that's the last Pokemon, we should be fine. Ah! Oh my god, she crit! She crit the double slap! We almost lost our starter. Oh, that was so dumb. I'm playing so dumb. Oh my god. Wait, holy shit. Can I switch out? I can. Whoo! We almost lost Sil, bro. I gotta play smart. Pounds should be fine. Yeah. Oh, that was scary, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Now we're walking with a goddamn tree, bro. Gotta take it on the other side. Almost lost Sil. That's the second time this Nuzlocke that I almost lost him. The good news is, I think there's only like 1 or 2 more trainers on that route. And then we should be Gucci. We should be in the next city. And in the next city, we get closer to our goal of getting Umbreon. Oh, having 5 people on the team will be so nice. 5 Pokemon. Oh, excuse me. I don't believe it's fair. Oh, I almost ran into the double. Holy stucky mushrooms, bro. Oh, nice music. Alright. Alright, that was actually a small route. I thought that I could have just kept going. I thought there were more trainers. Alright, we gotta headbutt trees. Alright, we're gonna headbutt some trees. Wait, let me buy more potions, actually. I mean, more great balls. We're good on potions. We gotta headbutt some trees, baby. Oh! We got an encounter. What is it? Execute. Execute is Gen 1, right? Yeah, it's Gen 1. Sag, we can't catch it. But that was fast. Pokemon popped out real fast there. Which is good. Bye! Alright, so we did that. We need to verse the Team Rocket Grunt, which will have a level 12. We might use Buckyu just to level him up a bit. Or level her up a bit. After that, we're gonna talk to Bill. Oh, no, let's talk to Bill right now. There he is. Yo, that's Bill. The science guy, bro. Don't you want me? Me happy now. Blend W. Bye-bye, Bill. Oh, he has such a nice hairstyle in this game. The new crocodile bar. Till I found you. Alright, basically you talk to Bill, and then you have access to Eevee when you go back to the other city. So, but before we go back to the other city... Actually, no, we might as well go back and get it now. After that, we're going to verse a Team Rocket Grunt, verse a bunch of trainers, and then verse the rival. We got to be careful, though. Don't you love me? Want me? Alright. Oh, that was bad. This is Violet City. There's so much traveling. Oh, it's so annoying. New area in Genshin's coming on the 24th. Nice. Don't you let me, baby. Wait, when was the last update for Genshin? Enjoy the silence. I shall. Bro, I always forget where I'm going. Oh no, I'm going the right way. Like, it's the map is confusing. I'm too much of a dumbass. You know, now that I think about it, I think I'm getting better at drawing. In July, I doubted my abilities, but now that I've drawn multiple times a day for the last 5 days, I think I might be getting a little better. Bro, practice makes better, bro. Like, I suck at Nuzlocking, but my first Nuzlocke, I was even worse than now, believe it or not. Practice definitely makes better. Don't you want me? Wait, was this golden? Oh no. See me, don't you want me? Okay. Here we go. Hell yeah, bro. Don't remember, don't really care because we're getting a forest and a desert. You're getting dessert? We versed this guy accidentally, so this doesn't matter. This guy we did not verse. No! Oh. I'm playing so dumb. Look the other way. Oh, okay. There we go. And we already versed her. Bro, it's so tricky, bro. Like, when you skip trainers, you know? There was one trainer here. No! It's so tricky, see what I mean? Tomorrow I think I'll post the female character design I made today. Nice. You think I like the design? And if I don't, I'll tell you. I'll be an asshole. Nah, I'll just tell you. Alright, so supposedly he's somewhere here. Where's Bill? Oh, I know where Bill is. He's in the other house. We need to get Evie. That is the plan right now. What the hell is this? Oh, it's a fortune teller. Me baby, don't you want me? Oh, oh, Bill, where are you? Bill, the science guy. You stupid ass. Where's his house? Desert. Oh. Sweet. Where's Bill? Bill Goldenrod. You should visit his home, which is Billy? Whoa, what is this song, bro? Oh, it's on the west side. Sweet. Is this the music video? I'm 25, actually. I am an entertainment lawyer. Where's your house, Billy? Emotion. Oh, here's your house. God damn, Billy. Oh, what's up, Billy? Just do something for me and take this Evie. Give me Evie. Let's go. Well, what are we nicknaming Evie? It looks so cool. And we're gonna get a new system. Oh, what do you mean by new system? Guys, what do we name Evie? Maybe we name Evie Chimmy. Traveler? What, as a Genshin thing? Alright, we'll name it Traveler. Or A. I like Traveler. It's gonna turn into an Umbreon. I'll go Traveler. Traveler! Wait, I should have done it like this. Unless you guys have better names. Nah, Traveler sounds good. Traveler. Hell yeah. Name it Evie. Ah, that would have been good. Too late now. It's Traveler. Or Tesla. Since that isn't Evie. Electronic vehicle. Ah, you're so creative, Jimmy. God damn, bro. Name it Eevee Slave. Oh, because of the delay. I'm such an idiot. My bad, guys. My bad. Next time I'll wait longer if I remember. Or a Squeak. Wait, why Squeak? What does Squeak do? We got 5 Pokemon! Chicken your ass. Bro, why is there a girl like talking throughout this song, bro? It's mad weird. The new system is the new area has something so you can talk, so they might add voice chat. Oh, they should add more co-op stuff. I feel like you can't do much in co-op. Kind of lame. If it was an MMORPG where you could verse other people, then that would be sick. You just liked Squeak. Squeak! We got Squeak on the team, baby. Let's go. I'm about to save the game. We already did a whole lot of good shit in today's stream with Eevee. I think I scared Slayer away with my sub song. The dang delay. How dare it do that? Yeah. I'm sorry. Next time I'll wait longer. I didn't realize the delay was that bad. Sweet puss. What? All right. So what we got to do now is we take Eevee. All right. Oh, we don't put it up front, actually. We don't put it up front. But we take Eevee. Bro, what is this, bro? What is this? It's such a weird ass song. What? That's not the. Is that? That just sounded weird. We're gonna give Soothe Bell, which gives friendship level higher. Pink, your wife and kids are burning inside the building, and he would be too late to save them. Well, I don't get delayed because I see your guys' messages. Y'all are delayed, okay? So, yeah, good song. Drop it like a taunt. Drop it like a taunt. Such a good song. I'm kind of tempted to just verse this guy. Oh! What? Oh, he has a level 2? The hell? Oh shit, level 13. Please don't use self-destruct. Please don't use self-destruct. Okay, I'd use tackle. Oh! Alright, we verse these two. It's more like I could say, Phoenix, people are burning up in your house. You'd be like, what? Oh, what hat do you want? Oh yeah, I took off the other hat. My bad. Taco. Oh no, you don't have much of a delay. Yeah, go save them, bro. Just keep the browser running so I could get, an extra viewer. Ugh, another hat. Was that delayed? How was it? Was it? Not really. You don't have much of a delay. I guess it depends on the person. Bro, I can't do this shit, bro. Oh my god. I gotta put this hat first. And I gotta put this hat on top of this. Let's go! That's the best way. I think I found a game that you might like. Yeah, Pokemon. I'm just joking. What game? What game did you find? Alright, here it's pretty easy. Let's not run into the double battle here. And we're in Ekrutek Town. Oh, level 15. Alright, we were able to run away. Alright. We have to increase Traveler's friendship. Apparently, it's by walking with him and talking to him. Walking apparently gives it a lot. Your mom simulator. Taco first, then chicken? No. No taco first, then chicken. That doesn't fit on my head. It literally will fall off. And you won't even see it. So what we have to do is we have to have Evie first in the party, and we have to travel with him a lot. We also have to battle with him a lot, okay? Or her? Was it a her? I think it's a him. Oh, it's a her. No, it's a him. So that's what we gotta do, and then next level, it'll evolve into Umbreon. The unfortunate thing is, there is no goddamn experiencer in this godforsaken game until later on. So, we're kind of forced to just have him in the party for now. I don't know if we're going to verse the 4th gym today, actually. I think we're going to be having to train a lot. So, we are going to verse our rival, though. Probably. Yeah. Next is the Burned Tower. Oh no, we have to verse a Team Rocket Grunt first. Our Pokemon are not the best level spreads. Let's verse the Team Rocket Grunt. Hey! Stop dancing. Show me a hula dance. You gotta go to Alola region for that, bro. What the hell? Oh, let's do this battle. The game is Sword Art Online, Hollow Realization Deluxe. Oh yeah, you love that game, right? Is that the one you bought? Poison doesn't kill us, right? We're a rock type. What should we use? Low kick? Low kick did nothing. Poison gas missed. Rock throw? There we go. I should have done rock throw twice. Good Charlotte? Oh, I thought that was Charlotte. Did you guys ever read Charlotte's Web when you were a kid? I read that when I was a kid. Good times, good times. They were okay times. They were times. How about 2 of SAO because they both had a sale? So yes. Oh. Sword Art Online Hollow Realization Deluxe Edition. That's a lot. Do we? I think we get Surf now, or maybe later. Does she give us Surf? Oh, this guy gives us Surf. Bro, it's kind of crazy that we get Surf so early on. Surf is an insane move. And you get it like pre-4th gym. In Fire Red, Leaf Green, you get it like 6th, 7th gym. Yeah. What's your favorite piece of literature? Mine is Jane Eyre. I don't know who Jane Eyre is. I don't read as much as I used to, but I used to like Narnia a lot when I was younger. Who else? Ooh, when I was reading a couple of years ago, I go on and off with reading. I haven't read in a while, like new books, but what is that book? There's this one artist. He talks about like psychology stuff. I'm trying to remember his name. I literally have the books right here. You should read Jane Eyre. It's a great read. What is it about? 11, and you can choose your own weapon type. That is pretty cool. What is it? If anyone guesses it, that would be crazy. Psychology. Let me get a synopsis. Okay. It does 95 in this game. No one can learn it. Okay. No one can learn one of the strongest moves in the game. That's okay. I know you have a katana, bro. You showing me a picture. I think Ethan also has, or yeah, Ethan. Someone else also got one. Ah! Books. Look at that book. In the game? Oh, in the game. And in real life. Nice! ETS Katana, so ET and me will have an epic battle. Hell yeah. I just checked. I'm a dumbass. I read a lot of different... I don't really care about the author that much. It's usually the topic that interests me. So I don't really have a favorite author. I was looking at my books. I'm like, oh, I really like this book. I really like this book. But they're different like types of books. I like psychology-based books. Novels. The first in 2 or 3 parts. Okay. First person narrative. North of England. Jane's childhood, where she is abused. Her time as governess. Oh, so it's kind of like an autobiography. Is it a fantasy or is it real? Yo, what's up, Asta? What happened? We got Evie. Yeah, that's it. And now we're gonna verse our rival soon. And then we're going to get Evie to evolve into Umbreon. So that's just gonna be a lot of grinding while I talk to you guys. And if we get Umbreon fast enough, we'll verse the 4th gym and we should be good. You have the high ground. She falls in love with her mysterious lover, employer, proposes to her. Okay. Bro, doesn't that just ruin the whole show? You're telling me everything that happens. The whole story. Where's the tower, bro? Here's the tower. Let's go. There's 2 trainers you have to verse here. And your rival. It's fiction? I don't really like fiction that much anymore. I got out of the fiction stuff when I got older. I don't know why. It feels like a waste of time for me to read it, which is... It's not a good mindset, but... I like Hans Rosling's book. But it's not... I like a lot of nonfiction. I've been here the entire time. I just left for a second because my mom entered to see what I was doing. Oh, okay. Now you're good. You didn't miss much for a second then. Phoenix was just talking about a book. Favorite author. I had to read it for my 12th grade English assignment. I loved the book. Maybe I'll get into it. I want to write suggestions that you guys all give me for books, movies, whatever, and then one day like read it all and or like watch it and stuff and tell you guys what I think. But it might be one day in the long, long future. So let me write this down. Jane Eyre. Okay. I will write it down. Just log in the game and the tree looks cool. Same with the bridge. Nice. You are Ping. I heard rumors that Suicune lives here. Take a look at the basement. Suicune is there. I could go down, but it would run away. Oh. I think your rival versus you if you just start going there. So, let me see. Let me look at the walkthrough. I actually semi-prepped for this rival battle. Come on. So we picked Cyndaquil. He's gonna have a Ghastly at first. I think we could Thunderbolt the Ghastly to death. So this should be an easy battle. I'm not even worried about it. Fuck it. We're gonna do it without prep. Oh shit, Zipzop is leveling up too much though. Maybe we go straight in with Killer. The thing is, Killer could die. This is a little hard. Because Ghastly has Confuse Ray and Mean Look. Mean Look forces you to stay there. If you want to read a book that's not modern and won't rot your brain, I recommend The Scarlet Letter, Wuthering Heights, and Jane Eyre. Wuthering Heights and The Scarlet Letter, especially Wuthering Heights, sounds very familiar to me for some reason. I love the Warrior Cats series. It's about cats. Okay. Weird Al. Ah, you can't play it. Ah! He literally disabled it. Interesting. Anyway. I'm kind of scared for this battle. I don't want to overlevel Zip Zop, but I think Zip Zop could actually kill everyone. So, I mean, Syl with Flamethrower should be able to do a good amount of work too. You know what? Let's do it. Let's verse our rival. Let's do this! Ah, we could lose, but I think we have better Pokemon. A battle with Team Rocket Grunts is right for you. Damn, what an asshole. Shanks. Goddamn Shanks. This is pre-Scar. This was before he got his Scar, so he's kind of an asshole. It sounds like they're saying Little Ping. Little Ping! Little things, I think they said, but I could see that. Alright, Flamethrower 1-hit KO, please. Flamethrower does a lot of damage, right? 2-hit KO. I just don't want to get Hypnosis. Hey, 1-hit KO. Let's go. You suck. L+ ratio. Shit, he went straight to his water Pokemon. Which is, I mean, it's not the worst thing. Zip Zop, I hope will not overlevel. He should use Water Gun. Use Scary Face to decrease speed. That's actually not good. But it could have been worse. Let's go for Thunderbolt here. Again? What a dumb Pokemon. What a dumb trainer. Stupid Shanks. 1-hit KO. Hell yeah, baby. Easy. Alright, we got Syl leveled up, okay. And Zips Up didn't level up, which is good. Yes, he took out Zubat for some reason. We're going to be slower here. And he missed Supersonic. Bro, we're getting super lucky. We're getting super lucky. Damn. Oh, this is going to be the easiest. This is going to be really easy. Hell yeah. Next, we just need to verse. We need to get Umbreon on to verse the 4th gem, and we should be Gucci. We're just gonna switch out to Syl here and Flamethrower for the dub. No! Why are you supersonicking? Alright, I'm not taking risks here. We're gonna switch to Zips Up. I think Magnemite might have Sonic Boom. Has Thunder Wave. Ah! Another annoying move. We're switching out so we don't get confused and hit ourselves. Oh my god. Bro, it's like he knew I was gonna switch out. Is he gonna use Thunder Wave again? If he attacks us, then... No, Sonic Boom always does 20 damage. Oh... We can't get Supersonic though. If we got Supersonic, we could lose. Oh my god. Thank god he missed, bro. Jesus. Flamethrower will definitely kill. Sure, I played that really smart. If I didn't switch out and I was confused and I hit myself and that Magnemite used Sonic Boom and crit, like that could have been really bad. But it's not, because this guy sucks. Oh shit. Zip Zop. Yo, get out of here, Shanks. You're not freaking God of the Sea. I'm the Pirate King. I don't know. Let's go. Pirate King. We need to get Taunt as well. I love how he pushes you out of the way. Such an asshole. Alright. Huh? Oh wait, they're all Gen 1 they're all Gen 1. For a second I was like, wait, I could catch a Pokemon here? I completely forgot they're all Gen 1 Pokemon. What is this version? Down. I have a question. What's up? Gonna run away. Wait, is it farts? What the hell is this? Oh, it's so random. I do not watch Love is War. Nope. What is this song? We're gonna train here with Sil, actually. I think we should be fine. Because we're gonna train with Sil, and then we're gonna go back to train Traveler. To get Traveler a high enough level. Wait, what item is that? Is that Taunt? Is that the item I'm looking for? Eat it. Eat it. Eat it. I'm gonna use Headbutt here. He flinched 2 times in a row. I was so lucky. Oh, that's an antidote. F. F's in chat, boys. This one is a Charmeleon, I think. Yup. Dragon Rage. Holy shit. Wait, we might actually die. Dragon Rage always does 40 damage. Why does he have Dragon... Oh, he has Emperor too. Oh my god. Thank god he didn't use Dragon Rage. Oh. What the hell was that, bro? That was very unlucky. We're gonna put you up at front. Icon for Hire is also a great band. You Can't Kill Us is my favorite album from them. I was about to say, so song request, but then I realized you did. Alright, I think Taunt is here. Thank you. Oh. I literally risked my Pokemon's life for no reason. That was so dumb. I'm just gonna heal them up. Eat it! Eat it! We're going up. Jump King time. Just eat it! Eat it! Alright. Eat it. Alright. Do we need strength for Taunt? Bye. Bye, doggy. Bye, doggies. What cute doggos. He's like, you asshole. So we can race the vibe like a burr. Ooh, got chaka. Oh, I just got chills, bro. I don't know why. He went away. I need a life. No, I need Taunt. Is this Taunt? Bro, I'm like picking up all this shit. Nothing is Taunt. I didn't think I would need it. That's why. I gotta see where it is. Beautiful emotes, bro. I'm done a feeling. Huh? Why is Eevee there? Oh, I forgot to drag Eevee down. Sorry. Bye. What did I want to type? Oh yeah. Taunt SoulSilver. Hey, Lotus grows. His hydrate looks kind of sussy, bro. Elix Forest. Burn Tower. Wait, so I can get it in the Burn Tower. If I can for sure. Yeah, that looks mad sussy baka to me, bro. I am very tired. I ate too much spaghetti. And now I'm very tired. Wait, do I not have strength? What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? No! I don't have it. Maybe I already have taunt and I'm a dumbass. Guys, you guys want to bet money I'm a dumbass? Watch, I already have it. Okay, I don't have it. Never mind. Didn't Panda do that to you when you dyed your hair? Yeah, bro. Nah, he was licking me. Best song from Guardians? I don't know about that, but it's definitely one of the best. The blue one is better. I forgot what it's called. Do you still have your maid dress stream? Yeah. My maid, let's see. It should be somewhere here. I don't remember which one I did it in. One of these videos has the maid. One of the subathon videos. What day did I do the maid? It was like day 5 or something. When I close one? No, it was like day 6. I don't know what to do, so I touched her and schmooed. I think it was after karaoke I did maids. Was I bald before or after karaoke? Shave head. Oh my god, it shows me shaving my head when you hover over it. Oh, that's cool. That's so cool. Oh, that's why it has 14 views. Because you could see me shaving my head. Huh. Where is maid? I don't know. It's one of these. I should have named it maid. It might have been one of them that I couldn't upload. Some of them I couldn't upload, unfortunately. It just didn't work. After I woke up, I put on the maid. No? Oh, this is literally just me sleeping. I don't know, man. I'm sorry. Maldo's with bald.
Hello there.
I don't remember. What's up, Big A? Did you like the movie yesterday? It was weird, bro. I didn't watch all of it, but... How you doing, BK? We were looking for which day I did the maid thing, because Phoenix wanted to check it out for research purposes, I think, you know? Research purposes. And now I'm trying to get taunt, but it looks like I need strength. And I think I get strength after the 4th gym. Strength. SoulSilver. Oh wait, I could already get it. Never mind. But I don't think I could use it until I beat the 4th gym. When can you use strength? SoulSilver. Shout out. Was it 3rd day? I think it was after. Wait. I want to hear this. You're like, shit. But nice. I think it was past the 3rd day, to be honest. For science. Science is importante. Alright, can you use... Yeah, you can only... Oh, we could use strength. Wait, we could use strength. Alright, we could get taunts now. Okay, that's good. That's good. It was 4, I'm pretty sure. Oh, there you go. Number 4. I don't want to look back at that travesty. I don't want to be reminded about that. It's kind of annoying that I have to teach these moves to Pokemon that I'm using. Shadow Claw. Holy shit. I didn't know Shadow Claw was so easily accessible. And now we should get strength. Please don't cry. Hell yeah. Okay, thank you. I gotta write that down, bro. Shadow Claw and Strength. Sheesh. EP, look, I'm not looking, bro. I've seen it a billion times. So where's day 4 on the... Yeah, it's just day 4. I think it says day 4 on VOD's channel. Sumimasen. I don't want to experience that again. I will tell you what I do want to do. I want to get rid of these HMs on my Pokemon. It's really frustrating. We're going to put Hoot Hoot. He died, so we can't use him, but... I just want to see if we could teach him Strength. Please. Bro. Oh, I'm tired of teaching my Pokemon Strength, like all these HMs. That's what's really annoying about Nuzlocks in old games. A lot of people just catch another Pokemon, but I feel like that's against the rules. Oh, BK, do you have that on your desktop? How'd you access that so fast? We're gonna have to teach Strength. I mean, Strength is 80 damage, so it's not the worst thing. We'll teach it to Killer. And we'll take out... What should we take out? Mimic could actually come in use. Low Kick is our only move that's a fighting type move. Rock Throw's not bad. Flail could do quite a bit of damage too. I don't know what to do. I feel like I should just take out Mimic. Mimic is a risky move. And his speed is not that good anyway, so we're going to take out Mimic. And now we have Strength. It's in my clips. I made it. Oh. That makes sense. PP, please. I'm not going to look. Fuck that clip. I don't care. I've seen myself twerk so many times, bro. I've seen it too many times. There's a day 2, 3, and then 5. No. Also, that one was too long. You'll have to check it. You'll have to check it on the Twitch channel, though. Alright, let me see. Now you're gonna start spamming that video. What are these songs? Contact video producer. Bro, I'm sorry. This is not I don't like that. That's not a song. I'm tired. I'm sorry. Yeah, so if you go into the VODs, the problem was that if you look here during the subathon, sometimes I forgot to pause it, and the streams went on for 13 hours. So you see, this stream went on for 13 hours, and YouTube doesn't let me put up stuff that's 13 hours long. So unfortunately, this won't be on the YouTube. Like, I tried splitting it, and YouTube still didn't let me do it. This is more than 12 hours, so this didn't let me do it either. There was like 3 streams. 3 or 4 streams that were more than 13 hours. And then this one. This is day 7. Day 7 might have been the day that I put the maid costume. They said day 3, day 4. I thought it was later on this stream. Here's day 7 also. This, yeah, here. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. There it is. It was day 7. So I need to find, maybe I will do that. Split sub bids. Yeah. Laundry calls. Alright, thanks for the lurk. Ha, fail, Nathan. Nah. These clips are from the wax. Oh, nice. Nice, now I can research for science. Bruh. Chill. Chill. Sussy Buka. Sussy Buka. Phoenix is Sussy Buka. Alright, we're gonna get Strength now and then train the shit out of Eevee. And by train the shit, I mean run back and forth until she evolves. Wait, I'm a dumbass. What did I just do? What did I just do? Make sure to use paper. What? What does that mean? All right. Oh, I get it. I'm supposed to push this one and then push that one. Oh my god. Taunt, yes. We got taunt. And then what is this? Oh. Huh? Oh, it's just another way to get back. Oh, okay. Why did I shave my user paper to write? Oh, for research? Yeah, for sure. I shaved my head because we reached enough subs. We were doing sub goals. So for like 20 subs, we do this. For 40 subs, this. 100 subs, that. And one of them was to shave my head. That's why my head is like... I mean, my hair grows back super fast, but it's like... You know, it's kind of like... You know? It's kind of like, you know? Nice thing. The right bald master. So yeah. So here we could go all the way back, or we could just put Traveler up front and check him from periodically. What I do want to do though is I want to level Traveler up and then verse the next gym. In order to do that, we first have to go. We have to go all the way back to Goldenrod City again, unfortunately. Or was it? Ah, it's actually not far. Especially when you could just speed everything up. Look. Okay, this is where I have to be careful. I versed these two, but I don't want to verse the double battle. Oh! No! Fuck it. Who cares? Fuck it. We need the XP anyway. And the money. Alright, now we come here. There's this house that tells us how much our Pokemon loves us. And the more we walk with it, the more it'll love us. Was it this house? No, it's the other house. There's no way to cheat this either. Which is kind of annoying. Not that I want to cheat so much, but, you know. I think certain cheats are fine. Like the game corner cheat. Oh, I think it was here. You should treat it better. It's not used to you. Yeah, so we have to run back and forth with Eevee. Amazing content time! I'm so tired. Oh, I ate way too much food. Do you guys get tired when you eat too much food? I definitely do. So I don't know if biking with him counts. I don't know if I have to walk with Eevee. So we're going to test it out real quick. We're going to bike. And we're going to go back. And see if she changes what she says. I know if you walk with it, it'll go up. The love will go up. You should treat it better. It's not used to. Or we could actually just train it. Which is probably the better thing to do. Let's train it. Yeah, we'll verse all the guys now. They have low-level Huh? That's a high-level Pokemon. I'm gonna go Thunderbolt here. We don't want to verse again. What's with all the... Oh, no, Fire is good. Fire is the best. Okay. So right now, I don't care about versing these guys. Because biking back and forth is annoying. And we could use the... it's like not a big deal this time. Because we're a higher level. So it's very nice. I skimmed through all the Dave 7 VODs and I don't see the maid part. What do you mean you don't see the maid, bro? Lick is an annoying move, bro. Mareep. Why are you still alive? There you go. Ayo, we actually did all that. We can't use surf yet. This is probably the annoyingest part. Okay, so we could train here. Because Eevee is level 5. Let's just get a little closer. What do you mean you didn't see it? I showed it to you. Look at the beginning. It was towards the beginning of one of the VODs. Na, 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 na. Okay, these guys are level 7. We gotta train where there's lower level Pokemon, bro. These guys are too high level. These guys are too high level. And every step is a goddamn Pokemon, bro. I want to kill myself in a video game. Oh my god. Bro, literally every other fucking Pokemon. Ah! Just let me get out of the cave. Jesus Christ, bro. Anyway. We have a solid team. Wooper! I wish we had Wooper. We have a few more chances to get Wooper, but these Pokemon are too high level, bro. How far back do I have to go? Now I'm going too fast for my own good. Alright, there we go. Ooh. Na 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 na. I'm your Spotify playlist today, guys. Did I just go all the way around when I could have just gone this way? I'm actually a dumbass. But it's okay. Now we gotta train here. We gotta train. Okay, these guys are level 4. We need to get the low... Oh! I never versed these. Bye. 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 I'm gonna buy a repel, bro. It's every 3 steps there's a Pokemon, bro. Like, why? Why? Oh. Alright, this is the lowest level Pokemon, right? That I would be able to find. Literally the first route. Oh my god, it's so annoying. Can you just let me run away? Okay. Traveler, it's time for you to frickin' train. You only have tackle. Oh. I mean, tackle's not terrible, but... Oh, that... Oh, Traveler's pretty bulky. I didn't expect that. Expected it, him to be a little worse. We might be able to level him up and evolve him sooner than I expected. He's already level 6. So this method of training is much better than oh shit, he's level 6. Is much better than certain other methods. Because like instead of rare candies are faster, but if we don't need to train that much, then doing this is better. I mean, we have to regardless here. Because Eevee needs its happiness higher, but like we also get EVs. Eevee gets EVs, meaning that we get our stats boosted a little by actually versing Pokemon. So that's a good thing. I'm a bit over the genre. I listened to their Alien Youth album. I like this song, by the way, guys. And it was okay. Their new stuff is better. Like this song and Monster. I like this song. What I figured out is if you verse Pokemon 10 levels lower than you, you're usually good. Alright, I'm gonna be in the Discord if anyone wants to talk. I am tired today. I don't know why. Na 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 na. I will be in streaming. Na, 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 na. That's a very catchy song. Na, 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 na. It sounds like na na na, you know? Na 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 na. Papa don't preach. I'm in trouble deep. Papa don't preach. I've been losing sleep, and I made up my mind. I'm living my baby. Oh, that did a lot of damage. Yo, who would want to talk to you and we could hear this awesome music? Fair. Yo, what's up?
Hello.
Hello. How you doing, Nathan?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm tired, but I'm doing good. I'm training my traveler, bruh. Bro, I'm excited for Dinell. Oh, yeah. What were we going to say?
Nothing.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I'm excited for... You're playing a lot of hero songs. Don't think I didn't notice. I was just like... I was wondering if it was an artist for a second. I'm not going to lie. But now that I see it says Foo Fighters, I'm like... It is not.
No.
I need a hero. Wait, you gotta put the Shrek I Need a Hero song. Go ahead, Nathan.
Oh no, my cat is doing stuff.
Oh, okay.
Stop.
Bro. You guys wanna hear something funny, bro? I literally scared away that viewer. I think when I went Avatar State. We're talking about Pokemon and Nuzlocke, and then he's just like, oh. And leaves. Or she. Let's go tackle.
Damn.
I know, right? I've had more than 2
PP
song
is
quests.
scary.
Sorry, Chimmy. Hey, listen, if you get VIP, then you could have more than 2 song requests. I don't know. That's a bullshit. I don't know if that's true. Welcome back, BK. How you doing? How you doing? If you want to talk in VC, let me know. I'm so tired. Oh. Enjoy the storm. X-Slayer, yeah. At least I think he left. Oh,
Hello there.
if he didn't, that's fine. That's fine too. Like he could lurk, you know. I just hope I didn't scare him. How long are you streaming for? Yo, what's up, Timmy? Any Snapchat responses? I'm streaming until you come back. The second you come back, I'm probably gonna end stream. I was joking. I'll say another. I'm pretty tired, but like another 2 to 3 hours probably. I got. Oh, my cousin showing me a gaming keyboard. Rip me. I'll be sure to never come back. Then you can never end. Let's go. So why are you still here? I'm joking. I'm joking. Probably another like 2 hours. Nah, bro, you gotta just message her again, bro. Or just give up, I guess. Minecraft sucks. Like hockey pucks. Bars. I thought you
Minecraft
just...
sucks. Just like PP the noob.
I'm not a noob. I'm a little bit of a noob. Holding out for a hero. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Jimmy. This is the stream that never ends. Yes, it goes on and on, my friends. Bars. Bro, Chimmy is with the bars yesterday. He had some crazy bars. I think it was Chimmy. Maybe it was Dinell. I'm losing brain power. Yo, bro, get that brain power. I gotta take a shower. I just full on asked her, but she didn't respond. I guess it's time to give up, bro. That's messed up, though. Why can't she just at least say, yo, I don't like you or something? Guys, I'm doing another subathon. It starts right now. If we got 100 subs, then I stream for the next 10 days. Straight.
Bro.
Oh, yeah, what's up?
Bro,
Bro, did you hear what I said?
I did. But bro, guess
Yo,
what?
chicken butt?
12 hours.
12
Well, actually 13. 13 hours.
What's 13 hours?
Guess what? It's in 13 hours.
Guess what is in 13 hours? My aunt's birthday.
No.
It is.
Is it really?
Yeah, her birthday's tomorrow.
Happy birthday to your aunt.
Thank you.
What's her name?
Sylvia.
Sylvia. Happy birthday, Aunt Sylvia. Hope you're having a good one.
No,
Cheers.
she has COVID right now.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Hopefully you get better. But happy birthday.
13 hours.
Oh, she has a beer?
She has a what?
She has the beer? Corona?
Yeah, she has the beer.
I have
Just drinking it.
Modelo. She has Corona, I have Modelo.
Yeah. Shimmy has age. Those bars are from a show called Lamb Chops Play Along. Oh, I don't know that show. Yeah, fuck that girl, Timmy. Well, you can't. Then you're pretty young, so maybe don't. But you know, I mean like the other thing. Is that Dinell or Timmy? Bro, there's no way you can't tell who it is, bro. It's Dinell.
I cannot tell. Not my fault. They
it's-
sound the same to me.
It's Dinell. My arthritis flared up.
BK, do we sound the same? If she's still here.
BK left to go to the store.
Oh.
Jimmy has a chungus. That is true, and that's really hot.
Jimmy does have a chungus.
That's Timmy. What's up, bro?
Jimmy does have a chungus.
What?
Jimmy.
I'm getting confused now.
No, I would just join and then say something that you said, and see if they thought it was Danelle.
I think we sound the same.
I don't.
I can't do a voice.
BK, I don't think they sound the same at all either. I don't know.
I don't think we sound the same either.
Like sometimes they sound similar because they're both like monotone, like they hate life and stuff. But
Someone on Snapchat added me, and their name's BK.
oh,
Don't add them back.
BK?
Phoenix, did you DM BK? Kind of sus, not gonna lie.
I'm getting so confused.
All right, so
Yo,
basically,
want a battleship? What? Never mind.
a bit later I'll be down.
I might not be.
Oh,
We'll see.
okay.
Oh, but guess what? Guess what happens in 13 hours?
You get pregnant.
No, this game comes out called Lamb of Colts.
That was like a horrible game.
Oh, didn't you
Oh,
like
dude.
tell me about it yesterday?
It's coming out 13 hours. I'm hyped.
Let's go.
Oh, are they still live?
I'm
Yeah, Inky is. They're playing Mario Kart.
it had a Metacritic score of like who's playing Mario Kart?
Inky.
Inky.
Can I play Inky?
Go join.
Go join. Why are you trying to kill me, Joker?
Oh, are they
Huh?
streaming?
Yeah.
Shortchange Hero is a good song.
I'll let them know, but I unfollowed.
Wait,
Oh
did you
my
actually?
God. I'm
Yeah.
Why?
I just did it for memes and I forgot to follow.
I DM'd VK the
Oops.
female character design. I'll share tomorrow.
Alright, sorry.
Ah.
Sorry, Ping, but I'm gonna go play Mario Kart with them.
That's okay.
What was it? What is it? It was like an Inky or something like that?
And Inky, yeah. You
Alright.
forgot to tell us what. I can't tell the difference. They sound the same.
I'll be here but quiet.
Oh, wait. Before you leave, do you know? Say.
I'm not gonna leave. I left the stream. I didn't leave the chat.
Oh, okay. So say, why are you trying to kill me, Joker?
To who?
I don't know. Chimmy wants you to say it.
Say that again?
Yeah.
Why you try to kill me, Joker?
Yeah.
Say it again. What was it? I'm not in
Yeah, that's
chat.
what it was.
Why?
I don't know.
Why you have to make it awkward? Just repeat it.
Bro, that's what he said.
Whatever.
Why are you trying to kill me, Joker? I don't know.
Oh, why are you trying to kill me, Joker?
In a deep voice.
Why
Why are you trying to kill me, Joker?
Joker. Joctor. Joctor.
When a girl kisses a girl, the world celebrates. But when I kiss my homies, I'm called gay. Society breaks down.
Is
Something
that
like
from
that.
something?
Yeah, it's like a meme about the Joker. It's like,
What's the Joker?
never mind. Nice try, Joker.
Now back to
Alright.
leaving. I'll be back soon. Okay, bye, BK. Thank God that you'll be back soon. Ah. Mario Kart.
Denell.
What happened? Is he doing something Silsy Baka?
No.
Oh. I need help. I can't tell if download or Denell is just. Oh, that's what you meant. Yeah, Denell.
She's saying, what are you guys trying to do this time?
Oh, Inky.
Yeah.
Wait, what'd she say?
I said, what are you guys trying to do this time?
I'm trying to play.
Yeah, she said after those 4 races, you can join.
Oh, wow.
Level 15. Uh-oh, this too high level.
She's doing the cup things.
I see. So she doesn't want to play with us.
Not right now. She's kind of good.
I don't
Better
think
than you,
so.
Ping.
She's playing against Calm.
She has more
She's-
hours than me, so.
Have you ever
she's-
played me, Timmy?
No, because I don't have a Switch.
Bro, so why are you saying
Wait,
better
then
than
what you
me,
saying,
Timmy?
can I join?
Because she is better than you. She's first place right now.
So I would be first place.
You're-
Bro,
I'm
she's
way
playing
better
against
than you think.
computers.
Did you watch the stream where
Dinell, you actually got better, yeah.
I
I
got
need a
second
hero.
behind Gamer and I beat him a few times?
Same. I think you're slightly better than me now, to be honest.
I am
Keeps
slightly
driving on the
less good
snow.
than Gamer.
She keeps driving through the snow.
I'm always so close to beating him.
What the?
You mind saying that one more time?
She can't drive.
Why do you want to kill me?
Sorry.
Why,
That
sorry?
was a good one though.
Don't be sorry.
change-
Larger than life. What?
Yeah, why did you change your name, Danelle?
I know,
My
right?
name's always been Danelle.
Danelle 03 Pickles. Yo, Liam's there too.
What?
Yeah.
Fuck Liam.
No, he's been there. He was there for like an hour.
Oh.
He's only been there
Why does
for
everyone
more than
like
an hour.
Mario Kart is poo poo?
It's because it's Inky playing it.
Oh yeah, Enki is pretty cool. What has he said?
Um,
Oh, I just linked you the
just coaching her.
VOD.
Why are you so loud? God.
You're loud.
No, you're at like 200.
No, you're at 200. Well, that's your
I'm gonna
fault.
fart in your butt.
And I'm gonna like it.
I'm gonna shit in your pants, Ping.
And I'm gonna like it. Flushed. I'm never gonna clean my pants after you shit in them. That's a lie. I will. You're too
Ain't a
young.
mushroom map.
You know what's
She just
funny?
fell off.
You know what's funny? No one asked. Sorry.
Timmy, you should change your name to Little Timmy 030.
Hold on.
Damn, did you just interrupt Pickles?
Bro, fuck pickles.
Whoa,
Whoa.
whoa. Bro, fuck butter.
Butter's good.
Butter's okay. I was just joking.
Scared the shit out of her.
Oh, you did the scare thing? Bro, she only has
Jump
that at
scare.
200.
I'll...
I would spam that.
She reminds me of BK.
Is
BK
there a
has that,
cooldown?
like 200.
She doesn't have it on a cooldown.
Just keep.
That's a mistake.
Yeah, that is a mistake. She'll learn the
Bro,
hard way.
I missed this map. Remember you used to play this map on the Wii,
Yeah, the mushroom
the
one.
mushroom one?
Yeah. I suck at that map, but I like it.
Get red shelled, bozo.
It's gonna be well in the run.
Whenever you boost on the mushrooms now, you fall off. It never used to be like that.
It does feel different, right?
Yeah, it's a different map.
Oh, okay.
She's went from 1st to 7th.
I told you I'm better than her. I don't know if that's true, but she learned the hard way, just like PP. True. I learned to put cooldowns because of you, Nathan.
Wish you wake up.
And
I
others.
don't like this.
Yeah, after I ate 12 jelly
I got
beans.
auto-modded.
What'd you say?
I said, I think I'm a murder you.
Whoa.
Jelly bean time.
Jelly bean time.
Honestly, it's figures. It's exaggeration or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
jelly bean time, Ping.
Nah, bro. I actually have nightmares about jelly bean time. That's not true, but I hated hearing that. How long are you planning on streaming?
No, it was a bean boozled.
Yep.
Also, Timmy, get a Switch. Play me Mario Kart.
I'm waiting for my brother to buy one.
When you buy one, first game you get is Mario Kart. Second game is
No,
Zelda.
it comes with Mario Kart.
Let's go.
Oh yes, even better.
Wait. Let me answer chat. How long am I planning to stream? Pretty much when you leave Phoenix is when I
I
stop
think my dad's
streaming.
home. I have to go eat.
Oh, okay. Enjoy.
Until he leaves.
No, don't leave Phoenix. I love this. One of my closest friends is his favorite song. Yeah, it's usually 4 to 5 hours. I try to stream a minimum of 4 hours, and then if it's good vibes and stuff, I'll go longer. I want to basically beat the 4th gym by the end of today. So I got to train this stupid ass traveler to level 25-ish. And then I'll verse the 4th gym, and then and then we'll probably play some community games, maybe Fall Guys or something.
Maybe.
Yep. PP eating 12 jelly beans is the best. Bro, I hated that shit so much.
Dominating chat and Jackbox. I should pin your channel. I don't know why I haven't.
What do you mean?
You can pin channels.
Oh, pin. I thought you said ping.
Yeah, pin.
Yeah. Pin it. Guys, pin my channel. You could pin up to 3 Twitch channels. I don't know how to do it, but pin it.
It's you go on the sidebar to the left and then you hover over it and then you press pin this channel.
All right, let's see. You go to the side and then you do what? Sorry.
And then you hover over the channel.
Oh. Let me show you guys how to do this, okay? You hover over the channel, Can I pin my own channel?
Maybe. Do you follow yourself?
I don't know. Okay, I'm guessing I can't. Let's say I want to pin Amaranth because she's really hot. I mean, she takes showers a lot. She's a cool, creative person, right? I come to her channel. Well, I do come to her channel, but
You are sus.
yeah. I press. Wait, where do I do it? The song's from Borderlands 2. Oh shit, was it? I used to play Borderlands 2. Me and Yesek were one of the most richest people back then. True, Nathan. Wait, how do I do it? Look, even she's playing Pokemon, bro. Well, how do I do it? Do you know? She's an entrepreneur. She is an entrepreneur, actually. I want to pin her to me. I want to pin her channel. I think he went somewhere, so I'm gonna press. Let's see if I could figure this out on my own. Bro, what if I just keep it like this? Viewership will double, triple. Yeah, I'm telling you, she's playing Pokemon too, bro. She's a Pokemoner. Community, maybe?
Ping pong. You need to play that game. Smash the pass.
I do. How do I pin her? I want to pin her to me. How to pin streamers on Twitch.
Bus.
What?
You
What?
say you want to pin her to me.
I mean to my stream is what I meant. Yeah. I can't do it. I just want to pin her. I want to teach you guys how to pin channels, but I don't even know how to. Maybe I just can't right now. Look, 2020. Twitch will never do it. They have no interest in promoting small. Well, you know what? Now they can. You could pin people. How do you do it? How do you pin people? Twitter. I want to get pinned. I want to get pinned. I want to pin her. What the hell? Settings.
Pin her? I barely know her.
How do you pin her? How do you pin? Yo, Dinal, how do you pin? Stop ignoring me.
Dude, I told you. Just hover over the left side bar and then it'll tell you. Pin the channel.
Where? Where?
The left side.
Bro, there's a lot of left.
The very left. I don't know, man. I'm not looking. I saw it on your screen. Just hover over it.
What? Guys, am I stupid? Please tell me that you guys don't see this.
You probably are, bro.
Bro, I don't see it. I don't see it.
I think you need to click the 3 dots.
I clicked the 3 dots. It says report. I'll report her later for nudity, but not now. Oh, I love this song. How
And
do I...
also, do not take off your pants.
Done.
Bro, Dinal, I don't think I could do it. I think you're lying. Or I don't think you're
Dude,
lying,
what the
but...
fuck are you talking about?
Bro, it's not here.
Just hover.
I'm
looking at it.
I hover.
I'm looking at your channel.
I hovered.
What the fuck are you doing?
Bro, I'm hovering over her. What do you mean?
No, shut the fuck up. I'm seeing stream now.
No, I'm serious. I am. What it? Bro, even chat is confused. Everyone's saying, "What are you talking about?"
You piss me off.
No, I'm not even joking. How do I do this?
I'm annoyed.
I'm annoyed too. Teach me. No, don't subscribe.
I don't want that anymore.
Teach
I'm
me,
over this.
please.
I'm
Teach
done.
me, please.
I'm
please,
done with you, bro.
Please, bro. I brought her viewership up, bro. Tell me. What is this? Figure this out on my own. Sometimes I'm funny. Wait. Okay. Wait. No. Please. Please. This is listen, maybe you can maybe I don't have the ability to pin. Do you know? Do you know? How to pin
Hey,
Twitch
you're
channels.
that much of a noob that he rage quit.
How to pin channel on follow channels.
Alright, what's up, guys? Marvel's Stream here. I just wanted to show you guys a that I believe Twitch just put out. It's called.
Bro, I don't have it yet. I don't have it. They didn't roll it out to all users, probably. You see, I'm not dumb. It's literally not here. Like, all I can do is tier 3 sub to her, and that's it. Which I'm definitely not doing right now. That was frustrating.
Going tier 3 sub to somebody that will smash a damn cat Pokemon.
I would smash a cat Pokemon.
What?
I'm just
No.
joking. Yeah, I'm allergic to cats.
Oh wait, you are?
Yeah. Baby!
I found a new weapon.
Are you gonna send me an allergic cat so I could die?
Well, I mean, I have a cat right here. I got 2 of them.
I know. You're gonna use them against me and try to kill me?
But I mean, one of them is purring right now, so probably the purr can kill you.
Oh.
Yup, yup.
Leo hero, baby. What happened to the hero songs? You ran out? I was just joking. Those are good.
Okay, I'm racing them. Fuck yeah.
Bro, I don't have the feature yet. Fuck you.
Fuck off.
I don't. I looked at it. I honestly don't. They didn't roll it out to all users. That's why. Bro, you better get first. Beat Liam, bro. Liam sucks. You can't take your breath away. I can be your hero, baby. Yeah. 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 When we get to level 20, which we're almost at level 20, I'm going to go to the 4th gym to verse the trainers. It's like one of the few gyms where you're forced to verse all the trainers.
But baby, wait, do you actually have an allergy to a cat?
Yeah, I have a big allergies to cats.
Oh. Thank God I can't send the snacks to you.
Yep. I pretty much almost had asthma because of cats.
Oh.
Yeah.
That bad?
Yep. It was really bad. I had to go.
Is it due to, like, their fur?
Yep.
Oh, then get a hairless cat.
But I don't want a hairless cat. They're ugly.
Oh, what do you mean? They look cute. They look like a real-life version of Ditto.
I've had a friend who had a hairless cat, and it did not look like Ditto. It looked like it looked
A
nasty.
real-life version.
Good point. Real life version of Pokemon probably look ugly.
Yep.
Yo, I'm a rap, bro. I'ma take a crap, though.
Hello there.
I'm a rapper. Yo, what's up, Frog? Were you looking at bathtub streams? Why would I do that? No. What?
He was.
I'm playing
You were
Pokemon.
looking at gay frogs.
I would never. I was just playing Pokemon, Frog. I don't know what's on your mind. I don't blame you. I was trying to pin her to me. Tier 3 sub also, but... Nah, I don't have money to
No
tier
wonder
3.
why
So.
people don't have money.
Yeah, I would do that as a meme if I had money. If I made enough money from YouTube and Twitch, I would legit do that. That would be funny. It would be worth the clip. I don't need your body, baby. I like that song. When are you gonna evolve, you stupid ass traveler?
Just look up when they evolve.
It's when he needs to have high enough friendship. We need to be better friends. And you
There's
up.
an easy way to become friends.
Hello there.
Yeah, you could run back and forth, or you could train. Yo, what's up, generic? How you?
That's not what I'm implying.
Oh, what are you implying? Oh, to do dirty stuff? You can't do that on Pokemon. How you
No,
doing,
not
generic?
that.
Oh, so what are you implying?
Feed him human flesh.
I don't think I can feed him human's flesh. How's the moving process going, bro?
I absolutely murdered her.
Good. Was Liam playing?
No, I wish
Oh.
Liam was playing.
Yeah.
We would absolutely murder her. You guys should just join just so we can like kill her. Get everybody in stream to play.
Yeah, after I do this Pokemon thing, though. I need to beat
Yeah,
the
of
fourth
course.
gym.
I might try and get Amanda and Doctor.
Let's go. Come on, Ellen. Come on, Ellen. No thank you. That's my cousin's girlfriend. That's kind of messed up. Cousin's wife, actually. Sorry, Chimmy, but that's a no. I'm not disrespectful.
Hey,
Doing-
no, can I just
Yeah, of course.
bet?
Doing good. Just driving back from last delivery. Nice. Nice, nice. Wait, how many hours a day do you deliver? Oh, are you delivering that content? Like me? No, you're not, but you know. Moving is going good, just anxious finally to be done with the process. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, even moving, after you move, you're not going to be done with the process because then you have to unbox everything. Unbox everything.
I don't like changing phones,
Yeah, well, I guess kind of.
but like bigger.
You're not wrong.
So you got to move all your cards to your new phone if you do that. Your email, logging into all your like accounts. Say for example, Netflix, Crunchyroll, Spotify, Instagram.
True. I like this song. I haven't heard it in a long time. Yep. I don't know. When I changed my phones, the guy just touched phone to phone and it just transferred everything. Like signing in, yeah, but it took like 5 minutes. Everything else was there. It was crazy. I was like, shit.
I murder her again.
F. Oh, you don't have Dinelle as a friend?
I feel too powerful right now.
You want me to come in?
Yeah, you should come in. It'd be so funny if you get everybody to just join her. I think it's just me and her right now.
Oh,
I think she needs company.
I'll join after we beat the fourth gym. If she's still playing. I need to beat the fourth gym. I need to. Excuse me.
She chose a map that I'm really good at.
Dinelle, you have to give your friend code to Nathan when you have a chance.
He should just look at friends he's played with.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm there. Go into friend request and like people you've played with, and I should be there with pink hair or as a monkey.
Pink
I forget
Boom?
which one it shows.
My hours just depend on the run I get. So I delivered to 3 stores today, and the run pays 6.5 hours. How many on the run I get? The run pays 6.5 hours. I delivered to 3 stores. Oh, the run is like a 6.5 hour run. What is it like typically though? I'm kind of curious. Or is it like honestly varied pretty heavily?
She's calling me pro. Were you there the other night where she was like trying to play with us Mario Kart and everybody was like, "Oh, we're gonna murder you."
Oh yeah, what do you mean? That was the first night.
Yeah. I'm just killing her. I'm not even that good at this.
Lol. She has. Do you think I could
feel
beat
like-
her?
Yeah, we could definitely beat her.
Bro, I have less hours on the game than her. But I played it when it first came out for like a while, so. Is Dinel Ginel? Dinel is Ginel. Well, now he's Dinel Pickles. 030 Pickles.
Yeah, I gotta switch my name back to Dino. Switch.
You're gonna switch it again? Oh, on Switch you're
Yeah.
saying.
On Switch.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Dude, I'm gonna troll her. I'm literally gonna troll her.
It's a good song. What are you doing?
She won!
It says offline. Are you offline?
I'm not offline. I'm playing Mario Kart. Oh, wait.
Maybe
I
he's
didn't get a
showing
friend
offline. Try to just add that person, Nathan, and see if it's him. It just varies. Like on Saturday, I got a 4-hour to store run. Oh, okay. That must be kind of exciting and kind of like annoying too, because it's not stable, but it's also like at least you know type thing. On average, though, I get 6 hours. 6+ hours. Oh. Also, then maybe it feels good when you get like a 4-hour one. Especially on the weekend. Sheesh. Holding, yeah. Yeah. We're gonna see right now. We're gonna go to Goldenrod City and see how close we are, how close Umbreon is to evolving. We needed high friendship, so I have a Soothe Bell on him, which makes his friendship level higher. And then I've been training him, but he's still a little bitch, a little Eevee bitch. Which is okay, I guess, but we could go for other Pokemon here, too. Yo, what's up, Bean? Bean comes in for that Pokemon.
Yo, Bean, play me in Mario Kart. I'm in the lobby right now. Join me.
Don't join. You'll
Please
lose.
join.
I'm just joking. Yeah,
I'm just playing by myself.
We still have a starter. Join him if you'd like to play Mario Kart. We got gifted Eevee, but we can't Wait, we can't use Eevee. I've been fucking up. It's a Gen 1 Pokemon. You know what? Fuck it. We'll pretend we used whose voice was that? Dinel.
You didn't recognize me? Wow.
Wait, I'm such an idiot. I can't use Eevee technically. Let's just pretend no one noticed that, and we're gonna evolve it, so it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Technically, it would be fine, okay? Because technically, I could increase its friendship by walking back and forth, and then evolve it to Umbreon by switching out to another Pokemon, and that's not using him, and then it would be the same result, same outcome. So with that logic, I think it's okay. If that makes sense. But I'm such a dumbass. I was low-key reading lips. Why are you looking at my lips? Kind of sussy baka. But then I heard Bean and Ping weren't talking. Oh. Bean!
Bean!
Bean! You're sussy? I'm sussy buka. I'm sussy sometimes. Why were you keeping your volume down? Is it because I have a terrible voice? I'm just joking. Think Twice? Wait, do you know the song Don't Think Twice? It's by Bob Dylan, but the Eric Clapton version is so much better. Yo. Umbreon Espeon? Yes. So we're going to be evolving it to Umbreon Espeon. But technically, we're not supposed to use Eevee because it's Eevee. So I'm going to have to evolve it before versing a trainer, pretty much. And the Pokemon Noctowl we lost it for Sudowoodo. The tree that shows off its penis, bro. Well, I guess it doesn't have a penis. It's just showing off its bareness. Yeah, it is. Of course I do. Wait. I sent friend request. Nathan sent you a friend request. Oh, not the Kingdom Hearts one. That one is mad good too, though. There's a lot of songs that, well, just those two that I know of. Maybe the Eve 6 one is also good. We'll see. Hey, yo, look at my character, bro. He's dancing. Okay, so what do I need to do? I need to do you a favor. I need to train Buck you. That's what I need to do. Why does your guy look like that? It glitches. On emulator, it glitches sometimes. Did someone say my name? I thought someone said my name IRL. Oh.
Who would say your name?
Uh.
Who's that behind you?
It's my stepsis.
It's a guitar.
It is a guitar. I can grammar, I promise. I don't know. Why is your guy look like that? That sounds like someone who doesn't know English. That's so messed up. We have a lot of international viewers here. I apologize for my words. Everything. Oh, that's how it ends? That's so dumb. I thought it was gonna go to me or something. Lol, plus. What does plus mean? Police? I don't know. Your English needs to get
Police.
better. Please. Please it. Please and thank you.
That's Paris, but with an accent.
Oh, Paris. Paris.
Ara ara.
Ara, ara. Oro, oro.
Ara ara.
Era. Oopsies. Please and thank you. That's Japanese. Yo, I speak Japanese. Don't you please? I was listening to a rapper last night for like an hour. I couldn't fall asleep. I went to sleep at 4 a.m. again because I'm dumb. And the rapper, I thought I was gonna go to sleep. I was just listening to this guy rap, and then I dreamt
I was
about
gonna
it.
go to sleep.
Oh, you didn't end up going to sleep?
No. I was gonna sleep right now. Take a nap.
Oh.
But here I am.
Here I am. Wait, did you get the friend request from Nathan?
I did not. Let me
Oh.
double check again right now. I'm in a race right now. So
No worries. だんだん速くなる.
also my brother's big head, it's on the top left of the corner, so I probably didn't see it.
Your brother has a nice head.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm losing.
Did you tell your brother how like you showed me pictures of him and it was like really weird?
No.
Oh, okay. He doesn't hear me, right?
No, of course not.
Okay, good. Anyway, where's Goldenrod? I'm literally going back and forth 30 times and I'm forgetting where everything is.
Yeah, she's not that good at this.
Damn, kind of racist.
I
if you
feel
ask me.
bad. She's not using any shortcuts. I'm looking at her.
Oh, I could train
We
here.
could kill her.
Oh, I could literally train here. Oh my god, that's so much faster. Kill her. Kill her. I don't use shortcuts either, though. Yo, bro, do, so, mo, low.
You do.
Only if I have mushrooms. Like, I don't know most shortcuts.
That's what I'm saying. She had a mushroom.
Oh. So you're saying she sucks ass.
Yeah.
Damn.
There was a corner that she could have used mushrooms. Instead, she went the long way around.
No.
The longest possible way.
Oh, why'd I do that? I'm just gonna verse this guy. He's getting on my nerves. You're dying. Yo. That's it? Wow, I could have done that half an hour ago. Goldenrod City, here I see you am. Bro, Bean is so mean to me. You know what
She's
she
mean to
DM'd?
all of us.
Right? You know what she DM'd me the other day?
She did?
Yeah, and you know what she said?
No way.
Wait.
Did she call you like mean names or something?
Yeah, she called me a Jew.
That's messed up, Bean.
It is. She said,
Reminding
hey.
him of his heritage? Kind of fucked up.
Yeah, it was slander. You're right. Kind of messed up. It hurt my feelings. Theater kids. No? How's it not messed up? That was crazy. Guys, spaboiled egg. Kind of cringe. I'm just joking. It's only because you call me blonde like that hurts. Yeah, but you are blonde. Wait, you're Jewish? You always say this. No, I'm not Jewish. I would never Jewish. If you know how I feel. Egg have E, so egg is good. Wait, but you don't have E, Nathan. Nathan doesn't have E. Ping Pong Masters has E. Nathan also good? Thank Nathan. Bean, you literally lost all vocabulary and grammar today. Don't gaslight him. Nathan has an E. Huh? Ugh, Evie only looks sorta happy. Are you serious, bro? Evie, what do you want? What do you want from me? Oh, just get happy, bro. You want me to rub your belly, bro?
Pee-pee,
Yo.
walk from where you are all the way back to the starting town. Then back again.
I don't want to go all the way back and forth all the time, though.
Nathan. I accepted you.
Yes. Okay.
Maybe if we talk in the, maybe if we walk in the national park. Newbie trainer. No, it give Evie items. I did. I'm not a newbie trainer. It has a soothe bell, which increases friendship, and we just leveled it up from level 5 to level 20. But we have a level cap of level 25, so we can't train it too much, and we gotta use it in the gym, but we can only use it as an Umbreon in the gym, because technically it's not a Gen 1, it's not a Gen 2 Pokemon right now. So, I have to run back and forth now. Okay, well, Evie just think you stink.
Down.
Yeah, you stink, Evie. Just like Inky. Sorry, Inky's not even here. God, so mean. I didn't cheat. I just played around the rules that I gave myself, so it's okay.
Sound like cheating.
Nah. You're good, Bean. You're good. Evie! Imagine someone new just comes into chat right now and they just hear Yeah, because I said Evie. E? Guys, spam E in the chats, guys. Hot. Oh. If they said that, I know they would be a keeper, Phoenix. That's how I would know. All right. I think it's like 100 steps for one happiness. Let me read online. How to get golden rod city happiness levels. Let's see. Well, this is silver and crystal. What is this poo-poo? Walking gives you 250 steps, gives you +1. I don't want no massage, okay? Gaining a level gives +2 or +6.
PP, just cheat.
I don't know how to cheat for this.
Look it up.
Nah, I think it's less work to just do it like this. I was looking for a post which sounds the sentence happiness. Oh, here. I get the feeling that it's friendly towards you. Oh, we got it to this number. Okay. So we had it from 50 to 99. Now it's 150 to 199. Yeah, we're making progress. We're making progress. Guys, count to 1 billion and we'll get it. 1, 2. This is the content everyone comes for. See, when I do stuff like this, it's time for us to talk to each other. You're counting, Phoenix? Oh my god! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bro, you're a fast counter. 1 bill. Oh! Okay, let's go see if our happiness level increased. We got to 1 billion. Run faster. Run faster. Where is it? Oh, it's here. Run, Forrest. Run.
Best content. Yes.
Wait, I ran the wrong
Nathan's
way.
playing with me now. We're gonna kill her.
Bro.
I say kill or murder instead of saying beat her and like. I mean beat. It doesn't sound good either.
Yeah, beating a whammon. It's not the best look, bro.
No.
But listen, you do you, bro. I'm not gonna stop you.
We're gonna win these races very effortlessly.
Nice. All right, let's see what the happiness level is. Damn it! It's the same. You counted to 1 billion too quickly, Phoenix. What's the...
1, 2, 3, 4,
Keep
5,
going. Keep going.
6,
Keep going.
8, 9, 10.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I know. I know this.
19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24,
Okay,
25,
bro.
26,
We're not a Spanish-speaking audience, okay?
30, 31, 32, 34.
Uno, ichi, ni, san,
50.
shi, go, roku, shi, hachi. Yeah, that was Vocaloid. I don't like Vocaloid much, but...
Ichi, ni, san, yon, go.
Yeah! You can play whatever you want, Bean. As
Oh.
long as it's okay.
Juni, Jusan.
Why talking about
I'm
Jews,
back.
bro? Oh, what's up, Timmy?
Ugh. Ate too much.
Bro, I just did that earlier,
Oh, now I
too.
can tell the difference.
Ichi, ni, san, shi...
Ugh.
Oh, now I could tell the difference in their voices? Yeah, so...
Only because he ate too much. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he sounds different, actually. You sound more full.
I ate 2 burgers, 1 double patty, 1 not.
Damn, bruh.
Yo, who is this Nathan kid and why is he so good? And Inky says.
But that's so
Uh,
funny. Inky is funny, bro.
Excuse
Inky
me.
is funny.
I don't know if my mic picked that up, but excuse me.
Excuse you.
You're good.
She is lagging really hard.
She is.
Oh, yes! I got the feeling that it really trusts you. Hell yeah! Okay, we're close to max happiness.
He said penis.
Penis! Yo.
Happiness.
Fucking
I don't-
ball
I don't
torture.
get how she's
Oh.
lagging though. It's her lobby.
No, she was lagging before in the AI lobby too. So
Oh.
it's like it's either Switch or
Her stream.
no, because like her game actually lags.
Oh,
I think
that
it's her stream
sucks.
she's talking
She
about.
might have the old because when you see her driving, she fucking drives into the water when she says I'm lagging.
Oh. Maybe that's why. Maybe she's not bad. She's just lagging hard.
Who's Nathan?
Oh, Nathan is my friend.
Nathan is Nathan.
That is true. Bro, these are like old school songs.
A very violent Nathan.
I never know the words though. Oh, I'm gonna run back and forth. Then we're gonna verse the 4th gym. I was a preteen when Vocaloid dropped. I was trash. Oh, you loved Vocaloid? Yeah, I never really liked Vocaloid. I was more of an 80s rock listener. I'm that typical dude with a Miku statue. Oh, I saw Hatsune Miku live actually in New York. I went to an anime con, kind of cringe, and she was performing, and I was like, this is so weird and dumb. But I've grown since then. Now I think it's just weird, but not dumb.
So
Oh,
Pinky's
Vinky.
into anime.
You went to an anime con too? Lol. Mostly because I won it at round 1. Yo, you went to round 1? Oh shit! Wait, we both went to round 1. There's one in Queens, right? Did you go to the one in Queens? Imagine we were
Yo.
there at the same time. That's crazy.
Dude, what are we talking about?
Me and Bean went to the same like Japanese arcade place.
Are we going there?
Oh, never mind. She went in Long Island.
Never mind.
No, because she went in Queens doesn't have it. Oh, so we went to Long Island. So then it was Long Island or Staten Island. Does Staten Island have one? It was an area that wasn't Brooklyn. That's all I remember, and it was in New York. No, I think we went to Staten Island. Long Island, Phil. You liar! Round 1, bowling and amusement in Staten Island, New York. Fun Station, USA. Damn. You tricked me. You trickster.
Yo, Music Park used to be the best, bro.
Oh, I don't like Music Park much.
In Mario Kart?
Yeah. I'm guessing that's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Also my guess, but I can't even find it.
They
It's
didn't
the Leaf one.
They didn't always have one? Oh. I think I went to Staten Island. Let me ask my
I
friends.
don't like Music Park.
We biked there. Yeah, I think we went. I'm almost sure it was Staten Island because we biked there. We didn't like take any transportation.
School starts in 3 weeks.
And we took the Staten Island. We took the ferry. School starts in 3 weeks. Nice.
Then when does your school start?
Watch me beat the shit out of her.
D-
I mean,
wait, Danelle, are you in school?
that sounds bad.
No, Danelle isn't in school still.
I'm not in school.
No, you
No,
definitely didn't bike to Long Island. Yeah, I guess it was Staten Island. You can ask me when my school starts.
Never.
Yeah.
I am thinking of rejoining school.
To do what?
to
Janelle in first
complete
place.
my, I'm always in first place.
That's cap.
It's too easy.
We should all go to the Long Island one.
Dirt.
Yeah, I don't think there's one in Brooklyn.
She ain't the best.
For those wondering, round 1 is like a Japanese style arcade place.
Ooh.
They have them a lot in Japan. I used to go to one in Japan all the time. That was in my prefecture. It's like a 20-minute bike ride away. Oh, that gives me memories.
Yo,
Yeah,
whoever just
they have
those
crane.
green shells, you almost hit her.
They do have a lot of crane games. All right, let's go see. I get the feeling that it really trusts you.
Black Yoshi just got blue shelled, imagine.
Damn it! We still don't have Max.
Holy.
Oh.
Nathan, you're lagging.
I'm a beast at crane games. Are you actually? I actually figured out how to become better at crane games. I have a lot of plushies because I went about a month
Nathan,
ago.
did you disconnect?
Dude, this Eevee hates you. I know, right?
No,
Maybe.
he's still in the game. No, he was just lagging really hard.
Yeah.
No, I did not disconnect.
Oh.
I have a lot of plushies. You went about a month ago. Was it your first time at round 1? Or I'm guessing not, because you said Staten Island used to have one, so. I got all
I want to go now.
Yeah, all the figures you see in the back of my stream, which you can barely see, but you could kind of see. I got at round 1.
I gotta get some from round 1 then.
Yeah. I got some from Tokyo, Kumamoto,
Oh,
I think-
you stole my mushroom.
Kyoto, I think, also. Nah, I've been a bunch. Oh, okay. Yeah. What was the cheapest Did you ever get figures, or you get plushies usually?
She's playing better now.
Nathan got beat by a female.
Unmod
Took my
him.
mushroom.
You're getting unmodded, bro. I'm sorry.
What? No.
Well, you lost to a female.
It looks bad. It's
I'm
on your
s-
permanent record.
I'm just joking, bro. I only kept my.
Yo, you know what's funny right now? Ping is hating women.
Bro, it's a joke, bro. Inky brings it out of me, okay? Literally no other streamer does. I mean, it's not her fault. It's your guys' fault. I'm just gonna stop. I didn't redeem points. I'm dumb. I spent all my money on crane games and music beat games. Nice.
So
Ping
PP
literally.
is anti-feminist
I don't hate
and it hates
females.
Mexicans.
No, I do hate Mexicans, but I'm not anti-female.
Yes, you are.
I don't hate Mexicans. I'm joking. Then I would have to hate like my whole chat.
Yeah, I think you're gonna go to your stream and see what you're saying.
Can't
I-
believe my own generation is trying to trash on me.
Bro, I'm not your. Whatever, bro. I'm playing Pokemon. Okay. Ping. What? Wait. What was the cheapest? What was the? I didn't redeem points. I spent all my money. Yeah. What was the cheapest one you ever got? Bean. The cheapest one I ever got was like $2. I beat it in 2 tries, 1 or 2 tries. Which was.
Oh, she's lagging really hard right now, bro.
Bro, why are you yelling? Oh, I gotta
I'm
lower
not.
you. It's okay. You have to lower me
I
too.
should
I think we're just.
ban you.
No, don't.
Well,
Why?
let's just lower his volume.
Yeah, I lowered it. Thanks for the bit, bro. What do you mean cheapest? Like in the least amount of tries. All right, the moment of truth. Does my Pokemon love me? Ugh. It looks really happy. That's what I needed to say. Yeah. You got Miku on 1 try? Holy shit. That's impressive. I'm good at the little fishing hook grab ones. Yeah. My friend used to be a god at them.
Dang, you fucked yourself over, bro. You didn't say you were joking after saying what you said.
I did. What, she went on
did.
stream? She heard it?
No.
Yeah, she heard
she's
it.
asking.
I did say I was joking. I said I was joking. I
don't
literally
think
said,
so.
yeah, I did. You guys aren't paying attention. Chat, I said I was
Um,
joking, right?
Yeah.
Why
I don't
are you
remember that, bro?
Whatever. Why are you
We're gonna have to go
moaning?
back in the VOD.
Go back. Why are you moaning? Because you found out your Pokemon loves you? Smash or Pass? Yeah, I like that game. My friend wanted a
I'm so
Levi.
dumb. I'm literally gonna lose.
A Levi from Attack on Titan, and she played so many times.
Lose to a woman, bro.
My partner went to the
I
worker
lost
like,
to a woman too.
wait, they gave it to her? They didn't help her? Usually in round 1, they'll like help you. They'll be like, oh, I spent 50 or 60 bucks on one of mine. That was the most expensive one. And usually they'll be like, oh shit, all right, let's help you a little bit. But they literally just gave her it. Bro, she sucks, bro. $100? Damn. No offense to your friend. At least she got it. That's a pretty cool figurine, probably. Levi is cool. You lost to a woman, do you know? That's fine, bro. It's
They both
2022.
did.
Come in here and show me you're better than.
No.
Bro, I'm playing
But you say
Pokemon.
mod me?
I
You
was.
are such a racist.
Yeah, bro, you're both Hispanic.
Bean,
You're both
come in
Mexican.
here. You owe me a
Wow.
race.
You're both being.
No, we're
Wow.
playing Pokemon. Pokemon is cooler. Look at this amazing gameplay.
Not gonna lie, Pink. I'm not even on your screen.
Come where? True. Kind of sussy baka. They're playing an Inky stream. Alright, I think Eevee should be okay now.
Inky's just stealing all your
Damn it!
viewers.
I'm sorry, Bean. My bad. I forgot.
It's kind of messed up, bro. You forgot Bean's Switch was broken?
Yeah,
Wow. Kind of racist, if you ask
It is
me.
kind of racist.
Yeah. I would send it in. Unless you're okay with playing with it like that, but it sounds like you're not. Juice World. Oh, Jimmy puts on Juice World?
I like
But
how
the song-
Juice WRLD's dead, but there's still songs releasing.
Oh, really?
Kind of
Yeah.
like X.
Isn't Juice WRLD dead?
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah. It doesn't
Oh, I
work.
used to love this map.
Yeah, this one is dope.
That
I used to
sucks,
beat my
Bean.
dad in this all the time.
Used to beat your dad?
Yeah, you heard me right, Ping.
Sheesh. That sucks, Bean.
Plus 18 stream. Plus 18 stream.
Oh, Janelle's losing to a woman right now.
That's okay, bro. It's
I'm
2022.
doing it on purpose.
Jesus.
He wants to get unmodded.
This is SoulSilver. I would have played Heart Gold, but I played it in the past. Which one do you prefer?
How the hell did I got blue shelled in second place?
I don't know. Chimmy, you are mad hip.
That's insane. She
Yeah.
must be really laggy.
Oh, I actually played Hard Gold when I was a kid, so I don't know, Bean. I don't know. SoulSilver is pretty good though.
All
I-
Pokemon games are garbage.
Shut up, bro.
Let's throw out a hate. Everyone cancel me.
Get out. Well, I
got
guess
that thing now.
your mod application will always be rejected from now on.
I mean, put one in.
I know, but if you ever do,
Oh.
Nah.
Beans
We're
will
gonna put
my
mod
time to
application
shine.
in for Inky.
do it. No balls. All right, please have enough friendship. God damn it, bro! How much do I have to
Oh,
run?
you fucking lightning.
You guys get hit by that
No,
bomb?
no.
We
Let's
guys
go
got it.
Bro,
No.
can you guys like calm your balls? Chat,
Your nut sacks?
your nipples? Guys, if you want me to silence these nerds,
No way, Danelle just got beaten like that. No
me
fucking
know.
way.
Oh damn!
I don't even know what happened.
Today's a sad day.
She did a little jump over the wheel thing and boosted and just got in front of Danelle in time.
That Danelle sucks.
Literally, I was on the line.
Yeah, literally he was on the line and she just passed him.
Yes, you suck. Imagine eating a packet of macaroni cheese powder with a fun dipstick. That sounds disgusting. What is a fun dipstick?
You know what Fun Dip is?
Nope.
You had no childhood.
Yep. What
Was
is
that not a
it?
thing
I'm
when he was
utterly
born?
disappointed in you.
It's like this candy stick with this powder that you like lick the candy stick and stick it in the powder.
Wait, you stick a long object in,
Now
huh?
shut the fuck
What? That's
up,
what you
man.
said, bro. Like,
It's like a small like
Look
toothpick
it up,
size
ping pong.
stick.
Bro, fucking Timmy's telling you to shut up, bro. That's kind of cringe.
true. Bro, how much do I have to run? This Eevee hates me, bro. Like, I'm running with you all day. What else you want from me?
That Eevee is very right to hate you.
Honestly, if Umbreon dies, like, in this gym battle, I'm just gonna...
I'm on Eevee's
Did
side,
you ever
to
used
be
to
honest.
dupe Pokemon?
Bruh. Did who?
Did you ever used to dupe Pokemon?
Yeah. On the channel, yeah.
Wait, what?
Oh, like, had sex with them, or...?
No, like duplicate Pokemon in a Pokemon
Oh.
Pokemon game.
Yeah, but I can't do that in the Nuzlocke.
True.
Do you know
I mean,
what-
there's no rules about it. is
There
there?
are. I can't use duplicate Pokemon. Do you know what Fun Dip is? Fun Dip. Nope.
Yeah,
Yo,
Fun
look
Dip.
it up,
Willy
Ping.
Wonka.
Ping pong, look it up before you make everybody mad.
Bro, how are you
This
so far
looks-
ahead?
This looks diabetic.
It's good.
Yeah, it's good for diabetes, bro. What the hell?
Okay,
It looks
Gen Z.
kind of it looks kind of familiar. I don't know. Whoa, that's a sussy looking thing. I don't know if I want to show that on stream.
What is it?
It's a long brown object.
Dick?
Not well. I don't know, but yes, it looks really happy. It must love you a lot. Let's go. Finally, Eevee loves me.
Why didn't you make Eevee love you?
So I could evolve it into Umbreon.
Why do you
I
want?
really am far ahead. Holy
Because Umbreon, I can only catch Gen
Ain't
2
not that
Pokemon.
hard, you know.
I'm just gonna make sure it's maxed out because I think you need it maxed out when it evolves. But
Danelle isn't getting unmodded.
Oh no.
oh well.
Or Nathan.
Pink, you should make a bunch of people mod, and then like have a tournament where only like top 3 stay mod.
That would be cool for VIP maybe or something else, not mod.
And then why not?
Why not?
Only do it with people you trust.
What would the
Nathan, goodbye.
what would the tournament be?
It would be
Yeah, ping pong will never get
I
rid
have
of
too
me.
many mods. I gotta get rid of them. Top 3 Mario Kart. tournament.
That sounds
don't
so
know.
dumb. It sounds perfect.
Bro, she's crashing into every wall, Nathan. How have you not?
I
What do you
can
mean
name
in
a couple
second
people
place?
that would be top 3. Just don't put gamer on it.
I will
'cause he would
purposefully
be
put him on it.
cracked.
Don't put me on there.
Flow Rider? Wait, Chimmy is
Yo,
so
ping pong,
hip.
do
Dean
not
could
put
be
me on
there.
there either. I'm hoping you finding everything that people could exploit.
Yeah, he's literally just an exploiter. Nathan.
He is an exploiter.
Yes, but I tell him
Oh,
about
she's
it.
still
You
first
do.
place by 1 point.
And I appreciate that. Alright, guys.
But if
What?
CP did kick me off a mod,
a
I
picture
could
of
only
it.
use infinite points split.
She took a picture of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's so disrespectful.
I'm going for level 21. Oh! And Tay? Wait, what?
Whoa, what are the chances?
What's Entei?
Entei's legendary
Yo.
Pokemon.
Oh, wait.
People's going to lose this one.
Wait. Oh,
Is
it's
it a Ditto?
no, it's not a Ditto. I mean,
Oh damn.
I could use
Not
it if I
yet.
catch it. I could use it if I catch it.
Why is it a Gen 2?
Do you have a master
Yeah.
ball?
I don't have a master. Shit.
Oh shit.
Oh no, I can't. I can't. I can't catch it because I've been on this route before.
Aww.
So what does that mean?
You can only
Means
catch
very-
one Pokemon per route. So I can't catch it. But I'm gonna try anyway because it would be crazy if I caught it. No, I can't.
If you catch it, it means that the Nuzlocke's dead, right? Because you broke the rule.
No,
Well-
he can remove it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I could just get rid of it. But I can't use it if I catch it, basically.
Just do it as a meme.
Watch it kill you, like absolute demolish you.
No, I think it runs away right away. I hope I'm gonna run away. I think it runs away.
Traveler's going to die.
Can't escape.
Aw,
Okay,
a
yeah,
pussy.
it fled. It fled. It flees. Ente Brute? Is that
Damn,
Italian?
Entei's a scary cat.
Ente is a scaredy cat.
Just like ping pong.
True.
Ping, you should join.
Shut up!
pong
I'm
is
playing
too bored.
Pokemon, and you guys are annoying. I'm not playing Mario Kart right now. I had an objective to beat the 4th gym. I'm not gonna go play a different game.
Why you want to
Right, I
be
mean, you could just play, then, come back to, Pokemon.
No! Because I'm recording this so I could edit it for a YouTube video too, so it's just gonna make everything more complicated. I'm a Pokemon streamer now, okay? I play other games too, but Pokemon's my main. And everyone hates it. I'm sorry. Everyone is racist. Well, not
Yeah.
not everyone, but you know.
Yeah. You spread racism, you get racism.
True. All right, I think I could train it here. I think the Pokemon here are low enough level. What?
I know why you don't want to play Ping.
Because I'm gonna lose. No.
Nah, because you hate women.
Well, yes, but I didn't want to say it. I'm joking. It's a joke. Okay, I said it's a
A
joke.
new person just came in our chat and I said that too.
Oh. Did someone come in? Wait, no, I'm poisoned. In this game, I think you could die from poison. I don't remember. 35, 34, 30, 32, 31, 30, 29, 25. Bro, if he dies, I lose Eevee. 20,
Shit, Ping.
Is this how ping pong
19,
Nuzlocke ends?
18, 17. Nah, I'm just gonna heal it. Oh, I'm not gonna take the risk.
I just heard you say it on stream too.
Wait, who did?
Inky.
What, she's listening?
Yeah.
Why is she listening? What are you doing, Inky? I never bought
King Kong got
potions.
caught in 4K.
I did. What's up, Sonic? How you doing? You came pretty late though, but it's okay. I'm at 22 life, bro. I don't want Eevee to die. I don't remember if they die in this one. Okay, we're fine. Oh, I gotta buy potions and stuff. No, you're good, Sonic. I was just joking. How was your sleep? Did you sleep well? Alright, we gotta buy some super potions. I had super potions. Why'd I waste a berry? Did I have the poison heal? Antidote. Where's antidote?
PP is nub.
I am nub. Here's antidote. I gotta buy like... I had antidotes. I'm so dumb. Good. Had Pizza Hut. Nice. I also had pizza today. Better than Pizza Hut. But, you know.
Domino's?
No. It was like... Oh! I ran into a battle. I ran into battle. Technically, I cannot do this battle. So I had to switch out. It was an illegal battle. Let's go. Okay, the moment of truth. The hell, bro? Why do you keep poisoning me? Stop missing! Oh my god. I'm not about to die. Jesus Christ. Please evolve. Are you serious?
Or the traveler might die?
What's going... No, no one's
Or the
dying.
traveler die, PP?
Traveler will not die. Matt, I ran to 7-Eleven and
You said that
No, my
about
Eevee loves me
something.
now.
I don't
Yeah.
know something.
My Eevee loves me now. I'm just trying to... It's gonna evolve right now. Watch. You came perfect timing. You didn't need to run to 7-Eleven. I don't know why you ran to 7-Eleven. Watch this. Imagine you can out Pizza the Hut. If you did all that just for Eevee to die, I would fucking die. I know, right? It almost died to
PP
poison.
company already did.
No, it's not
They
dead.
out Pizza the Hut a long time ago.
Poison Point is the most... Huh? Why does it do so much damage? Oh, he crit. I hate this game.
Hey, yo, BP.
Wait. I think it's gonna evolve now. You love female Nidoran? Female Nidoran's annoying. I like how she looks, but... I don't walk, I only
Yo.
run. Oh.
Yo, BP. What are you trying to imply?
I don't know. Alright, let's see. I can't use electrical Eevee. I can't use Jolteon. I have an electric type though. It has to be only Gen 2 Pokemon. Yes! Let's go! That took so
Hey, yo,
long.
PP.
Finally you're evolving. What?
When are you going to come to LA?
Never. Fuck LA.
Then
I'm just
not
joking.
even to visit your friend? Wow.
I'm probably coming like a year or two. I don't know. I don't have money right now.
Cool.
Unfortunately.
A year or two? That means I'll be gone from then.
Where will we be?
Colorado.
Oh. Maybe I'll visit Colorado. Oh yeah, with your
Bro,
sister,
Sad
right?
Days is so good, bro. What the fuck?
Let's go. We got Umbreon. Hell yeah. We have a team of all Gen 2s. Alright, I'm gonna deafen myself for the 4th gym and then I'll be back, okay? Okay, bye. Oh shit. Okay, it has 49 life. What's with the poison, bro? Like, it's so annoying. Poison Point is so annoying. Alright. Now we could actually use it legally. So, we're gonna verse the gym, the first 4 members. And then we're gonna train in the grass to get everyone to level 25. And then we're gonna verse the gym leader. I know that sounds like a lot of work, but it's not as much as getting Eevee to evolve. That shit took forever. That shit took forever. Why you broughting me? What happened to me? Let's go. Hell yeah. Why do you only run, Bean? Why you do this? Why are you like this? Isn't there a song like that? Or not a song? Where's the gym? Oh, here it is. All right. Traveler should be very bulky. We should be able to push with. Oh shit. It literally doesn't have any good move. All right, we're going to teach it moves right now, okay? Oh my god, what is it? Should we teach Shadow Claw? No, we're going to teach Payback. Okay? Payback does 50 damage and the power is doubled if we go second. So we're going to teach Payback to Traveler. And we're going to teach Taunt as well. So we'll take out Tackle. Even though Tackle could come in use in very fringe cases. All right. Then we're going to teach it... Wait, can it learn Surf? That would be crazy. I don't think it could learn Surf. Yeah, that would be insane. Then we have to teach it Taunt. So Taunt... Taunt forces the foe to use only attacking moves, which might sound really dumb, but in this case it's very smart because the enemy uses Hypnosis and stuff and Dream Eater, which is very annoying moves. Music, noise. So we're going to teach Taunt to... Oh, we could teach it to Killer. Maybe that's a better idea. We could teach it to Killer and then change into Traveler. Should we do that instead? Nah, we're just gonna teach it to Traveler. Let's take out Tail Whip. I don't think we need Tail Whip. And then the last move that I'm thinking of teaching, which because I didn't think we would get this move, is where was it? Shadow Claw. It has a high crit rate. If he can learn it, can he learn Shadow Claw?
Let's go.
Oh, he can't even learn it. Never mind. Let's go. Okay, and now we should theoretically be able to sweep with Traveler. Wait, what the hell? Okay. Level 16 looks so scary. All right, we're going to go Payback. Please one-hit KO. Hey. Hell yeah. This is how we're going to level up to the level cap of 25. Instead of training against wild Pokemon, we just pay back against everyone. Boom. Look how easy that was. Yes. Wants to use Quick Attack. We can take out Growl for Quick Attack. Huh? How am I supposed to do this? Bruh. How am I supposed to go past her? Oh. Yeah, it could learn Shadow Ball probably. You get confused in that Ghost Gym? Yeah, you see how lost I was? I think I can. Shit, it used Confuse Ray. Stop hitting yourself! Alright, we gotta change out. We gotta change out again. Thunderbolt. Damn, Hunter's actually scary, bro. And there's two of them? No, there's two of them. Shit. What is this song? What do I use here? Rock Throw? Oh my god, it's so strong! I might have to sacrifice a Pokemon. Alright, what is this ending for the song? It sounds terrible. Okay. What am I supposed to do? Yeah, Pokemon Sword and Shield is pretty easy. Except the last battle. What do I do here? shit. Okay, I can't escape. Yes! Flamethrower killed in one hit. Thank God, bro. Bro, she was hard, bro. She was actually hard. That was only level 20 Haunter. That was really hard. Wait, that makes me kind of scared for the actual gym battle. Isn't this from JoJo's or something? Or is this Ultra Instinct? Yo, this sounds mad good. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't even watch that show, but bro, I'm actually kind of scared of her Pokemon now. The next Pokemon is gonna be a level 22 Haunter. The Ghost type gym leader is hard as fuck. Yeah, I thought I would be able to sweep with Umbreon, but it might be a bit harder than that. Hey, I did that right. I'm gonna go Payback. Yes, Payback should one-hit KO. Let's go. Good. Not good. How do I do this? Nah. Bruh. Alright. This is the last trainer, and then I get to train everyone. Which way do I go? Wait, you need ghost type types and dark type moves for ghost? Yeah, that's why I taught Traveler Payback. Payback is gonna be very useful here. There you see? Taunt is gonna be very useful as well. Wait, what ability does he have? I didn't even look. Synchronize! Oh, that's pretty good. It's not gonna be that useful in this fight, but oh. Oh, this is the right way. Payback should be easy kills here. Free XP. Let's go. And then the gym leader is above. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Now we just gotta train everyone to level 25, and we're gonna verse the gym.
Copy Jimmy.
All right,
I had no idea what it looked like.
I'm back.
Yo, this person that's in her lobby saying they suck when they get first every round.
Hello. That's kind of funny. Unlurk, welcome back, BK. How you doing?
BK, play Mario Kart with me.
BK, play Mario Kart with Dino.
While watching Ping's stream.
There you go. Oh, I have no moves.
Now watch your
no
back,
moves?
just saying.
About to get unmodded.
Yo, Jimmy's she thinks Jimmy's playing. Nathan keeps switching his character.
Lol. Be prepared for
Sick.
gym leader. Might lose a Pokemon in the gym. I don't think I will, but maybe. You're making chicken wings? Oh!
No.
Take a
Why?
picture of that. BK's making chicken wings.
I suck at this map. He's
Chicken wing,
good.
chicken wing, hot
He
dog
knows
and
this-
bologna, chicken macaroni.
Sorry, Ping.
Why sorry? Oh,
I got,
okay.
I got
Oh,
used to
Earth to
talking
Katie.
since you weren't here.
It's okay.
Oh my god.
It takes so long to train them to level 25. Stantler gives like the best XP.
Oh, she stole my mushroom.
Alright, I'm gonna verse one more Pokemon. Oh, Vulpix might give too much too. Nice song. It sounds cool. Alright, that should be enough. Let's train... Oh no, wait, I'm dumb. I could train them to level 25. Literally could train to level 25. If you got a grass type or bug type Pokemon, I have a name for it. Name it Cell. Alright. We might get a grass type. We almost got a grass type before, but we didn't run into it.
May I suggest a name for a plant type?
Yeah.
Chloroform. Or
Chloroform.
Chlorophyll.
Chlorophyll, go. It sounds beautiful.
Cauliflower.
Cauliflower, go.
That's a good Pokemon name, not gonna lie.
It has
Yo,
to be
who the f-
purple, white, or yellow. Because that's the colors of cauliflower.
Damn. I'll make sure to name it that if I see something. They aren't anything special, just a bag of hot wings. Oh, you didn't make them yourself? Oh, kind of cringe.
Imagine only being in 4th place.
Deep fryer would be nice. Very nice. Can someone send me this song on Discord? Sounds mad good. Manatee. Oh, hypnosis. Oh my
You
god.
guys are crazy for doing 150cc.
Isn't that like normal?
No.
150cc is definitely normal. What do you mean?
No, it's not.
It is.
150cc slow.
Oh, 50. I thought he said 150. To do more?
Dude, he plays for a team.
Bro, he literally plays for a Mario Kart team and he's saying he's fucking trash.
Who is it? What's
His
their name?
name's JJ_MK.
Oh.
He's got Mario Kart in his name.
Yeah, he literally has MK.
Bro.
Timmy, can you write this at the same time as me?
The
What?
song
Bro,
sound,
how
that
can
song
you
sounded
say
mad
you
nice.
suck when you're on a team?
Can you say?
Bro, he's
you
joking.
suck?
Do you guys not get it?
I put
Oh!
2 question marks.
Oh, I almost overleveled. I'm not paying attention.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, go.
Oh my god. Ooh. Zipzop
He's
gets
like, you guys
XP
said
so
it at the
easily.
same time.
They're slightly.
I'm deafening them. They're annoying. Charge! The user boosts the power of the electric move it uses next. Oh, this song's so chill. This might be good for, This might be good for setting up. What do we replace for it, though? Thunderwave? Probably Growl. Welcome back, Nathan. Over the rainbow. That gives way too much XP. How was Mario Kart? Somewhere over a rainbow. Jesus. Troll G. What is Troll G? What you song requested? What does it sound like, though? Oh, I'm kind of scared of Vulpix giving too much XP. I think we're just gonna verse Hoot Hoots. Maybe like 1 or 2. It's okay. I just deafened. Somewhere over the rainbow. Okay. I'm gonna change to Sill. I don't know why Stanley gives so much. Someone in memes in your server said you need to recreate this that I sent. Oh, the maid? Yeah. I'm not gonna recreate that, bro. I was in the maid costume long enough. Many hours. I mean, I have the maid costume right here, to be honest, but... Somewhere over the rainbow. Ooh, this sounds nice. Fall in love with me. PP have a request. What's up? What is this song? Okay, I don't think I could verse another Stantler. Yeah, Stantler gives an insane amount of XP. Gonna verse one more Hoot Hoot. Nope, no more Stantlers. 200 push-ups and made a custom. Nope. I drew 3 times today. I feel accomplished. Nice. Hell yeah. Are you gonna show me after stream today? Or another day? Or tomorrow? You said you were gonna show tomorrow, right? Alright, let's see if he's strong enough not to die. What move do I use? What does block do again? Oh shit! Guys, I could use block to catch Entei. Or Raikou. I would have to be really lucky though. Is it worth replacing a move for the off chance that we could catch a legendary? Probably not. So we're gonna give up on it. Didn't we schedule something today? Yep. That's why I was confused. I thought you wanted to talk today about it. Use it? Nah. I feel like these other moves are more useful though, because we don't have any fighting moves on any of our guys. And like Flail becomes really powerful if we have low HP, and Strength we can't remove, so. Think next year you won't have to do push-ups. Yeah, but I can't even do 200 in maid out. Oh, you're saying when I do the 200, do it in the maid outfit? I could do that. Depends when you end stream, to be honest. Oh, fair. I'm probably gonna end in like an hour and a half to 2 hours. Most likely. If you can't today, you could, you know, show me tomorrow. Yeah, next year no push-ups. If we could lower it to 50 push-ups. If I do get a computer, I'll DM you on Discord so you can help me how to do this for Twitch. Sure. I'm down to help. 100? 69. How about 69 push-ups? And I'll do it in the maid outfit. If you end at 9,
Monkey
then I could
do
probably
okay.
talk until 10.
Monkey do pretty okay.
Wait, what time is it
guess.
in Nevada right now? Thank you, Sonic. Istanbul. Stop missing. There you go. 7:33. Oh, I don't know if I'll end then. To be honest, it's okay. Show me tomorrow. It could be like, you could just show like the pictures if you want. Wait, I should use a rock throw here. Deal? Okay, 69 push-ups in the maid costume for your birthday. I got you, Nathan. Let's do it. Let me lower this. Come on. Okay, only 1 or 2 more. I keep using the wrong move on the wrong person. Let's go heal up. I believe you said a VC. Yes. But if time zones are a problem, then we'll have to reschedule. Yes. Wait, it's 7:33 in Nevada. Oh yeah, it's the same time as California. It's near enough to California. Yeah, you're 3 hours behind me. Oh shit! Killer learns feint attack. That could actually help for the gym. Oh. What do I replace though? Rock throw is kind of an annoying move. Low kick could be good. And flail could be good, but Killer doesn't have much speed. Do I even want to use this? Udo. What if Little Caesars x Pizza Hut combined their pizza and breadsticks? They would be okay. Listen, I'm telling you, bro. In New York, we got better pizza than all of those chains combined. Then we'll have to think of a time that suits the both of us. True. We will. Yeah, his speed is terrible. Oh, I know the song. New York, na 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 na. His speed is terrible, which means that if he had low HP, he wouldn't be able to use flail effectively. So we're gonna get rid of flail. Just write down, got rid of flail. Feint attack could be very useful. I didn't even know he learns it. November 10th, ping the server so they can know. For sure, bro. Oh, shizzle my nizzle, bro. Oh, he just turned 25, so it should be good. I really want Christmas to come already. To get a computer. Why did he put me to sleep? Why does he put me to sleep? This is gonna be good. Yeah, it's gonna be funny. It's gonna be pretty good. Pretty funny. It's gonna be a moment on the stream. Bro, how many times are you gonna put me to sleep, bro? Thank you, Jesus. He's too slow. Where I'm at, I don't get a lot of snow. Last year we had a lot of snow. This year, I don't know. We get a good amount here. I want Christmas to burn. Why do you want Christmas to burn? But the Turks. Yeah, what's wrong with Christmas? I mean, I get it. Like, I want Christmas to burn. Hanukkah's better, but I don't know why you want it to burn. I'm just joking. You're just not a fan of the holiday? Oh, okay. Wait, I think you've told me this before. And you know what? I agree. Oh, did they say Christmas? Why can't I escape? He's so slow. Alright, the last Pokemon we gotta train is himself. Kind of cringe. How about your silence? Get in there. Not a fan of winter in general. I like to make fall last as long as possible. I like fall too, because it's like good weather. Is it because you're Jewish? Yes. Alright, Christmas. Nah, actually I like Christmas. I've done Christmas stuff with friends before. I've done the Secret Santa with friends, and that was pretty fun. Not a fan of winter in general. 3 days of snow is more than enough. Okay. I used to love the cold and snow specifically, but now I still like it, but I don't love it. Oh yeah, who's Lake? There's one thing good about the winter, and that is the cold kills off the bugs. I feel like bugs come into my house in the winter more because they're finding refuge, but I don't know. Maybe that's just in my head. Is it worth training Buckyu all the way to level 25? Or should we add cheats? Guys, add cheats or nah? Technically, cheats are fine because there's no way I could die to a level 6 Pokemon if I keep training with Buckyu. So, I think adding cheats is okay. He's the main character of one of the stories I made up. Oh! Lake these dikes. That sounds cool. I love the cold. My body temperature is finally reasonable there. But yeah, I used to love the cold. Now, I still think I prefer the cold to the heat, but I don't love it as much as I used to. This song is so weird. Lake is a pretty badass character. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about Lake. I agree with burning Christmas. PP, I found something out. What's up? What's up? Sand attack. We're not gonna teach it to him. She loved it and I appreciate it. Well, I'm gonna hate it on purpose. I'm just joking. Still alive. If anybody find me, somebody to love. Let's see what moves he learns. Oh, he learns Confuser at level 23. That's hella good. That's hella good. We're gonna cheat, guys. We're gonna cheat. One of my old teachers was Jew and it was one of my nicest teachers. Hell yeah, bro. Let's go. Anyway. And, oh yeah, Matt, on September, guess what happened? What happened? I can't guess, bro. We have an Apple Festival every year. Games, rides, and foods and songs. That sounds cool. There's no Apple Festival here. Or maybe there isn't. I don't know about it. That's really cool. What type of apples? Every color? Every type? Every awesomeness? Alright. I'm going to use the rare candies. I'm going to cheat. I don't want to bore you guys with the content. And I want to bring you guys more content by cheating. Rare candies. Otherwise, it's just too boring, you know? So let's go get some rare candies. Let me save the game so I don't screw anything up. In case I screw anything up. Nothing's missing. When? That's why Jackson, Ohio is called Apple City. I love how you say where I'm from and then you just say exactly where you're from. Why are so many people from Ohio? It used to be a lot of people are from Cali or Ohio. Is it the hours that I stream? It's like interesting. I like, why Ohio? There are many festivals here. The Pumpkin Fest, Brat Fest, Popcorn Fest. What is Brat Fest? Only brats are invited? Like, what does that mean? Like you too. Here with you. Chanel. Wait, who's Long Island? Or did I hear wrong? You definitely said Ohio. Rip, ignore me. Yeah, I always ignore you. That sounds joking. Bratwurst? That sounds nasty. Nasty. Is that... I know how you sound. I'm just joking, Bean. No, that's not how I think you sound. I'm being a jokester. Alright, let's go to cheese list. Ignore me, wow. Kinda racist. But okay. SoulSilver, rare candy cheat. Apparently, this cheat will remove whatever's in the bag. The first item in the bag. Which is the ether. No, I don't want it to remove. Oh, no, it's not. It's a potion. That's fine. Check my Discord. Give me a second. If I can't think of anything to draw tomorrow, then I think I'm gonna take a break. Yeah, take a break if you need to. That's not bad. Ping bullies women. He does. I bully everyone equally, okay? Now I learned of an Apple Fest. When are you going to stream again? True. Yeah, BK. When are you going to stream again? Or is Discord? Oh, is this the Apple Fest? Oh, Apple Water Tower. Oh, that looks cool. That looks pretty cool. He's a walkie-talkie. He's a touchy-watchy. So hold down L plus R, class items. All right, I'm about to cheat, guys. Time to cheat, but it's not a bad cheat, okay? It's not a bad cheat. I don't even know if it's gonna work. All right, let's see if it worked. Oh, wait, it replaced everything. It replaced everything. I don't like that. Oh my god. Great. Now I have to do this whole thing. It's good I saved. It's good I saved. Hopefully this weekend. Nice. That's why we have that in Jackson, Ohio. Oh. Well, now I know what to do if I ever go to Jackson, Ohio. Apple Fest. All right, I guess it's only one time of the year, right? Meow. And they're all meowing. The hell, bro. It's gonna replace all of this shit. I don't want it to replace all this shit. I bought this with my hard-earned cash and monies. Purr. I think what I have to do is I have to sell everything. That's the only way to make the cheat work without screwing everything up. I gotta sell everything I own. It deleted everything. So if I sell the... Okay, I could use the HP up. I'll just use it on our starter. Makes HP go up. Ether is actually very useful. Revive is useless, and everything else here is pretty useful. So we're gonna sell it. Everything but like a potion. No. Oh yeah. Wait, yeah. Ether is useful for the Elite Four. This song's so weird, bro. Meow. Okay, now we're gonna press the cheat. It didn't work. The cheat didn't work. Wait, I think it worked now. Haha, there it is. So let me see if I could buy stuff again. Is it actually gonna add? Per one burn heal, one paralyze heal. We'll just get one of each of these. Super repel. And an escape rope. Let's see. Huh? It only added the super potions. Wait. Thanks for the lurk, Chimmy. Oh, I like this song. All right. This is a fine. This is fine. We're gonna bring him to level 25. I'm something about you. I like this song. Thanks for the lurk, Sonic. Once I get him to level 25, we're gonna verse the gym and then play some Mario Kart probably. Do I want to teach a takedown? Takedown's actually very risky, and it doesn't even have 100 accuracy, so not worth it for Nuzlocke, in my eyes. Good song, listen to it in school. Oh, nice. Confuse Ray, yes! Confuse Ray is super good. I'm tempted to keep Astonish, but like Astonish could be useful for this battle, surprisingly enough. But Leer, Like, imagine we put the Pokemon Hypnosis, we put it under, and then we try to, like, we try to attack it with Astonish. Well, Astonish probably doesn't do that much. Let's just forget Astonish. There we go. Now we could just level it up to close to... Nah, we could just leave it like this. We're gonna verse the last gym, baby. We're gonna verse the last gym of the day, baby. I mean, it's only the 4th gym, but... Yes, let's heal up. It's a good song, right? Yeah. Na 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 you. No, I'm so dumb. No. All right, time to verse it. All right, now this is the final challenge. Which way do I go for the gym leader? Oh. Oh, there he is, baby. There he is. Holy shabuba. I'm gonna save the game a couple of times. Make sure I don't screw anything up. Not that I can't. If we lose, we lose. But, you know, still gotta save. Oh, this is Glass Animals? Yeah, I like this song. Okay. Alright. Let's figure this out. How to verse this gym. What to do. Oh! I thought we were just gonna go with a quick, using Traveler to carry, but he's not good enough. So we're gonna have to do a lot more here. First of all, we can't teach any moves here, so that's useless. But we can give berries. So I'm gonna give an Oran Berry to Stantler, since we have nothing else to give him. And I'm gonna think. Let me think. Traveler. Can Traveler KO everyone? I don't think so. We might have to switch out. But Traveler needs to take out the last Pokemon. That's the scary part. The first is Ghastly. Wait, what? And I added Poke Showdown on the wrong thing. Oh. Let me do the calculations here. So if we have... The first Pokemon is Ghastly. Okay. And the first... And what we're gonna use is level 25 Umbreon. With... Thief. Oh, Thief will... Not Thief. Sorry, Payback. We should be around the same speed as the first Pokemon. We should be able to take it out. I'm back. I give my dogs their nightly snacks. One of my teachers was Joe. Nice. That's cool that she was nice. I'll do this. Use your grass and rock type. It's not a grass type. It's only a rock type. If it's at yellow, switch. Go to your dark type and use a couple of heals. I can't use heals. That's against the rules. I can't use heals. So I'm gonna bring... That's why this is hard. Let me think. I think I have to go with Payback here. His speed is lower than I expected, so we might get hit. And getting hit would be really bad. I'm like looking at all the calculations. He has a Hunter level 21. Yo, what's up, Tyler? All right, you know what? I'm just gonna try to sweep with him, and if it doesn't work,
You can do it!
it doesn't work, we're fucked. I can do it, thank you. The first Pokemon doesn't have any moves that will kill me too hard. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do it. We're just gonna go with Umbreon right away. We're gonna just hope for the best. The plan is to use Taunt, since Taunt lasts 4 turns, and then try to spam Payback for the wins. We would have to win in 4 turns, though. If we don't win in 4 turns, the fight against Gengar could sweep our team or take out like half our team, which is very not good. Okay, so first we go for Taunt here. But he can only use attacking moves. Wait, does Taunt only... Yes, he tried to use Curse, so that worked out for us. Next we go for Payback. This should be a one-hit KO, and it'll level us up, which gives us maybe enough speed to take on some of his other Pokemon.
You can do it!
Thank you, Sonic. Let's see. Yeah, the first one was easy. He went straight to his... Wait, he went straight to his best Pokemon. Wait, does Taunt only work on one Does Taunt work on... I think I have to do it Pokemon to Pokemon. Taunt work on every Pokemon. Or not every Pokemon, like... Like, do I have to use it on each individual Pokemon? Or is it 4 turns of that Pokemon or 4 turns in general? Though, let me read what it says. The Pokemon can only use... Okay, I think it's only for that Pokemon. So, my strategy doesn't exactly work here. Basically, if he uses Hypnosis, we're not doing good. Payback should almost kill, though. No, Payback should kill. I'm gonna go for Payback. If he uses Hypnosis, this is really bad. Nah, I don't need Confuse right here. He does too much damage. It's not worth it. Okay, good. He used Shadow Ball. That's okay. We could tank that. Oh, that did like nothing. Payback does double damage when he goes second, so he should die. And this is his best guy. Alright, this is gonna be easy. Easy sweep! Oh, this is so much easier than I expected. You see, when you over-prepare, you get the dub, bro. When you over-prepare, you get the dub. Okay. Hunter is a bit scary, though. But I'm gonna use Payback anyway. It used Mean Look, okay. This should one-hit KO too. Mean Look was the dumb move for him to use. I can't escape now, but I don't need to. If he used Hypnosis, if one of these Hunters put me to sleep, it could get very messy. But he's dumb, and he didn't put me to sleep. Oh no, I'm dumb. He doesn't have the sleep. The other one has Hypnosis, Dream Eater, Curse, and Nightmare. Dream Eater could literally take out Traveler. And I can't escape now because of Mean Look, right? I need to get Taunt. Oh, he used Curse. Alright, we're good, we're good. I should have used Payback, but I was too scared. We could literally change into anyone and we should be fine here. He could only use Nightmare, Curse now. He has no moves to attack. Dream Eater. He has no moves to attack. I didn't even need to switch out. Ah, easy dubs. Easy. That was so much easier than I thought it would be. Whew. Let's go. That was so much easier than I expected. Damn, Traveler's level 27, bro. Holy. Pretty crazy. I found you on TikTok and sent you a message on my videos. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I haven't gone on TikTok in a while, so I haven't seen it. I'm sorry. All right, let's go. Let's freaking go. Easy clap. Easy clap. That was honestly easier than I expected. I thought it was going to be much harder. So that's good. We could also use Surf outside of battle, but we have no Pokemon that knows Surf, so gonna have to think about that. We got Shadow Ball. Hell yeah. Boom. Now we save, and we're gonna challenge possibly 2 to 3 gyms. We might, or no, maybe like 1 gym. I think we might have to do like Team Rocket headquarters or something tomorrow. Ooh, but yeah. Now we could play Mario Kart if they're still playing. Let me save state. I'm black. We just beat the 4th gym. Is she still playing Mario Kart? Oh, don't look. Okay. I'm back as well. Hello?
Yo,
Yo?
welcome back.
Y'all still playing Mario Kart?
Nah,
E?
Nathan's still playing,
Okay.
E.
Yo.
E.
Yo.
but there was this tryhard, and it
Meh.
annoyed me how he pretended not to be tryhard.
That's funny. So next gym will be tomorrow. We might, I have to look more into it, but it looks like it's, bro, what the hell is this song, bro? What the hell? What is this?
E.
Oh, I was in the middle of the song. I was like, what the hell? What? Are you saying bean or ping?
E.
P?
E.
What?
I think he's
Oh,
saying
let me
ping.
tell you me.
Yeah, no, you're fine, Bean. You're fine. Okay, we're done with that now. Wait, you said ping, P, or Bean? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Gonna send a Prince song? Hell yeah! If you say Bean and I'm ignoring, just yell at me.
Bean.
Oh, okay, Bean. He's saying Bean. Okay. Oh,
Damn,
Pineapple
you made
belongs
him
on pizza.
raise his voice.
pineapple doesn't belong on pizza.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. You're
It
crazy.
does.
You're crazy, bro. Makes
No,
sense.
you are.
I
You spent
am.
many nights without sleeping.
I am. I did, and I am crazy, but not in that sense. I kind of want to play Fall Guys, not Mario Kart. But I would be down for Mario Kart if enough people were.
Well, I mean, you could
I-
join the,
Oh
Give it
yeah,
a little boost.
Aninki, right? What'd you say? Do you know?
I said give her a little boost.
All right, let's see. Oh, she's playing. All right, we'll play with her.
I can't believe you don't have her pin.
That's pretty low.
You guys just spammed the emotes.
Oh, it is me? Okay, did you want to continue playing? If so...
How come
did
you
wanna
can see a
keep doing the
chat?
200cc,
Like
or
previous chat.
Did you want to change it?
You could always see it. What do you mean?
I can't.
L plus I don't know. I could just see it.
Is it turbo? Is it like
Oh, his little...
I don't think so.
Oh, hey, Ping. Oh, hey,
can't see
Ping.
Oh, hey,
You want to play? I thought you said you hate women, so that.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa. Whoa,
look,
what?
What is it? What is it? What is it this time?
Saying I have. Why you keep sending this? Was this
Look.
Eminem?
She
That's not
like
Eminem.
the emote of the maid. She might like the twerking of you, and also the maid clip of you.
She might.
That
Whoa,
was
what?
from BK.
Wait,
She seemed interested.
Wait, what is she? Wax? Oh, me getting my arm
No,
waxed?
we're not about to start with the ban ping thing again, okay?
Yeah, don't ban me.
What is this? What's the link?
Alright, let's play Mario Kart. Yeah, sorry you don't have it, Sonic. That sucks. Anyone who wants to play, this is my friend code. We're gonna be playing
Wait,
with Inky.
Somebody please save this live, huh? Sell it on only.
What your friend code?
Are you? Is someone waxing you?
Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta connect stuff.
Wait a minute, they did the direct one? Wait. Oh no, I sent it.
I like how
If
it's
it's direct.
exclamation point friend code.
Oh no, wait, I had to find which one
That's
is
pretty funny.
twerking
This
one.
was PP Juice color. Yeah, don't
Oh,
ban me.
no.
Yeah, I heard
It
you,
is all
Sonic.
in the
Thanks for
clips.
following me. I gotta check out TikTok.
Yeah,
I don't go on it enough.
Oh, you gotta spell it out, Pink. So sorry.
I'm pretty sure that's
You gotta
because
spell
of
it
me,
out.
isn't it?
What's cause of you? Oh.
You
They
just gotta
don't go
spell
on
it out,
TikTok.
man.
That much.
No, it's not cause of you. I just don't go on
Well,
TikTok.
big-
Inky make friend code. Fine. I'll do it right now.
What's her
Don't
friend
yell at
code?
me.
They're both the same. What?
They're being mean to me.
Good.
I'm just kidding.
What?
I'm kidding.
Doesn't hear
They're
me.
not being mean to me. I swear.
Ugh.
Wait.
Um,
If it lags, if the thing lags, don't blame it on me, please.
Hey,
It's
PP.
not my fault.
Wanna talk on VC?
It's not my fault.
Oh, wait, never mind, I found
Streaming
it.
tools? No.
This new season is the shit.
Chat
Yeah, I gotta
box,
play
chat
with you, bro.
commands, custom bank.
Off stream. You wanna play off stream tomorrow, Tyler? A little bit?
For sure. Hold on. Let me save. Yeah. Let me go on Discord.
All right. Let me move my face. Excuse me.
No face cam? Best stream ever.
No face cam. Yep, I got you, bro. No. Yes, face cam. Wait, I don't need to move my face for this game. Oopsies. Can you turn the music up a bit? Yeah, I put it down because I had her thing open. I'll turn it back up. Oh, this is a good song. Oh, this is from the Spider-Man thing? Nice.
Alright, I'm gonna go off Discord.
Okay.
Go do stuff. Alright. BB.
See you later.
Be back later, maybe. I don't know.
Okay. Bye-bye. Friends. Oh, wait, I have her as a friend. I'm dumb.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
You weren't talking to anyone, right?
What?
Like in VC, like you weren't talking to anyone in VC, right?
No.
Oh, okay,
Why?
okay. No, I didn't want to like interrupt if you were. That's why.
Oh no, I'm fine.
Okay.
Inky, wait. Is this the right one, Inky?
I heard you're good at Mario Kart.
No, I'm not.
Oh.
Who
Yeah.
told you that? Who told you that?
Well, Dinal said you're bad, and then he's like, "Oh no, never mind," or something.
What?
And then also like they were joking about how I have to unmod Nathan and Dinal because they lost to a woman. But I was like, no, that's wrong. It's 2022, you know. But you know.
Oh yeah.
Stop the capping.
What do you mean?
Nah, you going Florida.
Danielle, how dare you?
That's
How
not
dare you call me
Danelle.
freaking bad?
Oh,
How do you pronounce it?
Ping Pong, you do hate women, just like how
He
you
does
hate
hate
men.
women though.
I
Ping
don't
is
hate
capping.
women. What are you guys saying?
Ping
You
is
do
capping
hate
for real,
women.
for real.
I despise women. Okay, there's a
That's
difference.
basically the same as
Pink does
hating.
hate. No,
I'm
he
joking. I'm
despises
joking.
them.
I'm joking. I don't
You
hate
said that joke
women.
too late. You said that too joke.
It is bad joke. Bad
Just
joke.
like how you hate Mexicans. You hate women.
I don't hate Mexicans either.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
No.
Even your bots are racist to Mexicans.
Whatever, man. Can we start the
Okay, I'm gonna
races?
shower and nap later. Bet.
Oh, this is the push song. I like
Okay,
this.
do you
This
guys
sounds
want
nice.
what type of CC do you guys want?
150?
I bet.
If that's okay.
Duh. No teams? Teams or no teams?
If you guys are
What do you think?
no teams is usually what people do, but you can do whatever you want.
Okay.
Okay. This is Inky's stream if you want to check her out, guys. That's who I'm talking to
Oh
right
yeah,
now.
yeah. And then this is Ping's Twitch account if you guys want to check it out.
The twerking guy.
I don't twerk anymore.
What's your name?
Okay. Pink
You should.
Moosers.
Should though.
Ping Pong.
Yo.
This clip proves otherwise. I'm sending it in Inky's chat.
Bro, I know the clip. You don't need to.
Dude, I've seen it a bunch of times. Don't. it's
Yeah,
fine.
everyone has seen
Okay.
it. We're tired of
Cool.
seeing it.
I mean, it's number one.
But I don't do that anymore, man. Oh wait, I'll be right
Wait,
back.
the reason?
Oh, for
You
not
sure about
twerking?
that, Ping?
I don't know. I just
Yeah.
I'm not a twerker anymore. I don't know. It's a
Okay,
part-time
wait for
job.
next
You're not a twerker no more. You're not a twerker.
Yeah,
Wait for next year Ping Pong on November 10th.
true. I will be in a maid costume on November 10th doing push-ups.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll be there. I'll be there.
I owe Nathan that. I'm not lying,
You should.
BK. The loot pool is infinitely better. Oh.
Oh! I don't know if I hit him. Oh,
Where'd
I
you-
hit myself. What kind of bull is that? Oh my god.
I don't know how I hit that person. Oh, Phoenix is playing? Oh.
Who's Phoenix? Oh, Phoenix.
Oh, it's just Phoenix. Phoenix. Thanks for the. Oh, never mind. So I don't get railed off easily. Oh, that's good. Oh yeah, you were complaining about loot pools in that game in Apex. I remember now. So now you can't complain for playing bad.
Wait, who's Link? Who's Link?
It's a character from.
Oh, you're Ping. I see you.
Yeah.
Right in front of me. Oh!
Ow. Ow! How many red?
We got
How many red shells are there?
We
How many
both
bananas
hit
are here?
Oh my god! I just keep getting hit. You're gonna get hit by my fireballs.
No, please.
You didn't get hit, did you?
Wait, hello.
But you'll get hit
oh,
by
you're gonna hit
this.
me with that red shit? Oh my god.
Bye.
What do you mean by? I'm right in front of you.
Oh shit, you are. I thought I was in front of you. You're playing way better this season? Hell yeah, Tyler.
Oh my god.
Is Diamond the highest in Apex? By the way,
Play Apex?
one of my viewers is.
Oh, okay.
I
Okay.
don't- Hey, wow, you passed with a rocket. So skillful.
No.
Are you serious? Oh, did I pass you? No, you're second.
I'm in second
You're
place.
so lucky. Oh my god. Oh,
How dare you, Ping Pong?
I was trying to beat Inky.
Yeah, but you bombed me. You red shelled me.
I'm sorry. I was doing whoever was in front of me. Do you prefer that I
Target Ping Pong?
Inky, do you prefer that I mute myself or like deafen myself to talk to chat or that I just talk?
No, you're fine.
Okay. I do like the song Phoenix. Pred is the highest. Predator? What? Wait, which one do you
Wait a
have,
minute.
Blaster? Or what's the
Oh.
highest rank you got? Diamond? What, Nathan?
I remember that profile picture.
Oh, you know who Link is?
No, the one inside VC.
Oh.
Inky. Wasn't she on last night?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Hey, BK came
Sorry,
on. Let's
yeah, I was
go.
on last night. Bet.
Where did Timmy go?
It's gone.
Oh.
Just kidding. I don't know.
Oh. I mean, he's not here. He's not in VC, I think. I don't know. Bruh.
Oh, I don't like this map.
Good. I'm gonna keep picking it.
No, pink, please. You know
What
what?
do you...
That's what you get.
Ow! Oh.
You deserve that.
Oh, I'm gonna get a banana. I'm gonna get a banana in the face. Oh. Okay.
Come on.
Oh, hey, Phoenix.
Haha.
Oh, he almost got hit with the blue banana. I mean, the green
Ah, how
banana.
did I hit you with that? That was crazy. And that was an accident. Oopsies.
Oh, ping.
What's
Oh,
up?
ping.
What's up? I have a banana. What, you
Oh,
got
really?
3? Bro, come on. Come on. That's so... That's so annoying. It's okay. It was only the first lap.
It's the second lap.
Well, I'm in front of you, so it doesn't matter.
That doesn't. You're behind me. Wait,
What are you talking
passed
about?
me?
What? How many red shells do you have?
God
It's so dumb.
dang it! The green.
Alright. Bye.
Ooh, no.
Bye.
No.
No, you didn't get hit? Oh my... Did you just go invisible? How many red shells are there? I literally got hit by like 7 red shells this game. Oh yeah, there's another one. Okay. It's from Nathan.
You
Thanks,
deserve
Nathan.
all of those red shells.
No, I don't. I deserve like
Yes, you
3 of
do.
them. Not all of them.
You deserve
Ooh,
20
shoot.
those-
You know what? I'm gonna save this red show for you, Ping.
I'm way behind. I'm not catching up.
You know? Okay.
Yeah. No! I
Oh.
just got a star. Yeah, I'm definitely not catching up now.
Oh, I'm
God.
getting hit
And
by
someone
red
behind
shell
me
right now.
rockets past me.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I did not get hit. I did not get hit. I'm fine. Third place. Okay.
God damn this game.
Just ooh, second.
Oh my god, please, 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 please.
No.
I got third.
Yeah, I got 5th. I was trying to pass Phoenix last second.
Hi, Chubby. Welcome in. What? Did you take a nap or something? It's been a while.
I was in 1st and got 4th. Sag. Phoenix should have won, and I should have been 2nd.
Dude, I think I hit Phoenix
PP
with the red
doing
shell. I'm not too
bad.
sure.
Oh, no. I hope not.
I
So
think it
you
was Dampa? Yeah. Sorry,
Is
go
that-
ahead.
do you like this map, right? So I picked it for you.
No! Why?
Oh, the
3 of us.
yeah, the bearded man also picked it for you. Let's go,
Bearded
BK.
man.
Bearded Man, Jimmy, and Ping. Nice.
They hate me. They hate me with the yes. Then I started to listen to sad. Why did you have to listen to sad songs?
Sad music?
Sad music, yeah. I'm Mario Kart now. Where are you? Oh, you're right
I'm
behind me. I see you.
in America, bro. America.
Are you actually?
Yeah. What do you mean? I told you I was in New York.
I know stalked your page on YouTube.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Hey, Ping, isn't New York fake?
And so,
New York
it's
is
not.
awesome.
Yo, Phoenix. Shouldn't I do something?
Oh my god,
Phoenix.
you took all the double coins.
Ooh,
And the items.
look, I'm in first place.
No, you're
Never
not.
mind. Never.
You're in 2nd. Ah!
I'm in third. I'm in
Third.
third. Fourth.
I'm in
Fifth.
2nd. Good, good. Keep playing like that. I'm gonna get rid of your banana trap. How many bananas you got? Damn.
BK.
I just messed up. God damn it.
Wait, is BK playing?
BK is
Yeah,
playing.
she is.
Yay! Want to team up? Want to hit ping with every
What?
red shells we have?
What? That's pretty sexist. Cause I'm male.
No, no. I just want to be first. I want to win.
Oh well, I'm not even first. But I'm second.
I just want to win. I just want to win. I don't want to be first. I just want to win.
What? Oh, you want to beat me?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
Phoenix. That was not you, actually. That was someone else.
Yay! Someone just
Was it
ran into
me,
my red
though?
shell. Pretty dumb of them, but it's okay. What? Oh, this is. I'm like No, I'm like second the whole game. If I lose right now, oh, never mind. Ha!
Please,
BK got
please
hit.
lose.
BK
No,
got hit.
BK. BK. I'll
Phoenix.
win for you. I'll wait for you. Jimmy. Jimmy.
Nice.
Hey, you guys got. That was funny.
That could have been much worse.
I'm in fourth. Where you at? Where you at, Ping?
I've been second for the past half an hour.
No, are you kidding? BK, I'm sorry, don't get hit. Oh, my bad.
Why
Chief.
is there a rocket behind me? I'm in second. That makes no sense.
I'm right behind you.
No, you're not.
Better watch your. Oh, you better watch your back.
You got
Wait,
3
did I
red
hit
shells
you?
again?
No.
Ah, this game is so dumb. And I get hit by a red shell. I'm second all game. This game makes no sense.
Let's freaking go, bro. Let's go.
So deserved.
Yeah, and I got hit by your green shell too somehow.
BK, BK.
This game's
BK,
actually bullshit.
BK.
This game's actually. What? How do I keep getting hit? I'm second all game. I hate this game so much. This is why I don't like playing Mario Kart. It's actually cancerous. It's so annoying.
Let's freaking go. I
Ping, it's
want
good
Ping.
content.
Yeah, thanks for
I
sniping me,
appreciate it.
Phoenix. Yeah, good content. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, just like I should play horror games. Good
No,
We should play horror games.
that's-
I'm down.
That's no.
I mean, that's gonna be. It's funny. We get scared easily, right? It's funny.
Yeah, it's not good. It's I won't. I'm not the type of person that'll do anything for content. I'll do a lot of things for content, but not anything.
Okay. I
Hey,
see.
Pong, don't
Priorities.
worry. Just watch Annabelle.
Why do
No.
you guys
Really
take the
funny.
same map, please?
okay.
Oh my god.
You really liked it, so. Phoenix recorded it. All right, share the recording tomorrow.
Damn.
You could clip it too if you want.
Oh yeah, you can't pin, but you can see.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Y'all going down, just saying. Yo, BK, what's up? I see you. I like your hair.
Bro, how
Oh, you're
am
lucky I'm lagging.
I literally
Oh, lucky
can't.
I'm lagging.
I literally won't lose to you here, even if you weren't lagging, because this is New York.
Aw.
But we gotta make him lose.
Ow. Thanks, Phoenix.
Dude, I can't believe I literally passed you at the last round. Dude, that's just
I
crazy.
could believe it. That shit always happens to me. It's so
BK!
annoying. Stop.
Ping pong,
Oh
you
my
got so lucky.
No, I didn't, bro.
Okay,
Yes, you
what does that
did.
mean?
The fireball saved you from getting a red shell.
What does pee mean? Pee-pee's my name.
Dang!
What? I didn't do anything.
Yeah, you passed me.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that's too easy,
Dang.
so.
No, shut up.
Damn it. I screwed up.
Yeah, let's go. I'm just kidding.
Not that big, but.
Ooh, ooh.
I
Oh,
can't
I don't
see
like when
anything.
people- Oh my god, I can't see either, bro.
Alright, this is too easy. Of course, there's a rocket. Like, how? I'm in second place! Is first place that far ahead? Are you serious? No.
Oh, hey, Sweaty. What's up?
Oh my god.
Ah!
Is sweaty?
Oh, I hit him. I don't know who I hit.
Damn
Yeah,
it,
I
you
guess
actually
so.
got me with that jumper. Fuck
I'm
you.
lagging so bad.
Where did you come from, Phoenix? Was that a shortcut? Oh, is this the last lap?
Dude.
No! Are you serious? He
Red,
used the
red.
he boosted
Yeah?
off me to get second. Oh my god.
Damn, Ping won me. Hey, Inky, do you have Battleship? I guess
Yeah.
in the game, Battleship.
Wait, me or?
The one that you're playing with Lotus or Liam.
Haha. Why you so mean to me, Phoenix?
I still won you though. Look at that score. I'm gonna take a picture.
You beat me by 2.
What about it?
Oh.
Oh my god, Nathan. I love the emotes. I mean, yeah. I don't think I don't have Battleship now. Is it on Steam or what is it on?
It's on Steam, yeah.
Is it for free? Have to pay for
Nope.
it? I think you should. Yo.
Everyone's hating on me.
yo.
I think I'm gonna end stream soon. Ah, today's a bad stream.
Oh no, it's okay. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I thought I was gonna Battleship Dinell, but he left. Then
He's
no
on
one
my
cared about
stream.
Pokemon except some people.
He's on
Oh,
my
he is.
chat right now.
Well, I
So,
mean,
hey,
ping
you
pong,
have a
all you
Battleship?
do was running.
Huh?
You're just running for a good
You guys
part.
another round?
I don't know. Yeah, let's do another one.
Okay. What CC do you guys want?
150.
200.
Nice.
Here's a link if you want to watch both of us at the same time. Can you link Inky stream? Oh, I linked it earlier. Let me scroll up. Oh, BK linked it. And that's a link if you want to watch both at the same time. I'm gonna do that so I could look at both chats.
Nathan is like spamming me with the maid outfits and stuff.
So
Maid.
you want me to ban him? That's what you're trying to say?
No, I'm just telling
Well, I
you.
mean, maid outfit is best emote of all time.
I like Liam's though, because he's doing a swing and he's like dancing.
Wow, you don't
True.
like mine? Wow.
I like yours. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, his
mean,
is
you
actually
should
mad
have
good.
done-
Are you like guitaring? Oh, you are. I just barely noticed that.
Yeah. Mine
Think
has
you
is
should have done
HD
sweeping.
quality, okay?
Oh, okay. I like the low quality one though. So, excuse you.
Kind of cringe, but
Excuse me.
okay.
Why this map, y'all? Oh
Oh
my
yeah,
god.
I picked it for you. I know you like it. So.
Oh, I don't. What? Okay, thanks a lot. I guess. Ping! Oh!
This game. I didn't do anything. You ran into my banana like I ran into Inky's, okay?
Yeah, you missed it.
I will beat you with so
Bye,
many red
Phoenix.
Oh,
shells.
you're
Oh,
lucky.
never mind.
You're lucky that you have bananas. You're lucky that you
Hit me
have
with red
bananas.
shells. Come on.
I don't have red shells.
Oh my
Oh.
goodness, no banana.
Oh, you got stuck. Ow.
fine.
Bye.
Oh, how come
no!
that hit you? How come that didn't hit you? I'm so confused.
I hit you with a red shell at the same time someone
No,
else
you
did.
didn't. No, you didn't.
Yeah,
No,
I
you
did.
not.
Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't.
I
No, you
literally threw
didn't.
the red shell.
No, you didn't, but you didn't hit me.
I hit you. I hit you, and the other one was. I shouldn't have
No,
hit you. I
did
should have
not.
kept it.
Yeah,
I
my screen,
did.
no.
Alright,
My screen it
whatever.
didn't show.
Whatever. Bye, Phoenix. Bye, Phoenix.
Hi, Ping. Never mind.
Bro, why is first place so good? It makes it
Oh
annoying
my
because
god,
then
I'm literally lagging.
I can't see because of the ink. Are you serious? I suck.
No!
Inkay.
Yo,
Bye,
this is
Phoenix.
lagging. This is not fair. This is not
I just
fair.
hear
This is- I'm
excuses.
lagging.
Why are you lagging?
Dude, I don't freaking know. He said
getting-
Mark Kart is not it.
Hi, BK. I'm about to say
In
bye,
10th
BK.
place, bro.
Bye, BK.
10th place.
Hey,
Yeah,
don't
this
hit me
is-
with the red shell. That's
It's unfair.
racist.
It's just the first round. It's just the first round. It's okay. Chill about it.
It's
Chill.
Are you serious? You hit me with the green shell? And then Phoenix passes me. If I get passed by another person, I'm gonna scream. Okay, thank God.
Oh, y'all suck. I'm just kidding.
Didn't you play worse?
No. Pinky is other glitch. Another glitch like ping.
Bro, you lost to a bot. Better Link. They're nice.
Audacity. The audacity.
The audacity.
Audacity.
I'm gonna pick your favorite map. Good job,
No,
guys.
please, no.
What do you mean? You don't like this map?
No, I don't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I do actually like it. You should pick
Oh, okay. Then you're welcome.
it. Devin, no, don't pick it, please.
It's a lose-lose situation. All right. I'll pick a different one next time. Unless we don't get it now. If we get it right now, then I'll keep picking it. But if we don't get it, I'll pick something else.
Okay, let's pick it. Please pick it, please. Yes, my favorite map. Let's go. I don't care.
Wait, that means I already forgot what I said.
Then now I see you switching sides. I see your freaking chat on chat.
Remember when Inky said she could beat us? Yeah, she was wrong. Well, she was lagging.
Okay, hi, welcome in. I was lagging, so it's not my fault. If I'm not streaming, then yeah, I'll beat your heads. Anyways.
Well, if I'm not streaming, then yeah, I would lose. No, I would win because I'm more distracted.
It's like
when
if
I'm
you're not
streaming. No, I'm more distracted when I'm streaming. Yeah.
That's true. How are you, BK? What's up?
BK is racist. I don't know if you want to talk to her.
Excuse me?
What?
How dare you?
You are also ping.
Yeah, that's why I talked to her, but I'm just joking. BK is pretty chill.
Stay, bro.
BK,
are you gonna get talk like that by ping, BK?
Well, she's racing, so she's not gonna say
I'm
shit.
freaking lagging.
You're faking the lag? Wow.
Faking
Kinda
lag,
cringe.
bro. Like another level. Lag.
Wait.
This is just like when I play PC games. Oh.
How long have?
Love
Why
it.
do you moan? How long have you known? I do that too. That's funny. How long have you known BK for?
Me?
Mhm.
When? What do you mean?
Oh. I thought.
First time I met BK was the first time she went in chat with you guys. That's cool.
Oh, wait. Someone recommended you in Cashew's stream. Who was that?
Hey, what do you mean? Who recommended me?
Wait, I think. Wait, do you know
Oh
Cashew?
my God. We are in a Discord together, and I went on his stream like a couple times.
Oh, okay. How do you know Cashew?
Me? I don't know him like personally. I just know that he streams.
Yes, that's what I meant though. Whatever. I'm just gonna stop.
Wait, what are you trying to ask? I'm
No,
sorry.
I was just curious how long you knew. No, that made me fall off, and I'm in first. Of course, I'm in first the last lap, and now I'm gonna
first?
get. Well, no, now I'm gonna be
first?
I'm gonna be like fifth now.
I'm lagging.
You're
I'll
behind
see this,
Phoenix,
right?
bro, and then Drampa passes me, of course. Yeah, and then I get
I'll see this, right?
boomeranged.
Y'all see this,
and then
right?
there's
Y'all
red
see-
shells, and then what? What's next?
Oh my God, I keep falling
I'm
off the
fourth place. What's
map.
next? Okay.
Basically, look.
Fuck this
The
game.
way that
Oh
I
my
met
God.
Cashew, we're on a Discord, right? And there was like what's he saying? There's like a self promo, like, oh, who's like I'm streaming, and so I was like, oh,
Oh, that's cringe. I mean, what? You're 10th?
yeah, I lagged.
I don't know.
Thank you, Ping, for second place.
BK's mid racer. Oop. Wow.
Mid racist? Yeah.
Oh my God. Racer.
She's a racist.
Yeah. She eats raisins. All right, so we didn't play Mario Circuit 3 in a while, so I'm gonna vote it.
Dang.
Well, we didn't play it in a while, so like I miss it, you
I
know.
literally played it like the last 2 rounds, bro.
Oh, I didn't
Okay.
realize. No, we didn't play it last round. Wait, Dinella, I'm gonna bump your audio. I can't hear you that well.
Oh, my bad.
No, you're fine.
Hi,
Louder for
Dinelle.
me.
Hi,
Like really
Nathan.
louder for me.
Yo, Dinelle,
Oh hi.
we're trying to sleep.
I know. I went to take a shower,
Oh, okay. Wait,
and then I might have slept.
Timmy's here and BK's here. Oh wait, let me kick someone out of the Discord. Give me a second.
Fuck you.
He's talking about
Oh my
Inky.
god.
I was talking about Inky, yeah, but now I guess I'm talking about
Talking
BK
about
too.
me?
Yeah,
You was telling someone,
Wow.
don't lie.
this is a very American lobby. Where are all the Canadians and Finnish people and
But I mean, I
miss
could be
Moog.
Jared for you.
Jared?
I could
Jared
be
is
Canadian,
American.
just living in America.
Suck,
Really?
suck,
Oh,
suck, suck,
Jimmy.
suck, suck. Suck.
What are you saying? Who sucks?
Oh sorry. BK, I'm
Good
so sorry.
job, good
I had
job,
to do it.
Inky. You hit BK.
I
Kind of
had
fucked
to do it. I'm
up.
sorry.
Here's a present. Did you get hit? Hey, no red shell, no
Yeah.
red shell. Oh,
And
Janelle's
fuck you,
in.
I'll red show you if I wanna.
Okay.
Ooh.
I don't know.
Ping,
From
ping, 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 ping.
drama.
Look, can you like come over here? I need to speak to you.
Okay. Wait, what? You missed your
Over here.
boomerang.
Come
if that
back.
was
Come
you.
back. I'm right behind you.
All
I'm
right.
saying,
Ah,
How is Phoenix so good?
Bro,
Phoenix
I hate
races
this
with me.
dude. Phoenix races with me too. Hashtag me too.
Hashtag-
Bye, boomerang.
nobody cares about you.
Wow.
Oh my god.
My
the
grandma pretends
lag.
to. Doesn't that mean something?
You mean?
She
Hold on.
tries.
She tries, yeah.
She tries to make sure your feelings get hurt later when she writes you in her deathbed that she'd never liked you.
That'd be kind of cool. Be unexpected. You see, that's your laugh. it like crescendos up or something. You know what I mean?
That's
Now, you in
stalker's
front of me?
laugh. Your mom's in front of you.
Damn, is she really?
Nah, she
Here, I
laughed.
see her. Oh, sucks to suck, fam.
You were
Bye.
adopted.
Ah! How?
Phoenix with the snipe.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit myself with the green shell.
Bro, Phoenix is like targeting the
Dude,
Jew, bro.
I remember when Phoenix was bad. He would always be like, "Oh, I'm always
He
behind D now."
practices. He practices.
Wow. GG, Phoenix.
Bro, he
GG.
literally targeted the Jew. Inky, what's going on?
Dude, I don't know.
Hey,
Tell me,
Ping.
bro.
When did I get good? Is this just a
It's
phase?
just a face.
He starts mutating.
He's
Becomes
questioning his life choices.
I picked a different map for you.
Thank you. I
What are y'all
appreciate it.
picking?
Cousin.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, fuck New York minute. When is there gonna be California sunrise?
Never.
Is there a California?
Yeah.
Nope, there is no California because New York is better.
No,
No, I
fucking
mean like in Mario
Francisco.
Tour.
I
Is
don't
there a
know.
California map like
Oh, I
San
don't know.
Francisco?
I don't play Mario Kart Tour.
Yeah, who
No one
plays
does.
that? Ew.
But I'm sure-
I remember I used to play that when I was in high school. Oh my god, they used to play that 24/7.
How long ago
When
that
it
could have
like
been?
came out. 2 years ago.
Damn.
Was from California. Can confirm any state is better than Cali. Hell yeah! Phoenix knows what he's talking about.
Phoenix is very wrong.
Oh,
and, I think
he's
Phoenix
wrong.
should be
He's not
banned.
wrong. California sucks.
He's just broke.
Bro, you guys
Does
don't.
suck, does say.
Yeah, Phoenix is broke.
Yeah, you see, it does suck.
Please, it sucks. It's boring over
Phoenix is
here.
broke.
What do you?
It's like ping pong.
What do you mean? There's so much to do here.
You
got
guys
the
don't even
ocean.
have
You got
water.
mountains.
You
You
guys
got
don't
snow.
even have drinking water. Okay.
BK, please, I'm right behind you. Don't. Oh, so close.
That's the one
If I want to go
that is- should be
snowboarding
under
in the
cartoon.
winter, I can go snowboarding.
Yeah, and if you want to drink water, you have to turn off your everything.
Oh,
Literally,
what?
Literally.
You
Hit
guys-
ping, hit
that's the
ping,
one
hit
that,
ping.
I was
What's
gonna.
up?
Can buy a house.
What's up?
He hit himself and spun
Ping,
out.
Who's
ping, ping, ping,
Drampa?
ping,
I didn't hit. Oh,
ping,
yeah.
ping.
What? You missed with your fireballs. What do you
Aw,
want?
bro. That's not. It's not me.
Oh, Sorry.
Hey, Punk, the fireball was me.
Here you go.
Oh, so close.
Here you go. That's what you get
Pink,
for saying
That's what I
shit.
get. That's what I get. Okay.
You say okay, but you're just so far away. Oh,
Who's
that's
Who's
better.
Drumpa?
him?
Bad.
I don't know who's Jumpa. I don't know who that is.
He's the
Yo,
one in
Drumpa.
first.
Yo, follow me on Twitch. Like, gift me like 100 subs, bro. Oh,
Oh, I just had a freaking double. I could have literally hit him.
Had a star.
I had
Oh.
mushrooms. You wouldn't have hit me, but okay.
Yes, I would have. Yes,
I
I
had
would have.
mushrooms.
I'm manifesting the star.
What about you had
manifesting the star.
mushrooms? I had red shells.
I'm always on shrooms.
I suck.
I
I
suck
literally
too.
suck.
I did the same
Wow,
exact
Pink.
thing.
Oh my god.
Pink. Can't believe somebody from New York would do that.
I don't know, bro. New
Oh, the ball
Yorkers
almost got
are
me.
okay.
No, you guys are trash.
Bro, not as trash as Cali.
Dude, I'm gonna go
That's
check out New
boring,
York,
That's true.
can't
That's
even
true.
and I'll let you know.
fucking
I'm
buy
gonna
a whole
review
ass
it.
house while
No, no,
paying
no, no.
like 24 years.
Why did I come over here? I don't want to be here. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
You
Hey,
can't. Wait, wait,
everybody,
wait.
speak Spanish so Pink can't understand
I
us.
understand Spanish, bro.
Puta
Shut
madre.
up. Damn, why you call
Hola,
my mom a
puto.
bitch, bro?
Oh my god.
No.
Damn. I fell
Dude,
off
I
the
don't
game.
understand
Hasta la vista,
Spanish.
te vi, güey.
I just.
Go
How do
ahead.
you get
Can you understand
rockets?
Spanish?
And well, I went to school. Yeah.
Okay.
I understand like basic Spanish.
Okay.
Ghosty.
Mommy.
Coochie?
I was
What?
trying to win. I said
Gee, yeah.
ghosty.
You're trying to
Pink,
win?
you lost to
Wow.
a California
I was trying
person.
Let's
to.
The rest of
freaking
us
go.
were trying to lose, BK.
Apparently.
Yo, Pink,
Did not
Yeah.
like that throughout the whole thing.
how
I'm
you
so
lost to
happy.
somebody from California?
Bro, I'm literally beating Inky, okay? That's all
No,
that
you're not.
matters.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not.
No, you're
I
not,
literally
Pink.
just beat you. I'm gonna
Alright, the
screenshot
next
it
one.
and send
The
it
next
to you.
one,
I'm gonna take a
loser
picture.
gives 100 subs.
Yeah, let's
I'm a
do that.
broke college student, so I can't.
You're not broke. We gave you subs the other day.
Yeah, just give them
Um,
back.
Right.
I was joking.
My
I'm fine.
goodness.
I'm okay.
That's not gonna make you not broke.
Yo, Pink.
Make me
Yo,
broke.
Nathan. What? All right,
I
give me
lost
your
THC?
to a
money.
Too much TC?
California person
Too
that
much
have a
TC?
cat
Do it. I'm
in their
down.
arm right now.
What'd you say,
Nathan,
Nathan?
it's beat ping
He's
next
not
round.
good.
That's how. Oh! He's in the
Hey,
chat
Pink,
anyway,
if
so
I
he's gonna
beat
know.
you, you're gonna have to do 200 push-ups
Thanks,
in maid outfit.
Phoenix. He says you got this ping. No, we already agreed on 69. I'm not doing more.
My goodness.
69 is a good number, just saying.
Right?
Well, at least you're doing it in maid
Birthday.
outfit.
It's my birthday.
True. Wait, your birthday is huh?
The month is the 6th June, and then the day is 9, so it's 69.
Oh yeah, you told us
Oh
that.
hell yeah.
Yeah.
I love that.
Wait, when
69.
June
did I
6th.
ask?
Oh!
You did! You did! I don't understand.
Yo!
I
You
don't
just-
understand.
You just got killed there.
Whatever.
Blueberry,
Man.
chill out.
Whatever. Whatever.
Whatever.
End stream out of embarrassment. Ooh.
Wait, Inky.
No. Yeah.
When did I ask? Oh, I got her.
Shut up, bro. That's so fucked up. Come on.
Bro,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
Are you gonna grow a
Okay.
bigger dick?
Even Timmy came out of no. Huh? When am I gonna eat a dick?
No, grow a bigger dick.
Did not scare me. God damn it. I
When
thought it
Dinell
would've.
comes over.
Whoa.
When he's sleeping. When he's sleeping, I will.
Don't let him use the
I'm-
pump.
I'm gonna be sleeping in another room just to make sure.
There are no locks.
I forgot this was 200.
Lol, 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 lol. Ah, damn it.
Wow, it's 200 and I still don't see Inky. We just ran
Oh,
into my
so-
banana. It's kind of cringe.
Pink,
Wait,
may I,
that's the
Pink,
phone?
Pink, Pink.
Ooh.
Yeah.
May I ask you a question?
Yeah.
No.
Why am I such a god at video games?
No, a serious question.
Yeah. I doubt it's serious, but okay.
Oh,
What do you think of the DLC?
Ah!
Serious question.
I just
I think the political
bad, I'm
climate
so
of the
bad.
world is more important than this DLC. Um,
Pink,
What
you're
do I-
so annoying.
what? Then why do you watch me?
Yo,
Because
Pink.
you're annoying.
Oh. I think
Yes.
DLC is better than the first one.
You were in first because I DC'd.
Well, I'm not in
Who?
first anymore, so it's okay.
IDC.
Try to
Who
join
asked?
back. Oh!
Dude, what the heck was
Kinda
that,
messed up,
bro?
bro.
I'm so mean.
You are mean.
Dude,
Man, that's rather
dude.
nice.
There's no way. There's no way I can't do. Why
Bro,
did I pick
BK
200 CC?
sucks. She's at fifth, sixth
You know who
place.
else sucks? You know who else sucks?
Excuse me?
Yeah, me. I suck your mom's
exactly.
pee-pee hole.
Okay, well, I'm not used to 200 on these newer maps.
And
okay?
we are?
Same, to be honest.
Yeah, me neither.
Well,
I'm
I'll keep your
thank you,
ass on some
Nathan.
old school
I'll
maps
have
and
my drink
Brazilian.
after the map.
Yeah,
after
yeah,
this.
pass me with the rocket. Yeah, that makes sense. Bye.
Bye.
Hello?
Inky, watch out.
Oh, there's another rocket. Yeah, yeah, hit me with the rocket. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, there's another rocket. There's a second rocket that passes me at the end of the game. That makes
I saw
complete
that.
sense.
Lies.
In
All lies.
sixth place.
Here we
You're
go.
I
welcome.
think it's fair.
Hey, hello.
You're welcome.
This game's actually
wake
stupid.
What can I say except you're welcome?
Well, all I
Like,
gotta
movement,
say
quick,
is I'm
It's a good
beating the
song.
other
Pain
streamer.
my big ass rocket gave you.
I'm beating the other streamer, so it's
Sir,
okay.
yes, sir.
I don't care.
You're not ending stream.
Yes,
You're not ending
sir.
stream.
Yes,
No,
sir.
you're gonna end
Yes,
stream because you're
sir.
losing.
Oh, voice changer. Voice changer? Oh god. Which voice changer do you want?
Oh.
Fun.
Give. What?
Any.
Okay, let me see. Did not scare me. Anyways.
You should increase your channel points. They're too cheap.
Well, she's trying to get
Mean.
attention.
You should let her run her stream the way she wants.
Yeah, bro.
I
Shut
was
the
just
fuck
giving a
up.
suggestion.
No one asked.
You're
Come
so
Bro, I'm gonna end
demanding.
stream, bro. I'm tired of this
I-
shit, bro. I'm
I
playing
think she's
Pokemon.
doing
They're like,
fine.
come play Mario Kart. Come play Mario Kart. I come to Mario Kart. They're like, bro, shut up. Blah, blah. So mean.
Bro, I don't think you're in any position to talk about
Do a
it. You
deep
guys
voice.
have
I can do
like
a deep voice if you want me to.
you have less viewers than she does, so she's the bigger streamer right now.
Okay.
I'm just
Damn.
kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Damn.
Why, bro?
Yeah, don't be sorry, you know.
Yeah, don't be sorry. I wouldn't care if she did.
mean,
No,
it
I
doesn't
just made
matter
that up,
anyways.
and then I realized how mean it is.
Why does it mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm
Oh, I
sorry.
like this one. You're fine.
Bro, you're fine. It's more mean when I'm playing Pokemon and you're like, yo, Mario Kart, come play Mario. That's annoying, bro.
Yeah, it's annoying, not
Yo-
mean though.
Yeah, it's
Yo,
not mean.
ping pong, come play Genshin.
Nah, actually, it's kind of fucked up. Because I'm trying to make content with Pokemon
Alright.
and you're like, yo, leave this content. But it's okay.
What the fuck? Okay, anyways.
But I mean, ping pong, are you having more fun?
Bye, Phoenix.
I think he's having more fun. I haven't seen him smile this much since he saw Inke.
I'm not even smiling.
Or
What?
what's that?
That's a surprise.
I'm not smiling. This game
Deep
pisses.
down,
This,
you're
this,
smiling.
no, maybe I don't know, but this game triggers me. Especially
But
too
good
much.
content.
Oh, Phoenix.
Yeah, but it's not content for YouTube. Oh, but it is for
It is,
Twitch,
actually.
and that's what's more
I
important.
mean, it could be.
Go on.
Ping pong master ranging because he sucks.
No, you cannot
Good
get me with the
title.
ink.
Yeah,
There you
but
go.
who's gonna click
30
on
minutes
that?
of ping pong masters
Bye,
raging.
Inky.
Mm-hmm.
Who
Oh,
knows?
okay, yeah, do that. Do that with the
I hate the
freaking
lightning
rocket.
so much.
Well, this game is stupid. It gives me rocket. I don't think it makes
I
sense.
want rocket.
I know. Ah, why is this 200cc? Why couldn't you just put normal?
Heat this map in 200.
Who likes normal?
Your
Okay,
mom.
fine. I'll do it next.
My
She's
mom
very
does like
vanilla.
normals because she's old.
Bye, BK. Easy.
Wow.
Second place, easy.
I got 7.
Too easy, bro. Too easy.
Good kitty.
You guys are good.
Huh, don't say you guys, because Inky is like in 17th place right now. No offense, Inky.
Isn't that how you were with Doctor though, Pink?
In the beginning, and then
Oh,
Doctor got bad.
exposed,
I don't know what happened to Doctor.
exposed.
I think he's trying to
Hello,
go easy
Tay.
on
Welcome
you.
in.
Yo, Tay592, what's up?
Honestly, I just think that we
up?
got. No, because he uses different cards than he used to.
Maybe I thought he was just rusty, to be honest.
My voice is. No one, never mind.
Maybe he got
Huh?
bored of trying hard.
Maybe
Maybe-
trying hard.
Maybe he's just
Who?
hard too often.
Lately, he is.
Yeah.
I mean,
Cocoa Butt Mall. No, Phoenix.
Cocoa
You're
Butt.
mean to me. And we don't like Cocoa Butt.
Yo, ping pong.
Yeah,
yo, can I tell you
Honestly,
something,
Okay,
King?
we don't like cocoa butt. We love cocoa butt.
That's right.
Cocoa Butt. Cocoa Butt.
Cocoa
Cocoa
Butt is better than
Puffs.
ping pong.
What's up? How's your day?
Nothing like
going?
Cocoa Butts.
I don't know.
Cocoa Puffs? I used to eat Cocoa Puffs when I was a kid.
Those are actually really good.
They are. What
They
were you
make
saying,
your
Nathan?
milk chocolatey.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, at 200cc on this
Reese's
map?
Puff is
Oh
better.
no, we're done for. I'm done for.
Cocoa Butt is better.
Reese's Puff is better.
Oh,
Reese's
yeah.
Puffs,
I don't
Reese's
like
Puffs.
Reese's Puffs.
Give me I forgot.
Yeah,
the
the
song.
song is good.
Because you're a bottom.
What?
You're a bottom?
I'm not. Not all the time. I mean,
No. I have proof.
what?
Remember when we played that one
confused.
game and you were bottom?
No, but
It's
but-
a way out.
oh yeah, that was yeah. I liked being.
And we were
bottom
fighting
there.
the vacuum monster.
Yeah, that was hot.
And one of us had to be on top and one of us had to
That's
be
good.
bottom.
I just got squished.
Yeah, because you
You damn
suck.
bottom.
That's good that you're doing good, Tay. Playing Mario Kart with some friends.
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 Best friends.
Whoa, I'm sorry.
You're not
I
friends.
thought we were
strangers.
just
Complete strangers.
I thought we were family, but okay.
yeah.
Yo,
thought we
bro,
were
I didn't
family.
know.
I'd
I
rather be
didn't
best
know,
friends than
bro.
family.
I thought we dodged all the friends because we paid for it, but you know.
That's true. You know
Again.
what? You're right. You're right.
Bro, 200.
I was watching Splatoon 3 direct.
Friends support by
that'd be
watching.
good.
Family supports by paying.
Yes,
true.
so please subscribe to me, everyone in chat. Tier 3 subs only.
Wait, wouldn't that make? Hey,
Get a
Dina,
ping-
wouldn't that make you ping pong's like dad or like master?
He's my step bro. Why do you think he's coming over?
Yeah.
Oh.
I still
I
would
think
prefer
I'm
to be
thinking
best
more
friends
like a
than
master
family.
and servant type of thing.
Master
With
and
Dino as
servant.
the master.
Dude, we're playing ping pong,
Oh,
right?
Phoenix.
Yeah.
I'm
see
so gonna
ya.
beat you. I've been practicing.
Have you actually?
What do you mean?
Yeah, there's a
Splatoon?
ping
Oh,
pong
I
place
fell,
near
I
me.
fell, bro.
Maybe I have
I
to
fucking
practice.
hate the lightning so much.
Me
No,
too,
don't
bro.
practice, cause then I don't think I could beat you.
No,
What up, Pink?
I'm trash now. How? There's two.
Yeah,
At
but
the third
you were
round,
good once.
the third round, all the time is freaking 7 rockets passing me, and I get a star on 200cc.
Get good, bro.
Yeah, get lucky, bro. That's what you meant to say. Oh
No,
my
I said
God.
get good. If you were up higher in levels, you might not get hit by so many rockets.
What does that even mean?
Like
It
if
means
you were
you're
up
bad.
in first or second place, there would be no,
No,
rockets. behind you.
Means
there
you're
are always
bad.
rockets because first place is so good
No,
that they're
people
like
who get
a mi-
rocket, no, people
no,
who get
no,
rockets are
no,
towards the end.
no.
Also,
Yes,
streaming
people who
with,
get
Nah.
rockets are
with,
anywhere from 8th level
pink
and
No,
below.
like,
no. I
Yes.
was in second
Yes.
before and rockets passed
Yes.
me.
should, like,
Okay.
Bullshit.
for him
I
too.
swear.
Bullshit.
Okay, do you know how it works,
Bullshit.
BK? No, I'm not joking.
Bullshit.
BK, if
Stop
you have,
Please,
complaining.
thank you.
You wouldn't be complaining if you were winning. Get
Of
good.
Yeah, bro,
course.
get good.
I mean, wake up.
Wake up.
Hello.
Wake up. Wake up.
Wake up.
with
Wake
me.
up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
wake up,
Wake up.
wake up,
Wake up.
Say
you're in the
wake
matrix.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
The fuck
Wake
is
up.
going on? I forgot what I wanted to say. No, if the first place is really far away, then you actually get better items in second or third.
Yeah, yeah.
You
You
see?
get
Or
BK,
you can sneak them
BK,
up first
BK.
round.
No, you get rockets also if you're further away. Like, listen, I'm a
No, you
streamer. I know
don't.
what I'm talking about. If you're
No,
like third
you
or fourth
don't.
place, yes, you do.
I guarantee you, I've been playing this fucking game longer than you have.
Well,
Yeah.
I've
You
been,
literally said I've only
Well,
played it
Ping's
for a little
woman
bit.
hater.
I'm.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
No,
He
Pink's
is.
just
Joking.
overall,
You're
if I
joking.
lose, I'm gonna hate. on
You're just
everybody.
being sexist.
There is
Thanks for the
a
shout
lingering
out.
truth between every
Welcome,
joke.
of course. Of course.
Good
Got you,
timing.
bro.
What are we
There's
fighting
an
about?
algorithm to everything, and you have it all wrong.
I do. That's why I have.
I'm also older than you, so respect your elders, bitch.
Ooh, she pulled out the
Damn.
age card. She put that.
Yeah, but you're older, so you're senile. So I should respect you.
I
But
ain't that old.
oh, sorry.
Regardless, respect your elders.
You're right. You're
God.
right.
Isn't that what you
Damn,
learn
see?
in
Do you not
Judaism?
respect your grandma? Babushka?
Pushka.
That's funny because that's her actual name.
What?
No, it's not her name. That wouldn't make
So
sense.
your grandma isn't Russian?
Yeah, she is.
She is.
Really?
Well, kinda.
Well, she's
That's what
from
I
like a.
thought.
He's from a part of Russia that
I'm
used to
from
be.
Soviet Union.
I
yeah.
mean, yeah.
You
Don't
good?
be
You
lying
good?
to me.
No,
What do you
he's
mean?
not. Say it.
What do
Say
you
the
mean?
thing.
What do I mean?
We literally talked about this. You literally said that like you know a bit of Russian because something your
Oh
ex
my
or
god.
something.
Oh my god. Phoenix,
Grandma.
Phoenix,
No,
Phoenix,
because my
Phoenix.
stepmom.
Yeah, your stepmom. Yeah. I remember you saying that, and we literally had this conversation. It
I
shows how
remember you
much you
saying
Oh my
care.
nothing
god.
about
Oh my
having a
god.
new
Oh my
baby
god.
twin.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I don't know,
You never
bro.
listen, bro.
You never listen.
Apparently not.
You
Oh my
just
god.
take
Oh my god.
showers and go to stores.
This is why your boyfriend left you.
Whoa!
That's fucking rude, bro. Don't say that, bro.
That's funny though.
Hashtags to my breakups.
No,
Oh my
she
gosh,
hates
that was-
him, her husband.
Damn.
Yeah, exactly. Not boyfriend.
My bad.
Oh,
I said
husband.
boyfriend.
Bye,
Husband,
Phoenix.
husband.
Bye.
God, it was right behind you, bro.
Well, that's just like Dinell will be when he comes over.
Hey, Ping, I have a question.
Yo, what's up?
If she's older than you, then
Who,
she's a
BK?
millennial. Yeah.
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 Well,
Isn't she, the generation that you could have become? But instead
all right,
you are
bro. All right, man. All right.
Hey,
Listen, I
Phoenix
beat
and
you.
Penguin.
I beat Inky. I gotta take another picture.
Oh my goodness. Take another
Oh,
picture and
Ping,
show
Ping,
that I
Ping,
beat you. That's
respecting her?
fine.
No, I'm gonna edit the picture, so I'm first place.
Okay, I'm gonna put it 150C, because it's freaking.
Wait, what was that on?
200cc.
Again?
No, I changed it to 150.
I got a PP.
I'm canceling
Cancel
him on
this man.
Twitter.
Man, you guys are going hard, literally.
I'm canceling him on Twitter. He's my next victim.
Oh my.
We gotta build a
Mhm.
crowd, BK.
For real though.
Wait, isn't there crowd control for Mario Kart?
Yeah.
I wish there was.
You guys are cheaters if you use it. Just saying.
Why?
You guys are so racist.
Ayo,
You
me
are
and
too.
Yuki on the same page. Let's go. Definitely didn't just watch your stream.
Hey, Omni, what's up? How you doing, bro? We got Omni in chat. Coolest viewer, best viewer.
But do they play Mario
viewer.
Kart?
Hey, though, do they play Mario Kart?
Exclamation mark FC.
You're doing
Yeah,
good.
FC,
That's
FC,
good. That's
FC.
good. If you want me to mute them, just let me know. I could do that.
I'm to be honest. If you guys want me to mute them, yeah. Good night. I love you.
I'm doing pretty bad. I was playing Pokemon. Half the chat didn't want to watch it.
I'll
And
have
I went
to stay
to
quiet for a little bit. Bing.
oh, then I went to Mario Kart and everyone's shitting on me. Then my
I
mom.
mean, you would too if you were winning, Ping.
Who just took a shortcut over there?
I'm
I saw
not.
that.
And then my mom said she hates me. So
Oh, plus ratio.
yeah, she actually said
Hmm?
that too.
I was gonna say that. She actually said that.
I was really surprised by
actually-
her behavior. Don't red
Like,
shell.
MK,
You're so
wanna-
racist.
you
You
can
held
join
it
if you
for
want to.
me. That's
I
not
didn't
fair.
even know you were behind
BK.
me.
You know
Fuck.
what?
If
Here
you
you
knew how
go.
I raced, you would understand.
You're
I
racist?
should play
Huh?
FC to get my
He
friend
probably
code.
punches the knife himself.
Oh,
Oh my
Jimmy's on
God,
Mario
Jimmy!
Kart. Jimmy's on. Yo, Jimmy's on.
Jimmy! If
Is
you're
this-
listening, Jimmy, come kick Ping's ass.
Please. do
Bro,
it for
everyone
us.
is hating on me. I miss you, Jimmy. Like, no joke. I miss you, bro. Can you come? Like, I miss you.
Ayo.
He definitely
assassin.
can come.
Oh
I
my.
wish
How do you
you
know?
would.
What if he has erectile dysfunction? How do you know that?
That came out.
What if he has erectile dysfunction? You don't know that. He's already
Um,
coming. Oh, let's
Someone
go!
clip that. Oh, he can come.
Dude, there's no way. There's no way.
Fuck them. You deserve better. You're right. But it's
Nah,
okay.
he deserves worse.
I deserve worse?
Yes.
Bro, I don't know what I'm
The
doing
worst.
here, bro.
No, I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to say that out loud.
What? What are you trying to say out loud?
Nothing.
Nah, you're trying
He
to say it.
disrespect California. He disrespect Mexicans. He deserves it.
Well,
Disrespects women.
Yeah, but the women part is
It's
fine.
true.
Right? I'm
Well, I'm
joking.
sorry,
I'm
not
joking.
joking.
Oh, never mind. I'm not
Stop
joking.
acting like a boomer. You a
Totally
Gen Z.
canceling.
Bye, Dinelle. Bye.
Fuck off.
Love you too.
Look at yourself in the mirror and think about it.
I do that every morning, bro.
Are you regretting quitting, teaching ping pong yet?
No, I'm.
Yeah,
You guys,
fucking
if you,
Jimmy,
hey,
I'm
if you want
already
to play,
coming.
that's
I'm
my
re-
friend code for the Switch. If you didn't hear me. These
It-
people
I
are
mean,
You come
super loud.
when
to-
Ping wants you to. You come when you want to, Jimmy.
No, you come when I say.
Oh my god.
I don't need no voice changer.
You sound like
Lol.
those
Jimmy!
people on TikTok thing.
Jimmy!
Jimmy!
What's up, everyone?
Hello.
How we doing?
Thanks for the
How
stretch.
you doing? How about you?
I'm doing great.
That's great.
Now, I hear everyone's hating on Ping.
Yep.
We are.
No, that's not
As
true.
we
That's not
should.
true.
Oh my
No, I'm
god.
canceling him on
What
Twitter
happened?
later.
What
I,
happened?
they just hate Jews. I can't deal with it
Oh
anymore,
my
bro.
god, are you
was telling you
serious? Are
confirm
you
or
playing
deny
that
this?
card? Are you playing that card, really?
I
Okay.
can deny it.
Yes. Phoenix called me a monkey.
Jimmy, why are you picking that circuit? If you
Sound
hate
like
it so
Venom.
much.
Sound like Venom.
I thought we were joking. I thought it was a meme.
That's funny.
That did sound like Venom, actually.
Venom. Does it sound like Venom?
Venom.
It does.
Ooh. Bro, I can't wait till you get over here, bro.
Bro, I'm gonna be supporting you from under the desk.
I'm looking forward to it, bro.
Bro.
No.
Yeah,
I'll be pressing on the pedals.
I just heard something about like Ping hating on like LA or something, which is pretty based, honestly.
Hell yeah!
New York for life.
Hell yeah! Let's
Or East
go!
Coast for life.
East Coast for life, bro.
Yeah.
Massachusetts.
Jimmy, I will hunt you down in any Minecraft server I see you in.
That.
Any Minecraft.
You guys play
Bring it
Minecraft?
on.
And if I can't do it
Wow.
physically,
We
I will have
do.
other people do it for me. I have done it with Ping Pong's cat. I will do it with you also.
Bet.
Oh. Oh.
Guys, Omni can't play Mario Kart.
Yeah.
That's true.
Wow, that was
Can't
terrible,
play
BK.
That's sad.
That
That's
was
honestly
terrible,
really
Suck
sad.
Dom.
my dick.
Who just fell? Kind of cringe, but whatever.
Your
Oh.
mom?
My mom fell head over knees for my dad.
Oh
Yeah.
my
Now she fell
god.
on my dick.
So funny.
Goodbye, Ping.
Have you guys noticed how
Do you have frantic
Me?
items on?
Me? No.
It feels like it. It's so.
I mean, I'm gonna have to check after
good.
this round or rounds that we're gonna do.
it's definitely not frantic?
Still on PS3. Sag.
Shit.
Who threw that blue shell?
Not me.
Me?
Ah! How did I
Just
fall?
kidding. Just kidding. Lol. Just kidding.
I hate this game so
I'm
much.
attacking Jimmy for that.
Oh,
Fuck, I
dude.
can't hit it, dude. Fuck.
Okay.
You try to?
This game is trash, bro.
You're trash? That's all I heard? What? Yes. I'll look into
I
that.
agree, Coco, with that.
Hello there.
Yeah.
100%.
Hey, yo, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone, you see, Gamer knows. Gamer, can you join so they could stop being cocky?
Gamer joined earlier.
Let's go, Gamer.
Don't
Gamer's
know it,
awesome.
Make us pressure you even more.
Yeah, see, Ping, the gamer loves me more than he loves you.
I don't think so.
Can confirm.
It's more
I think
like
Gamer
it's
loves me
true.
more than he loves you. He calls you a bitch,
No.
even though
I
you
think
like
Gamer
it.
I
loves
allow him
God.
to call me a bitch,
Wait,
okay?
I know.
Austin, didn't you say that you might do something for Gamer?
Huh?
And man said,
What? You all said, huh?
What on- I mean,
Huh?
Someone should
Huh?
just clip that. Huh?
what?
Um,
Mods, can you delete Phoenix's latest message, please?
nah,
What
nah,
did
all
it
your
say?
marks are in credit in Iki stream.
After I
so
screenshot it,
we
thank
can't do
you.
nothing.
Wait, Dinelle, can you delete it? I can't delete it.
You screenshot it?
I already screenshot it. Yeah,
God
you're
damn
good.
it. Just delete it, bro. Just delete
Because
it.
she's a
Dang.
nice
Thank
friend
you.
and better at Mario Kart.
Was
You
was
tell
there
him,
even a
Phoenix, you
point to
go.
delete it? I don't even know.
Let's go,
man.
gamer.
Still on the screen. Oh no, it's
not
gone.
this one.
I don't mind losing a gamer.
Me neither. I like Gamer. Gamer, there's a really
I
good
don't
player in
get
this
it.
lobby.
Target ping.
Yeah,
Why?
you guys
'Cause I'm
like
a
gamer 'cause
Jew?
you've
Yeah,
never
be-
been fucking targeted.
We should
That's
all just
true,
go
that's
after
true.
ping.
Ping.
If you have a red shell, wait for ping.
Poster check everyone BTW, it's 11:06.
Oh, hi, ping.
He did it. He actually did.
Okay, I'll accept it when I get the chance.
BK! Oh my god.
I didn't do it.
Yeah,
You
there
Jimmy.
you go. Here you go.
Jimmy.
Bro, I love how you hit me with the red shell and you still suck, BK, and you're not even first. Sag.
No, I mean, neither are
Imagine
you.
being first.
Well, yeah, because I got hit. I'm getting
Jimmy.
targeted.
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
You
oh god,
gotta
please,
admit, this
please,
is
please,
one of
please,
the
please.
best tracks to race on.
You're literally
No,
fucking
it's
like
not.
delusional.
No, it's not.
It's
No,
literally awful.
it's so much
I
fun.
hate
It's a
this
it's the
map.
worst
I
one.
Guys,
hate this
guys.
map,
It's
bro.
awful.
I got you, Ping.
I'm with Inky on
Wait,
this
No,
one.
guys,
this
guys.
is the most fun one to like
Yeah,
race
and
on.
how-
Guys, guys, guys.
No,
It's
it's
literally so
not.
fucking boring.
Wait,
dude.
poster
Shut
check.
up.
It's boring and so.
Poster check.
No.
It's 11:06.
What
Sorry,
about it?
I was reading chat.
There you go. That's what you get for that terrible opinion.
Jimmy, why
fuck
you
off.
push me out of the way?
Wait, what is poster
Ow!
check, man?
Damn it.
Bro, how you guys targeting me and I'm still in second? Y'all trash. You guys are actual trash at video.
I like
Ow.
how you say that after you get into second.
Well, no shit. I wouldn't
no,
say
what
that
you
if I'm
say?
in 10th.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're
Of
trash,
course.
man.
Oh, you do say it when you're in 10th.
Oh, do I?
True trash talkers
Have a few
talk when
great
they're
shots,
down.
King.
Bro, you
Oh,
guys
you
suck,
get
bro.
back up.
I'm in 8th place. You guys suck. Is that what I'm supposed to?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It's
Dude,
because
are you
I'm gonna get
fucking
you next time, a little bitch,
Jamie
or something like
boy.
that.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Snap it all the
I'm not a
way.
true. No, I
Let's
had
fucking go,
things.
baby!
No.
Let's go!
I hate this game so much.
Oh, guess what I have? Guess what? Oh,
Let's go! Let's
Jimmy!
go! No!
Jimmy!
No! No!
Stop! Stop! Who is hitting me?
fucking-
I hate this game so much.
Dude!
I hate this game so much. I hate this game so much.
Janelle, you bitch.
I don't even care
Posture
anymore.
check.
I don't care.
Against.
Oh, posture check. Oh, thank you.
You do.
Oh my god.
Posture check. My posture is good now. You're gonna join VC? You can't, but okay. Wait, you actually can't. You don't have the role, but
You have nice posture, bro.
thank you. I work out. What?
When I walk in the
that.
spa, this is what I see.
see.
Everybody
I'm gonna get
stops
the
and
next.
is looking at me. I got a
Figure it
passion
out.
in my pants, and I'm not afraid to show it. Show it. Show it.
Hey,
I'm
Janelle,
sexy
can
and
you
I
do me a
know it.
favor?
Bro, I got a pee, bro.
When you meet Ping, touch a cat.
Your
Huh?
cat. What do you
Oh
mean?
yeah, I'm allergic to cats, so he wants me to die.
No, that sucks, bro.
Don't die
I'm
from
not gonna
it.
do it though.
I'll touch a cat for him. Well, I've never touched pussy before.
He's allergic to pussy.
Yeah, I knew someone was gonna say it, so I had to say it first.
That's why you're a bottom and a virgin.
Bro, you can't say that on Twitch. I could get banned for that.
You're a virgin. You're banned.
No, I'm not
You're
joking.
A bottom and a virgin?
If you
I'm
say
gonna start using that.
if you say virgin derogatorily, then I could get banned. Like, don't say
Virgin.
that.
What?
Alright, I'm
You're
gonna kick.
virgin.
I'm gonna
Banned.
kick y'all
You're
out.
virgin.
I'm gonna kick
You're
y'all
banned.
out.
What's better?
I'm gonna-
Virgin. Get banned.
You know what? I can't wait till you stream next time, BK.
Please go ahead. What horribleness could you honestly do to me that I can't just there's a ban button.
Well, you'll see. Don't worry about
Alright.
it.
Down.
Sounds good. I'm about to go live right now.
Go live. I dare you.
Do
I
it.
won't.
If I have to choose
Do
between
you know how much
BK
work
and
it is for
Ping,
me to go live?
You press one button. It's called the start streaming button.
You can
No,
do it.
it's a lot more work than that because I gotta plug everything in.
Only
So you're
same,
saying that
same.
you guys are saying that streaming is a lot of work, and the fact that I do it every day is pretty impressive. Aw,
Oh
that's so
no, you're
sweet.
lazy
That's
about
sweet.
it and have everything hooked up already. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Seriously,
He
Um,
laughs. He laughs.
I remember how you say on stream how there's a lot of cables because you leave everything plugged in.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Well, most things are
Ping,
plugged in. Yes.
You can have this, bro.
I don't want it.
No, you can have it.
I don't
I
want
was
it.
trying not to hit you.
Oh, I don't want it.
I threw it the
Bye.
other way, and you drove.
Where is
into
it? I thought I could have it.
Oh,
What
it's
happened?
okay. You're fine.
You gotta be patient.
All right, I'm patient. What happened? Where is it?
It got broken by a red shell that got sent my way.
Yeah. Kudos to you still going. I must sleep. All right. Good night, Bean. Bean is the only nice one to me.
Night.
Oh,
Good night, Bean.
I love
Yeah.
you, Bean. You stay away from my Bean, Ping.
Don't touch Bean, bro. She's mine.
Bro, you guys gotta chill, bro. Y'all saying some.
Um,
How many red shells
Janelle-
did you guys send my way? I think it's like
If you
7
Bean
red
would agree that
shells.
He's mine.
That was a bot.
Oh my god.
No, it was legit 7 red shells, bro. I'm not even
That was
joking.
a bot
Uh-huh.
that sent them.
Okay.
Yo, Ping,
Whatever.
why you
I'm
not
still
somebody
third with
tell me?
everyone targeting me. Have a good
Why
one,
is this so
Bean.
hard?
Whatever, bro.
Dinelle says, "Oh, I hate you, Coco, Jimmy, Dinelle. I hate you all." Damn. Wait, let me delete her messages.
That's not what she says.
Guys,
Too
you
late. I
choosing
screenshotted that
between
too,
Ping and
bitch.
BK?
What? You're
Who's
wasting
got
your
anyone?
screenshots.
That's not
Bye.
wasting. I can have as many as I want.
Well, not no, you
Wait,
can't,
my
because there's only a certain
screenshot.
amount of gigs that your computer can handle. Okay.
It's called external hard drive.
You're right.
Might disconnect, so I'm sorry.
Wow. Sad.
Wait, aren't you host?
Yeah, hold on.
I don't see a disconnect though. Good night, Bean.
Okay.
I gotta pee. Can we like wait?
No.
Excuse
No.
me.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
we can wait.
I don't believe you. I'm just gonna stay. I'm gonna hold it in.
No, literally,
No,
go.
no,
go
I don't
pee.
believe you.
Go
I
pee.
don't believe you guys.
Bathroom.
You
Go
guys.
to the bathroom.
Oh my god.
Go. just
Everyone
go.
hates me. I can't.
I
I can't.
don't hate you. I only hate you for the games.
Yeah, so
Wait.
you're gonna start it when I go pee.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I swear.
All right, I'm gonna go pee.
No, they
Here.
won't. Ping.
Mute stream if you're gonna be in here, please.
I was fixing it, man.
You're taking too long.
Oh,
I just got
You
my
tell
headset
'em.
on.
Go pee.
Okay.
So,
Alright,
one,
start
I
it now.
heard y'all talking about the item distribution. As a nerd of Mario Kart, I have played this game inside and out. From the
Hey,
first
Tom, I'm
one
right.
to the
Tom, I'm
second
right.
one.
Yes, I am still
Item,
streaming
item
currently.
distribution is based off of first place through all from 12. Okay? That's how come people get the stars, lightning so much. Mainly because I be in first place. And I even hate it. That's how come I get so many coins.
It's
Tom,
been.
I'm
It's
right.
already 6. It's been 6 hours. Yes. It's been 6 hours.
Also, what else was it? Yeah, I noticed Jimmy been doing that shortcut shit on 150.
So hard.
Yes.
Yeah.
Almost 7 hours.
It's unless you're doing it on 200cc and find the sweet spot.
100cc is like, oh my god,
100cc. You should do that.
amazing, amazing indeed. This is the
You should do
longest I've
50.
like streamed.
No, yeah, we gotta do 50.
50 bombs only. Let's have some fun.
Beautiful.
Live life in the fast lane.
Baby park only.
Yeah, great.
Thank you so
I
much.
got
Let's do it. I'm
right
down.
character
I'm
for that.
down.
Actually,
And then
though,
also then
Inky,
Janelle,
you should try
Yeah.
200cc baby park bombs only.
Yeah, that's pretty fun.
Yeah.
Who said
It's
Inky?
fun.
Janelle,
Every once in a while. What was that?
there
Said Inky?
is a California track called Los Angeles Labs.
Aw, you actually waited.
It's from Tour. It's coming soon.
I'm back.
Yo.
Pantheon. Yes, I was doing a Nuzlocke earlier today. I'm doing a Nuzlocke every day. We do a lot of variety here, but we've been doing Nuzlocke in SoulSilver. We just beat the 4th gym leader today, which was awesome. And we're gonna be continuing tomorrow for the 5th and 6th probably. And probably some Team Rocket stuff. But yes, I am back. Thank you, Dino.
Okay.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome.
Yeah, Ping, I was just explaining to them about the item distribution. That thing is real. From 1st to 12th.
Right? Thank
It's
you.
real. I'm for real. Because, like, in Mario Kart 8,
Phenomenal.
you had
Indeed.
Item Spy, which was the same thing for Mario Kart 7. Which let you see other people's items
I
from
haven't eaten yet,
first,
so that's the problem.
from 1st to 8 or 1st to 12. That's why they took it out. For the
Mhm.
item distribution by that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you know a lot about Mario Kart. We should just ask you when we have questions. Or Jimmy.
Uh,
No.
I know about like retro games a lot and maps.
Also, Jimmy, Mario Kart Circuit 3. I hated it at first. I dead set call that shit a beta track. But
Oh,
it's
yeah.
I like it. I like it kind of because I got a good high record on that for 200cc.
See, I don't hate it because like there are stream cuts. I just think it's the worst of the 8.
I
You
feel
know,
like
I don't think it's like the worst. It could
Maybe
be better.
Perk is the worst of the 8 from Mario Kart 8.
No, I'm talking about like all the new tracks. Like if there were some tricks on it, I'd probably like it more. But like I don't know. As I don't know.
There's some tricks on Snowland if you know how to find it.
No, Snowland's really good. I rated
Snowland
that
is
high in the
good.
video. I actually rated it like.
Bye. Have a good stream at night. Tell everyone I said bye. I got you, bro.
Like fall off the edge or something. Like
I'm
into the
sorry to
water.
interrupt.
There's a really cool shortcut.
Good
in
night, Omni. Everyone say good night.
Good night, Omni.
Morning.
Good night.
Good
Have a
morning.
good night.
Definitely
my
a shortcut on
God.
there, Jimmy.
He said good
Dreams.
I do 200cc on that just to practice.
See you, Omni. I just played bad in Mario Kart to say bye to you. That's dedication. No, I literally ran into the wall.
Ping, 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 ping.
Ping, 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 ping. Who are you pinging?
You.
Confused. Oh.
Pinging, pinging.
Okay.
Silent.
we were waiting for you to say something.
Yeah, you're pinging me. Ah! I'm gonna
I
stop.
say that when I'm close to you and I want to get you. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
know.
Ping, ping, ping,
But you missed.
Ping, 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 ping.
ping,
Yeah.
ping, ping, ping,
Bing.
Jimmy,
just
Jimmy,
passed
Jimmy,
by.
ping,
Jimmy.
ping, 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 ping.
Well, you said you passed me. Well, so, bye.
Oh wow. Okay. Whatever.
The language.
I had to stop myself from saying the C word.
Love me
Oh my
too.
God.
Oh, say
Down.
see you next Tuesday, Jimmy.
Wait,
No,
cunt?
I'm
You could
good.
say cunt.
It's
Yeah, you
not.
can say
It's
see you
not.
next
It's not the
Tuesday.
C word if you say it
No,
with
no,
a K. Okay.
Oh, unless you
Twitch
meant
don't know that.
unless
It's
you meant
against my-
like
it's
a
actually- it's a-
Trisket.
I can't say it. It's against my religion.
Yeah, you can't say son.
Lady, this is a long
This
stream.
is how you say it. Cunt.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa.
No, this
I
is
know.
how you
Whoa.
say
Not
it. See
too
you next
much.
Tuesday.
What?
or
Oh, I forget you get timed out when you put links.
Lol. In your face.
I put Jimmy's Twitch, and I got that timed out.
No.
Can you
Why? I don't
can you
get it.
can you untime me out?
Wait, why'd you
joke.
put my
Timing.
Twitch? Did someone ask?
No,
Why
I
didn't you
just
put my
wanted to put
Twitch?
it
Or BK Twitch or Danelle Twitch.
because I wanted to put Jimmy's.
Oh,
Yeah, I
thank
tried
you.
putting my Twitch. It got banned too.
Pong.
That's so funny. Y'all
Bastards.
suck. Y'all have horrible records.
Wait,
You should also
BK.
put
Wait,
my.
BK.
I didn't
Did
do
anyone
nothing.
ask BK?
Bro, you
I
did
was
it
actually
wrong.
curious
Your dad
personally.
did.
Peg.
Very
Oh.
I want to know what BK was saying.
Yo.
good.
Oh, that's
Wait,
funny.
hey, who are you? Which one are you? You know,
Thanks
I
for
told you,
untiming me. Thank
course.
you.
Jimmy gonna try to cut again. Watch
boy.
Danelle.
Wait, who happened? What? When? Where? How? Why?
No, I actually got it really well in the time trials, but today I'm
I
doing
saw
a
in the
little
time trial. I tried helping Liam out. He got mad.
Oh, I need
Bro,
to do this
honestly-
workout. I get so confused.
That's funny.
Gamer, they're
Liam
all
could've beat
intimidated
me.
by you. But I'm not because I know I suck at this game. That's the difference.
I'm not
Oh, I got
intimidated.
it. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm
I wonder if
intimidated.
Liam's still lingering.
Oh yeah.
The only
Oh,
way you get that
Liam.
cut is by
Enki
drifting
is
over the
not.
Well, he
grass.
was earlier on my stream. I don't know if he left.
Well, because he saw I was streaming, probably.
Yeah, he saw.
I was
we
just
jumped
joking.
in.
He didn't even come to my stream.
He was.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
Oh.
He was lurking. I saw it.
No,
I
no,
was
I'm
like,
saying.
he's-
Never mind.
Liam's
He was
like a huge
lurking.
lurker.
Oh, okay. Check
Liam
out my
is,
latest YouTube video, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet trailer reaction. Thanks, guys.
Nobody cares about Pokemon.
Yeah, I
Actually, if
know.
you want to see a pretty cool Mario Kart video, I just uploaded one.
Ooh.
Shameless self promo.
Yeah, and it's underperforming, so any view counts.
Maybe you should have streamed and then promoted.
Yeah, you're right.
Ooh, four.
That always
ratio.
works, right?
Who knows?
Does it?
Not
Not enough,
always,
BK.
Hmm.
but it does work.
No one likes
Swing it, swing it,
Pokemon.
bro. The
That's why
lag, the lag.
I'm kind of sad. I'm gonna have a different community.
Later,
Stop
BK.
me from flying.
Yes, I did. You're welcome.
But that hit me before I hit the fucking.
Oh my
Oh my
God,
Bye.
god.
Oh, never mind.
Oh my god, chalk dodge!
Ping pong, how dare you I will come after
I didn't
you.
know it was you, bro. It was just whoever was in front of me. Damn.
I do not care. I am targeting you.
You
You
made the Nathan mad.
Please don't swat me, bro.
Get him.
Oh,
What? Did you say get him?
Daniel.
Wait, did you say get him,
so sorry,
BK?
Daniel.
BK, don't
Gave
hit
me
me.
4 triple red shells.
Please don't hit me, BK.
Give me 3 red shells. I just need 3 red
Ah, you
shells.
missed.
No, you're
Alright,
not
I'm
doing
going
it,
for
Jimmy.
this.
You're not
Oh,
Ah, you
wow.
missed. Oh, no! I also missed.
So close. Whatever, second place.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna make
I
that.
had like 4 red shells at the same
Bro,
spot.
bro, bro, bro.
First where I got BK and then Daniel. Sorry, Daniel.
Easy.
Come here,
Inky,
Blueberry.
Inky,
Oh, like,
can,
you hit
can I
me
tell
with
you
a
something?
jump, and I still bounce on the blue and I don't.
I
bounce.
can't hear you. What?
Oh, because it's only supposed to be bounced off once, BK.
Told me to fuck off. That's
Wait.
what
I
you
didn't
did.
bounce off of it the
Sorry.
first time.
You didn't bounce off the first time? Oh.
No.
Well,
Like I
you
was
sent me some new
going
information.
towards it when you hit me, and then I bounced on it, and it didn't. It didn't like make me fly.
This guy ping pong is super annoying. Can you meet him? Sure, if you want me to.
What? Who said that? What the?
I mean, that person is not wrong.
Hello?
He said it himself.
Oh my god, you guys are so annoying.
God.
Just like how you were in 24-hour streams.
That was like a.
He likes pickles.
Hey, gamer,
Pickles are
go
amazing.
into his chat and say ban ping, please.
No.
Thank you,
No.
gamer. You see, that's why I love gamer.
It was like 192 hours, I think, for that subathon.
Gamer.
Oh yeah.
What?
Wait, which subathon? My subathon?
Yes.
Oh
It's
shit! So
2 words.
And that's just sad, right, Tay? Right?
And it
Yeah,
means
but
nothing.
BK, you know what? My
can't do
my
anything to
Chromebook is on life support, and it's gonna take me like 5 years just to get to her chat and say that.
No, that's not true.
wait.
My
If I
Chromebook is on life support.
That's
guys,
not true.
what sounds better? I streamed for 200 hours straight, or I streamed for 10 days in a row, or something.
It was 8 days.
10 days.
200.
200 hours.
You're actually gonna stream like
You're
that?
going
No, I already did.
You did? No, you didn't.
Yeah, I
Yes, you
did.
did.
Actually? Wow.
He slept
Dedication right
though.
there.
I
What do you
mean,
think
he
you did?
cheated.
I made thousands of dollars.
No, you didn't.
No, I didn't.
You just made 10 cents.
No, I didn't make 10 cents.
Stop the cap.
Bro, I made 9 cents. No, I made some money. I'm not. Ow.
And now you broke still.
You should though. As you should though.
I should
And I
make
can
10
say
cents.
that with confidence.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, great, a blue shell.
Why are you excited for a blue shell?
I'm not. That's what I get for
Because
front
I'll
row.
pass
How my pussy be hits the brakes.
Oh, ping.
Yeah, you
Hey, yo,
missed.
Ping, how you like
Like I
being
can
hit with
use
a
brakes on
car?
the stage. 'cause it's
Everyone's
fucking Baby
everyone's
Park.
trying to hit
You
me,
know how I
and
am
they're all
about Baby
missing.
Park, BK.
Controller is literally
do.
dying. God
Well,
damn
of
it.
course. You this on Cali.
Please
Bye,
lightning, please
BK.
lightning, please lightning, last lightning, last lightning.
Ah.
Second place, let's go.
Hoggers.
No.
First.
I'm happy to
Was
see
in
top
fifth
two with
place.
you
I don't
doing
know,
this.
second
Oh, I
place.
was so close to passing you,
Or
Inky.
seventh.
Oh,
You passed me?
Was that a
Oh,
no,
yeah.
I was
Lol.
so close.
DNL and I are literally the Baby Park kings.
Fuck Baby
We are.
Park. I don't know why they added that back. Like, oh yeah, I want to get hit by every single shell. Yeah, it was fun with the chain chops and Bowser shells and all that. But now, no. The item pool is messed up now.
Yeah, we're gonna stop playing on it.
Yeah, I agree.
I want to
What do
ban
you mean?
that track so hard. Baby Park.
You know what I
I
want
want
to do so
Sydney
hard?
Sprint.
Yeah, but Jared is here, so Baby Park all the way.
Jared is
Oh.
not here.
What do you
Jimmy-
mean? He is. Check the
Jimmy ha-
lobby.
Oh no, that's you. Jimmy, is the editing
No,
going
that's
okay?
Jared.
Oh shit. what's
Yeah,
up,
I was
Jared?
just editing for a few hours before came on here.
Nice.
Work.
Don't fight me.
What? I'm singing the song that's playing on my stream.
Oh, I'm not laughing at you.
Wait, you're still streaming?
Yeah.
So we can say TOS stuff right now.
No, I am streaming. Do not say TOS stuff. And
Oh, hey, Liam.
and apparently ban me.
Liam's like, ban him.
Hi, Liam.
That's ban ping.
What's up, Liam? Bro, Liam sucks at video games. I beat him in GeoGuessr like it was
Leave him
nothing.
alone. Leave
Good
him
the
alone.
one
No,
that
you
is a
didn't.
noob.
Stop lying.
I beat him though.
Best
Ping,
two
isn't
out
your
of
whole
3.
thing
Yeah, I still
of
beat
you
him.
being a
And it
noob?
was super close, so you can't be like, oh, I
I
beat him
still
like
beat
it was
him.
nothing.
Okay,
Little
well,
fucking cocky motherfucker, I swear.
if
You know what? You versus Liam in Battleship.
Another
I wanna
reason
see
to
that.
hate him.
listen, if you
That
won
cocky
gold in the
little
Olympics,
short-ass dwarf.
well, yeah, the short one. But listen, if you won, yeah, you missed that. If you won gold in the
Close.
Olympics, okay, and then someone else got silver and they lost by 1 point, are you gonna tell people, "Oh, I won by 1 point"? No.
Yeah,
You're gonna.
you are.
What? Who says that?
Yeah.
No one says that. You got
So
gold in
we
the
act-
Believes in
Olympics.
being fair and true.
Nah, that's bullshit. No one
Exactly.
says that. No one would
But
say that.
he still won gold.
Not only that,
Exactly.
those people in the Olympics have freaking what's the word I'm looking for? God, I can't think right now. I'm racing.
Skill. Oh.
Respect, honor,
You go to college.
Yeah.
You should be
a life
quicker with the wit
money.
than us. Come on.
Okay, not when I'm racing. All right, my brain is.
I'm
literally
racing and
focused on this.
streaming and reading chat and listening to music and,
you also
my
failing
stepsis
English,
is
even though you're
touching
an
me
English teacher.
and what?
What you doing, Ping? I mean, not Ping. Liam.
I can't think of
What you
this
doing?
word.
Stop biting me.
Huh? What did I say? Oh,
fuck.
I talk too much.
Fine. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
Got-
Inky is the chillest. You know what I found out?
It's not
Like,
fine.
oh.
It's because she's new to the group.
Yeah, I was
She'll
about
learn
to
today.
say. I was about to say. You know what I found out? The newer people are always like, it's okay, blah blah. And then once they get to know me, they're like, just
Whoever's by me.
Can you think of one example of
thank
that?
you,
Pen?
gamer.
I said
Me.
whoever's by me, honk.
I know.
Wait,
Bye,
that's the second
BK.
one?
Bye,
Yeah, that's
BK. Fuck! I don't even know what just happened
You
because of the
guys
aim.
suck. You guys suck. You guys suck.
I have
Wow.
delay. I'm streaming. I have delay.
What are you biting me for?
Liam.
Oh my god, what is that called? I can't think of the
How are
word
you?
now.
Alright,
I'll be right back.
I actually have to go. But it was fun playing with y'all.
Of
You're a
course.
lion
See
sack
you,
of
Jimmy.
dog poo.
Alright.
Yeah,
Good
Bye,
night.
bye. Good night.
Have a good night.
Good
Stay
night.
tight.
Jimmy.
You're
Good
lucky
night,
you could
everyone.
leave
Let the
us.
bed bugs bite.
I want Drake
Good
and Josh.
night.
I heard the beg bud. Fuck English. Stop biting that fat cat.
Thank you, Dino.
My Switch is dying.
Sounds like a you
5
problem.
Charge it.
It is a me problem.
Aren't you charging it? Or are you just having like what, handheld mode?
Yeah, no, I haven't. I've had it on handheld this whole time.
That's
Me
what I
too.
do.
Inky left.
Any C cord will work, by the way.
Go
If
to
you have
the
like a
bed,
good
bye.
Android.
I work out.
When I walk in the
What
spa,
part I'm looking
this
for?
is what I see. Everybody
Or can't you put it in
stops
TV
and
mode,
staring at
DK?
me. I got
I
You're a
have
bit
people in
delayed,
the other
Dino.
room. I don't want to do that.
I'm
Alright,
sexy
chat.
and I know it.
Chat, what game do you want to see? Because this game sucks ass.
Mario Kart.
Mario Kart.
Alright, thanks, chat.
Battleship against Liam.
I work out.
Hey, Ping.
Yo,
I have a question.
I have an answer.
Why are you so bad at video games?
Because my parents tried to stop me from playing video games when I was a kid.
Also, BK, you know you can just buy
I
like a
mean,
random
they
C
should.
cord instead of like the Nintendo one that they
You're not
have.
making no money.
Oh yeah, no, I
Those-
have it plugged into my
Hi,
MacBook
Jimmy.
charger.
G. GG.
Alright, this is gonna be my last tournament if we're still playing. Then I'm gonna
Oh,
end stream.
200 cc?
Tournament?
200 cc?
So we get a wall?
CC?
Mm-mm.
200 cc?
I would rather not have 200cc, but it's your guys' decision. Right?
200cc
Sportsmanship.
only, baby park.
200cc.
I finally figured out the word I was missing.
What to do with 200cc?
Sportsmanship.
I'm
Good job. Hey,
Sportsmanship.
Moog is
You wanna
on.
know why I have a hard time finding words?
Yes.
Because I know so many. You've seen me.
Who's on what?
You've seen me play words on stream.
So if you know so many, you should be quick with the words. What do you mean?
I'm not.
And you go to collage.
My brain has to like filter through, especially when I'm focused on racing or doing something else, and I gotta filter through all these words trying to find the word I'm looking for.
Okay.
What's 200cc or no?
Whatever you want.
Yes, 200.
I would rather have 150, but it's your choice at the end of the
I'm
day.
down for 200. I got the need.
Gamers always down.
I don't know.
Can we get shields only? So I can get many red shields and hit
Listen,
ping.
ever since I had Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U, I saw that
Hey,
DLC
who
pop up.
wants 200cc?
Gamer for life.
Us.
All of you guys? I'm sorry.
And Nathan.
Sorry, Ping. I'm sorry.
Just put it.
Because BK, ever since I saw 200cc on Mario Kart 8, I'm like, oh hell no, I don't like this
Literally,
at
okay.
all. But I want to get better at it. And what I did was like 11-year-old me was so crazy to think, you know what, one day I'm gonna do this, 48 races, all the tracks, hard CPU, 200cc. Let's see if I can get first in all of them. I eventually did.
Very nice. Aww. Jared has a doggo on set.
It's cute.
Hey.
Hey.
Wait, Jared is here?
No,
Oh, good.
he's filming.
Oh.
Oh, I like this.
Get ready to lose.
Yeah.
Danelle, have you seen
target
my
ping
time trial on
only.
this?
No, but I already know I can win.
You know the
Time
shortcut.
trial and like real
You know
game
the
is
shortcut,
different,
though.
boy.
Not if you know the time. Like if you done time trial and know the
Super,
shortcut.
no.
We'll see.
Trust me.
Oh my god, Tay, you're literally doing all those shortcuts.
Look for the yellow shy guy on the map.
This 700.
Zoom.
Oh.
What?
Oh my. Blueberry, don't mess up that, please.
Oh, come on, Ping.
Bro,
Come on.
what? I need to go ahead. I'm sorry.
Ping! You
I'm not
forgot the
trying to
Ping
hit
move.
you, bro. I mean, I was just that's
Dude,
just the
my
game.
controller's about to die.
I just done a shortcut and like gets into first, and then next thing you know, boop, 2 red shells.
No.
Sorry, man.
You can
And then you
accept
have a
that
red
later.
sh-
You don't have to accept it now.
Oh.
Should I get it?
I just went into banana. Nice.
I saw.
Two, same. Oh my god, twinsies.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Nice. And now
Oh,
Blue Shell
wow.
hit me because I'm dumb. Nice. Someone fell off and
Hey,
came
a
back and hit
coin.
me.
A coin when you can't get
Yeah.
the super hunter or the mushroom.
Bro, I hate this, bro. It's literally every single time I play this game. The first 2 races, I'm like first, second, and then the last race, lap, I just like everyone just gets rockets.
It's because of distance. I'm just going too fast.
This game's bullshit. That's why.
I'm
I
doing
like
dumb.
that.
My bad, y'all. My
Oh my
bad.
god.
I'm not even gonna play the rest of this one. I'm done, bro. I hate this fucking game so much. Oh my god.
Dang.
Nah, I'm not
No.
playing this. I'm
Raging
rage
now?
quitting.
Is he
I'm rage quitting. Good night. Bye.
No.
Fuck this game.
Sound like a sore loser.
Goodbye. Yep, sore loser. Bye bye. Good night, guys. Thanks for watching. Yeah, I am not. I'm tired. I have to go. I wasn't prepped for it either. Sorry, Moog. I'm ending stream now. Sumimasen. But I'm gonna be back later on Discord. I'm just tired. Gonna raid Inky and then call it a night. Good night, guys. Bye bye.